into the deep. It's not going to be the 6. It's not going to be the boundary. They'll push for 2. They'll get 2. But barring anything untoward, England are going to win this game with India needing 9 from 1. Goes spooning in the air. It clears Tammy Beaumont at short third. It dribbles to the boundary. It matters not because England arms are aloft and they've won by 4 runs. And that was the victory that sealed England's place in the World Cup semi-final, and it means this game between the old Ashes foes, England and Australia, whilst it won't necessarily quite have the same weight in terms of qualification, it is still one of those fixtures you look at and think, goodness me, there is nowhere else I would rather be in world cricket today than watching 2 wonderful sides up against each other as England take on Australia, a side that beat them 16-0 in the Women's Ashes early on this year. Much has changed since then, however, and this is a game with an awful lot of chat, excitement and build-up all around it, and we're almost ready to go here at the Holkar Stadium in Indore. It is match 23 of the ICC Women's World Cup. Australia and England semi-final bound. Who will get the advantage today as we head towards the semi-finals and final 4, which beckons across the course of the next week? We will be hearing from World Cup winner Alex Hartley before we get underway in 15 minutes or so, but let's head to the middle for the toss. Isha Guha has been with the 2 captains.
3 of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup, and I've got 2 teams alongside me, Australia and England, 2 unbeaten teams in this World Cup going head-to-head. Talia McGrath in place of Elisa Healy, who is out injured, and Nat Siva-Brunt. Julie Addison is the match referee. Talia, you've got the coin. Please give it a spin.
Heads. We're going to bowl first. Good luck. Thanks.
Australia have won the toss. What are you going to do, Talia?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Reasons for that?
Pretty happy to chase under lights and a little bit extra grass left on the wicket, so yeah, get out there and have a bowl.
Now, you've already qualified in this tournament. How important is it to keep that winning momentum going?
Yeah, really important in tournament play that you keep that momentum going, and we've got some players in different roles tonight, so excited to give them some opportunity.
Obviously, you're one of those role changes as captain, but you've got a pretty good record. What are the other changes for Australia?
Excited for Volley. She comes back in and we'll open the batting, and then we've got Soph Molyneux and Kimmy Garth back in for us.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you.
Nat, what would you have done?
I wanted to bowl as well, probably for similar reasons. Hopefully a bit of dew later on. But yeah, obviously batting first, so we'll be looking to put a score on the board.
What did you learn from playing here the other day?
I think partnerships are really important. I guess going from both ends, obviously increase the scoring run rate, but staying in the game long enough. Obviously in the second innings, India got a big partnership together, so making sure that we don't panic, just make sure we're staying in the game.
Any changes for you today?
No, we're the same team.
Did you think about having a look at others, especially now that you've qualified?
Yeah, a little bit. We discussed it, but yeah, I think we want to go in with confidence into the knockout stages, and yeah, I think we've got the right combination.
And that age-old rivalry, Australia again.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a great time to play Australia. Obviously, we're both unbeaten, so it'll make for a great game.
All the best with this one.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss is that Australia have won it and will bowl first.
Well, that is the news from the middle. Australia winning the toss, bowling first. England would have done the same, and England's side unchanged that have Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones at the top of the order. Heather Knight, Nat Siva-Brunt is the captain. Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsey, Emma Lamb, Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell. It is a middle order under pressure though for England, no question about that. What about for Australia? Phoebe Litchfield and Georgia Vole open the batting. No Alyssa Healy with a calf injury, the captain, keeper and leading run scorer in the tournament, fresh off back-to-back hundreds, misses the match. Elise Perry, Beth Mooney, Annabelle Sutherland, Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath is the captain today. Sophie Molyneux, Alana King, who's got 9 wickets in her last 2 ODIs against England, Kim Garth and Megan Schutz. So out go Healy, Wareham and Brown, in come Vole, Molyneux and Garth, and into the chair alongside me, World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Oh, I'm excited.
Me too. I loved the other day here at this ground, England versus India. It was such a good game, and the age-old rivalry, like we've said, like it's been built up to be, England versus Australia. we're down to the nitty-gritty part of the tournament, and this is where things really do start to get exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned that England have already qualified for the semi-finals. What we don't know is what the semi-final makeup will be, because yes, we know that Australia, England and South Africa have qualified. We wait to see whether India can join them. There is still outside chances for others. Indeed, New Zealand would be first and foremost in that list. There is a argument to say that Sri Lanka could potentially sneak in, but it is quite a weak argument, I think it's fair to say. And once we know all of those details, we'll also know where the semi-finalists will be heading to: Guwahati or Navi Mumbai, which also hosts the final week on Sunday. So, what can we expect as the flags come out here at Indore? Different surface. It is a black soil pitch rather than the red soil we saw in England's win against India. So they say that holds together a little bit more. Dry looking surface. Both sides wanted to have a bowl first. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, I mean, both sides would have wanted to bowl first because the dew comes in, doesn't it? And it gets a little bit easier to bat under the lights, as Talia McGrath said at the toss. I've been down and had a look. It is a little bit patchy. There are some cracks in the surface, but it doesn't spin here as much as it has anywhere else in the tournament, so that we will see less spin. I know England play a lot of spinners, but it's more skidding the ball on, and we saw Charlie Dean getting a little bit of bounce. Eccleston with the ball that will skid on, and her quicker one will be quite dangerous. And Lindsay Smith, when I can get my words out, with her in-swingers to the right-handers with the new ball. So yeah, we're not going to see a load of spin as in off the surface, but we're still going to see a lot of spin bowled.
Enormous flags are out there. They are of such vast scale, it seems barely plausible. And I reckon that every flag has around about 50 people required to haul them out and stretch them across. The two sides will be walking out between the swirling sparklers in just a moment. The umpires heading to the middle. Our umpires out there today will be Jacqueline Williams of the West Indies and New Zealand's Kim Cotton. The World Cup trophy that these sides will be so desperate to get their hands on waits there gleaming up the grey skies here in Indore. The birds swooping and diving high up above. The flags are being buffeted a little bit above that old scoreboard in the distance. And here come the two sides. Australia, no Alyssa Healy with that injury, Alex. That is a big loss for the Australian side.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? She's had 200s already, 2 back-to-back centuries in this World Cup so far this year, and it's a huge blow. It just don't know what it means for the rest of her tournament and the rest of Australia's tournament, but you know, she's a massive player, obviously the captain, but such a powerful batter at the top of the order.
Okay, two sides lining up in front of us. England in the various shades of blue, Australia in the green and the gold, and it is time now for the national anthems of both England and Australia. When someone hits play. There we go. Now time for Australia's Advance Australia Fair. love to know why Lise Perry, Ash Gardner and Beth Mooney had the giggles throughout the entirety of that, but they did. And the Australian side break away, ready to head out to the field with England's openers padded up already, Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones. Amy Jones, 56 in the last game, taking a little bit of heat, I suppose, off her at the top of the order. Tammy Beaumont, Alex, hasn't quite looked herself, though.
No, she hasn't, and Megan Shute in particular will have her eyes on Tammy Beaumont with that ball swinging back in towards the right-hander. But no, Beaumont will be... She was a little bit better in the last game. Her strike rate wasn't fantastic. I think it was about 50 in the end, maybe like 54. But she got through the power play and got through the in-swinging ball. So hopefully today, for Beaumont's sake, she can up that strike rate a little bit more at the top of the order. But I think head coach Charlotte Edwards was pretty happy with how England went with the bat in the previous game against India.
Well, yeah, it was a game that England really had no right to win, with India needing 57 and a run of ball, 7 wickets in hand, but somehow England managed to hold their nerve in a way that India simply couldn't. And as such, they won a game that has put enormous pressure on India and gives England the freedom of playing this match, knowing that their qualification for the semi-finals is already assured. So that is the state of play. The two umpires out in the middle in the black bottoms and the pink jerseys, the tournament colours, which I'm not going to call, Phil Long, a combination of pink and purple, because they are shades of plum.
Shades of plum, yeah. Plum, teal, and I can't remember what the shade of yellow is for this tournament, but yeah, very specifically it is shades of plum.
I've come in shades of plum today.
You've come basically in the same uniform as the TV crew as well, which makes me think you've come trying to sort of
getting the next job.
Yeah, well,
I'm always looking over someone's shoulder for the next opportunity, you know.
Yeah, well, we all know something like that at a drinks party. Anyway, Daniel Norcross is standing by. They always say, keep an eye on those people that are looking over your shoulder for someone more interesting to chat to.
Speaking of, Dan's right behind your shoulder.
Yeah, right, I'm getting out of the way. Here come England's openers, and Daniel Norcross will join Alex Hartley for the start of this game.
Well, this is it, isn't it? These are the games that we all get up and about for. These are the games we love to watch. England versus Australia in a World Cup. Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones opening the batting. A little bit of talk on the England openers and how they haven't quite fired yet in this tournament. England have been heavily reliant on Heather Knight and Nat Sciver-Brunt. And today is the day for them to really put their foot down and show what they're about. They beat Australia in the warm-up game before the World Cup. And no doubt the Aussies will want to say, not again, mate. All right, Dan?
Yes, exactly like that. Well, it's a weird one. It's a kind of phony war, really, because, as Henry was mentioning earlier, and you were talking about, both sides are through to the semi-finals. You've no idea if they really care which semi-final they're in either. For England, there are pluses and minuses. If they find themselves in all likelihood playing South Africa in Guwahati, they've got good memories of that because they thrashed South Africa in the first game, but you don't think that's going to happen again in that fashion. If they don't play that game, they would have finished top. The likelihood is they'd play India in Mumbai. That sounds like quite a tricky assignment. I think at this stage it's just about getting into your cricket and playing it as well as you possibly can and keeping that winning momentum, as they say. Now we're going to wait for a while because there's the camera, the robot camera's there.
Yeah, well,
it's
the
a short
5-minute
point.
bell's only just been rung, so there's still actually 2 minutes till the start of play.
Yeah, they're very keen to get out there, aren't they?
So the what do you call it? The robot cam now she's starting to make way off. I'd love it if the cam went between slip and first slip there.
But then had to avoid the helmet. So it would be quite tricky. It's a tricky manoeuvre. It's making its way very slowly round. It's now at a sort of very, very short fine leg, almost a short leg position. Now it's off. And it's away, and it's going down towards this tiny little gap between the boundary sponges, and it's going to... That's perfectly, brilliantly and expertly manoeuvred right between those two sponges. And so we're very nearly going to be ready. These two countries girt by sea, but only one of them thinks to put that in their national anthem. Megan Shute is going to start wearing a war paint. Big quantities of zinc cream stretched across her cheeks and her nose. A slip in place, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and long leg, and a deep square leg. England opting for no changes despite Tammy Beaumont being in quite awkward form, and indeed a middle order that's not firing at all. But today, well, they'll just hope they can find that form. As here we go, Megan Shute with the first ball of the match into Amy Jones, who clips it away down to fine leg for a single. England are underway, Amy Jones is underway. Now, who was it of you who thought that the big flex would be to get Elise Perry on to bowl to Amy Jones? It was Fionn Wynne. She thinks that's what Australia should do. But Elise Perry doesn't bowl anymore. She's getting a bit longer in the tooth now, and for her, sidling around the boundary, cutting off balls and having a little bat at number 3 is more the order of the day. She leaves the heavy lifting now to the likes of Sutherland and McGrath. The youngsters. She's earned the right.
Still bowls in franchise cricket though.
But yeah, she's got the wood over Amy Jones. It'd be interesting to see if they just bring her on to test Jones. Now then, Beaumont batting well out of her crease. She pulls her first ball down towards deep backward square leg. It's going to be 4. Well, a good positive start from Beaumont. Her first scoring shot here a few days ago was exactly that. It was off a free hit. And this time, she's just crunched that just behind square on the leg side. There was a deep square leg for Amy Jones, but that fielder had come in for Beaumont. There is only, in fact, one boundary rider for Amy Jones, for Tammy Beaumont, which is intriguing. And she was able to get that to the left of the fine leg and away to the boundary for 4. England 5 without loss after 2. Shoot in again. That's tapped into the onside by Beaumont. There's no run. Now, when we saw her the other day, Tammy Beaumont was under the microscope for struggling against the in-swinging delivery, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And she was batting so, not just outside of her crease, but also, as you spotted, Al, so far over to beyond off stump that you could see off stump, middle stump and leg stump.
Yeah, well, I was worried she was going to get bowled leg stump at one stage.
Shoot into her. She just defends this into the onside, but that square leg's up inside the ring, so she won't get the run. It is Perry who's come in off the boundary.
And she's doing very, very similar today. Outside her crease, outside the off stump. And Tammy Beaumont at her best would just wallop one of these over mid-wicket to put the pressure back on the bowler. The first ball to Tammy Beaumont, too short. Lovely pull shot. Oh, that echoed, didn't it?
That was very good, Shoot it again, defended by Beaumont, back at the wicket to the bowler. There's no run. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if she's a little bit more positive this time. I mean, she was so struggling with her technique against India 3 days ago that England didn't really go very far in the power play. Was it 42 runs in the power play? Phil Long is alongside me with his
44.
44, thank you. And Beaumont ended up striking it around 50. As shoots into again, is defended solidly on the front foot up to short extra cover. There's no run. 5 off the over that boundary. A single to Jones. England underway 5 without loss after 1.
Well, I've got a little Megan Shute stat. Okay. Shute has found more swing than any other Australian bowler in this competition, with 1.7 degrees of movement on average. 82% of her deliveries swinging significantly to the right-hander. England's openers have struggled against in-swing deliveries so far in this tournament, with 3 dismissals at an average of just 16.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, to that end, Tammy Beaumont is absolutely determined to prove that she can counter the in-swinging ball. But one wonders if that is to the detriment of her free scoring. Because sometimes, a batter, they don't want to think too hard, do they, batters? They're simple folk a lot of the time when they're going well.
Yeah, there are certain batters that when they're in their rhythm, you say, what was going through your mind? And they're, I don't think when I'm in the flow.
That's the zone. That is the zone for you.
Look at this field, Dan. It's just changed. There was 2 slips and a gully, and now there's a slip, a gully, and a catching backward point.
There is a deep cover and a deep backward square leg. Those are the 2 boundary riders.
What's the plan here then? They've seen something with Amy Jones.
There's been plenty to look at as first delivery is driven through the covers, off Garth, down towards deep point. There'll just be the single as Elise Perry fires in the throw. Jones has faced the 2 balls. She's got a single off each, 6 without loss. Kim Garth bowling there at about 69 miles an hour. It's a ludicrous lineup that Australia have got. We've talked about it many times. They've got 5 legitimate seam options. Are we counting? Does that include Perry?
Yeah.
It does include Perry. Bowl. Just 5 and 3. It's just 5 seam options and 3 gun spinners.
Just going in with some options.
Well, you could basically perb almost any of them to open your bowling if you wanted to, in a way. As Garth runs away from us, tall, blonde-haired, and that's left alone, wide outside the off-stump. Not so wide that umpire Kim Cotton signals wide. There's no run, Phil.
What other team would lose their captain, their wicket-keeper and their top scorer? And you might not hardly notice.
Well, you could argue it could be an upgrade. I mean, Oh, it's a no ball.
How good's that sign? The siren, the no ball siren.
Takes a while to come sometimes, doesn't it? But
it does.
so that previous ball that was wide outside the off stump was a no ball, and so England will get a run, and Beaumont will have a free hit. And it's the sort of thing that actually she needs here, just to free herself up a touch. It was a very tight no ball. Heel on the line, but nothing behind it, as Garth is into Beaumont, who smashes his back over the bowler's head for 6. And as straight as you like, and a smile teases across Beaumont's lips. Do you like that? That's what she can do when she's feeling free and uncluttered of thought. And if you get a free hit, you get that opportunity, don't you? Just 1 foot down the ground and smashed it for 6.
Well, I said this the other day, but Tammy looks in the mood, doesn't she? She does look in the mood. I don't want to put the mockers on her again, so I'm not going to say how many runs she's going to score.
You did it the other day when she was on 4, didn't you? She was out the very next ball against Pakistan, wasn't it? Right, Garth in again. That's not a free hit. It's wide of the off stump and swings into the gloves of Beth Mooney. There's no run.
But I just think she looks a little bit more relaxed today. Against India the other day, she was breathing. You could physically see the fact that she was having to exhale as the bowler was running in, and it's all part of her routine. She's got one, but she's got a smile on her face today. She's got her chest out, her shoulders down.
Yeah.
She's like,
you're seeing good signs, are you?
I'm seeing good Beaumont signs today.
She's in double figures already. She's moved to 10 with that 6. As Garth is into again, driven gloriously through extra cover for 4. A bit over pitched from Garth, and that swung right onto the middle of Beaumont's bat. She laced it through the covers. There's a deep point, Elise Perry, but there was no way she was getting round to that. Not even the 25-year-old Perry would have made it round the boundary for that one.
Just a little bit slotty from Kim Garth outside the off stump. That's her plan. Tammy Beaumont comes out of her crease, makes it into a slot ball, but she's got that slip gully catching point because she is swinging the ball away from the right-hander and bowling outside the off stump.
Well, this is a very positive start from England, and especially from Beaumont. She moves to 14, England 17 without loss. Garth into with the keeper standing up, and that's flicked away fine down to the boundary. Fielders after, it's not going to get there. There's an appeal for LBW. She had moved across her stumps, and Beth Mooney's now going to come and chat to Talia McGrath and to the bowler. The bowler's not as interested, Garth.
That's not.
We haven't had the signal from the umpire yet, as is correct. DRS timers going down.
The umpire nearly signalled leg buys and remembered, oh, best not.
And now she's going to signal leg buys. So it's an expensive over so far. That ball drifting down the leg side. That was nowhere near hitting the stumps. But it's 4 more to England. Had a 6, a 4 off the bat, 4 leg buys, and England at 21 without loss. As Beaumont faces up again, and just very wide of off stump. Really well taken by Mooney, who's a substitute keeper, standing up 71 miles an hour, wide of the off stump, taken as easy as you like. England 21 without loss, an over that yielded how many in the end? 16, of which 12 are accredited to the bowler, but 5 of them were extras and no ball and 4 leg buys.
That was Tammy Beaumont's first 6 in her last 9 ODIs.
Is that right?
When do you reckon her last 6 was?
West Indies?
Yeah, Grace Road in June.
Yeah. Big playing area, Grace Road. One of the largest in the country, isn't it, Phil?
So they say.
Yeah, well, what do you mean, so they say? You're supposed to know all about Grace Road. You're a man of those parts. As shoot is in, Mooney again up to the stumps, flicked away into the onside, past the diving Mig Rickett, out towards the boundary. Perry's got some ground to make. She'll get there, then get back for 2. And this time it's Jones getting in on the act.
For a long time they said it was the second largest in the world after the MCG.
Yeah.
But I've not seen that confirmed anywhere over time. Maybe it was just
I think it feels right though, you know.
Feels good.
I mean, it's so big.
It's enormous, isn't it?
Square. I mean, short, straight though, isn't it? So
the atmosphere is very odd at Grace Road.
What atmosphere?
The Ambonese. As shoot is in. This is defended back at the wicket up to mid-off, no run. Sorry, it's an in-joke that Fionn and I have. There was a review for our hotel which talked at great length about the splendid Ambonese. We believe it meant ambience, but
yeah, ambience.
But there's an odd.
We have called it Ambonese since, haven't we?
We have, yes. It's going to get to the point when I actually have forgotten what the word ambience means. Shooting once again, thick outside edge, squirts into the gully region where it's stopped by the fielder. There's no run.
I joined in with the Australian slip fielding this morning.
Oh,
as,
did you?
They were warming up out there, Phoebe Litchfield and...
Slipper? I never really saw you as a slipper, Al.
Oh, well, I found myself in my natural habitat. I was at deep third.
Right. You're
collecting balls.
Right. 23 without loss. You have many fine attributes. I didn't really see you as a slipper, as this is full driven up to mid-off, straight to the fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, the ball kept coming towards my way as I was doing my laps. So I was collecting the balls. I walked past and said, if you just want me to play, just ask. And Phoebe Litchfield was like, do you fancy it? I was like, absolutely not.
We could actually do with a ringer in the Aussie camp.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be me.
Now, Alyssa Healy is here at the ground, and she's in full kit with a little tabard on. Shoots in once again. This is worked off the back foot, but can't be. Short mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, she went out for the national anthem and she was struggling, it has to be said. There was a definite limp.
It's calf, isn't it, this time? She's had
out.
issues with that before, hasn't she, I think?
Yeah, once it goes, it's hard to get rid of. Mine went before the 100 and it's still niggly.
Really?
Yeah, they're a pain. They're a pain.
Yes, I can well believe it. Shooting to completely over the third of the innings. Jones drives firmly, nicely, but straight to a very straight mid-on. 23 without loss, 2 off the over. Jones has 4 off 8. Beaumont has 14 off 11.
Dan, let me tell you and tell everyone the task ahead for England today to beat Australia. Australia played 97 matches across World Cups. They've won 83 of those. Since the last World Cup, they've played 35 games. Their record, 130, lost 4. Since the 2023 Ashes out in England, played 29, won 26, lost 2. And since the start of February last year, played 19, won 18, lost 1. Across World Cups, England have only beaten them 4 times. The last time they beat them not in England was back in 1988.
1988?
Beaten them 4 times in World Cup games.
Garth starts in the over, wide of the off stump again, really well taken by Mooney, no run. Henry Moran was giving us a stat that England had never beaten Australia on neutral territory. So they'd beaten them in Australia, they'd beaten them in England, but anywhere outside of England or Australia they'd never won. And it may not have escaped your notice that we are on neutral territory today.
Yeah, the 4 wins win 73, 88, 93 and 2017 by 3 runs at Bristol, where somebody took 2 for 31 off 10 overs.
Ooh, well bowled. Fold defended by Beaumont into a packed cordon. The offside, Ash Gardner does the fielding, there's no run.
Yeah, I think I was. Beth Mooney, caught at mid-off by Anya Shrubsalt.
Nice.
And no idea on the other one. No idea.
It's not bad getting the left-hander out, caught at mid-off. What, did you see her in the flight?
Yeah. You know,
Dip a bit.
probably turned, bounced, did all sorts.
Did a lot, I should think.
Yeah, I would imagine so, especially when she was caught mid-off.
Well, you're at the height of your powers then. As Garth is into Beaumont, who defends very solidly. Nice timing up to mid-on, no
How
run.
have I forgotten it was Meg Lanning bowled?
You bowled Meg Lanning?
Oh my, it was a right rip snort. Yeah.
Was it a Midland leg take
It was
off?
a slower ball. I did her in the flight.
Oh, lovely. Let's
Was,
have a look at your back pocket.
There you go.
There she is.
Meg. No wonder you're not out there. Still with me.
That must have been a fun wicket to get,
Yeah,
though.
it was.
Yeah,
Get
that's a
back
nice
in the
memory.
dressing room.
Garth into Beaumont, who lets this go by the keeper, no run. This is good stuff from Mooney. She's standing up the stumps to prevent Beaumont from getting out of her crease, and Beaumont's very deliberately wanting to get out of her crease because she wants to stop the swinging ball from Garth. She wants to be able to take that ball as near the full as possible, but Mooney is such a fine keeper. I mean, Garth is bowling here at 70 odd miles an hour, and there's no trouble at all for Mooney, who's not even the regular keeper. It's kind of daft, isn't it, really? Garth in again, defended again by Beaumont on the walk. So there'll be no run as it goes to Gardner at short extra.
Do we assume that if an injury was to befall Amy Jones, that Tammy Beaumont would wear the big gloves?
Got to be, doesn't it? I mean, do you think there's
Yeah,
another
no,
option?
Tammy. Yeah, it would be Tammy. Yeah.
I mean, no other option, I think, would there? I mean, Alice Capsey probably does everything, but
She definitely used to keep, didn't she? But now she's the old off-spinning all-rounder.
yeah. Last ball of the over. It's full, nicely driven up to mid-off, but again, no run, a maiden over. Maiden over from Kim Garth. England 23 without loss after 4, having been put into bat by Australia on this black soil pitch. Now we're led to believe that black soil holds together longer because it's made predominantly, has more clay in it, so it retains the moisture. So a red soil pitch is one that'll break up when you get those classic pitches that India's spinners like to play on, like Jadeja, Akshay Patel. After, no time at all, it'll break up. We saw a game here, Phil and I, a few years ago when Australia played India in a test match, and it broke up at about 45 minutes into the first day, didn't it?
It did. Maybe even before that.
Cheteshwar Pujara got a ball that turned a mile from Nathan Lyon well before lunch as Megan Shute starts in the over. But again, Amy Jones can't get past the short mid-wicket and there's no run.
But it is always incredible, India, that you've got your test wickets and your one-day wickets almost alongside each other and do two completely different things, don't they?
Well, they bring in whichever soil they want and they mix it with the likes of sand and soil and clay and whatnot, and so they can point at the pitch and say, yeah, we'll have this one, thank you very much. Shoot into Jones, short, walloped out over deep mid-wicket, 1 bounce 4. That's a shot of real authority. He has nailed that. Amy Jones rocked back in her crease. It wasn't a great ball from Megan Shute, dragged down, but my word, that was hit with power. 1 bounce, and that bounce was only about 3 or 4 yards inside the boundary at deep mid-wicket. The boundaries today, Phil was telling me, 56 metres one side, 57 the other. We're basically slap bang in the middle. England to 27 without loss. Shoot in again to Jones. Fuller driven up to mid-off, can't beat the fielder.
And I'm led to believe 56 metres at either end as well.
That's beautiful, isn't it? So there's no, shorter side, there's no hiding of anything. Might see some more sixes today. We only had the one, didn't we, in the game India played against England here 3 days ago. Heather Knight struck that.
Yeah, 1 already today, 11 last night in the South Africa innings.
Ooh.
I mean, they did get 300 in about 4 minutes.
They marmalised Pakistan. Defended again by Jones to short mid-wicket. Slip is staying in. There's a slip and a gully still in place. Australia very willing to attack, but I'm just seeing signs here. Alex, I think England are being a little bit more aggressive here than they were against India. They were slightly tentative to start with, weren't they? But here, they're on the attack.
Yeah, just not allowing, obviously Garth's previous over was a maiden, but it's also making sure when the ball's there to be hit, you hit it.
Shoot in, and that's cut beautifully through the infield. It's going to run away for 4. There's a point and an extra cover, but with the slip and the gully in place, there aren't as many fielders to protect that inner ring, and Jones has found quite a sizable gap, picked up another boundary, her second, and England have gone to 31 without loss. Jones to 12. Yeah,
just like that. As soon as the bowler gets it wrong, that was there to be punched through the covers. It was more of it wasn't a cut shot, was it? It was more of a
back foot drive, really. Yeah. Now cut. That is a cut, and that's 4. Same place, a little bit wider, a little bit shorter. And Amy Jones has finished this over with 2 boundaries of the highest class. She's looking in good nick. We've said this a few times about Amy Jones, and Phil Long's giving me a wince. Don't say that. She looked in great nick here the other day when she got past 50 and then gave it away, caught it mid-on. But today she's looking decent. 3 fours in her 16. England are 35 without loss. And Australia are annoyingly getting through their overs quite... well, I might get out of the way. I think I might be able to get out of the way. I can do the switcheroo.
You can.
I might do it after this one ball, because we have to
We've
avoid...
got loads of time.
We've got to avoid Hartley ever doing ball by ball. That's...
But we've got loads of time.
Henry and I
You've messed it up now. You had enough time.
Yeah, but it didn't look like it. Everyone was in position.
No, they were. If you look, extra was talking to the captain.
Well, Kim Garth's going to start this over. Tammy Beaumont's facing. And it's defended. I'm going to get out of the way. More from you, Al, on this bright start than to be Henry Moran.
No, you know what? I might not even add anything anymore, Dan. You wouldn't let me do that one ball. Whatever. No, but it's been a great start for England, hasn't it? Amy Jones, in that previous over, 3 bad balls from Megan Shute, and she capitalised on those and the pressure on the bowling attack. I think that is the only way you get ahead of this Australia side is put pressure on their bowlers.
They just don't look intimidated, do they? These two,
Not
so far.
today.
Which is encouraging from England's perspective. Here comes Kim Garth into bowl to Beaumont, who slaps the ball into the turf, and it's fielded at short third. And there will be no run. Kim Garth, who's stock in trade, is to bowl basically to not concede any runs whatsoever.
And it works. It does work.
She's very good at it. And it builds pressure whilst At the other end, it might be a little more expensive, but there could be wickets to be had. Garth running it again, running away from us, and Beaumont will nudge the ball into the onside. It'll go to the right of Alana King, who fields at mid-wicket, and there is a single taken, and so England making a really good start here, having been asked to have a bat first. 36 without loss. Jones on 16, Beaumont on 15. Get in touch with us, TMS at bbc.co.uk.
Well, let us know where you're painting your fence or hanging out your washing.
Well, Richard's in Geelong, listening on the ABC Listener. Unseasonably cold night here in southern Australia. Settling in with a nice glass of white wine, hoping for a great game. Either way, I know it'll be an entertaining call. We'll do our best, Richard. TMS at bbc.co.uk. Here is Kim Garth running in away from us, and Jones will clip the ball with a lot of bottom hand towards Alana King on the leg side, and England remain at 36 without loss. You know, fortifications in sort of medieval castles before they built them out of stone.
I'm just trying to work out why so many of the same.
Man of habit, though. In comes Kim Garth. Jones waiting, whips the ball away off the hips, down towards long leg for a single.
I must admit, I thought the same thing this morning. So I've left a bag in Visakhapatnam with a lot of bits in, just so I could travel light from here, because we're going back for the game against New Zealand. And yeah, I thought, why on earth have I bought, I don't know, about 10 or 12 pencils? Ridiculous.
I thought
maybe just bring 2 in a pencil sharpener.
But no, you never know.
You never know.
Garth again. Final ball of the 6th over, her third, is angled nicely by Beaumont. She's going to get runs here, manages to beat the dive a short third, and the ball scoots away and gets there for 4. There's a big patch of turf used for practice pitches, and that helps the ball get a little boost of speed as it heads towards the boundary. And England move to 41 without loss, 6 from the over, and life at the moment for England's openers is feeling pretty good in Indore.
Really nicely played from Beaumont, who allows the ball to come to her and guides it off the face of the bat between that catching point and gully. Beautifully played by Tammy Beaumont, who looks good out there actually. She looks very good, very comfortable, in control.
Well, England will be happy with life at the moment, but they've got to keep on this momentum, just keep on showing the confidence, showing the fact that they're not intimidated by this Australian side that, I think it's fair to say, embarrassed them earlier this year, Alex, in the women's Ashes. Far end of the ground, Megan Schutt's going to continue with Amy Jones on strike, keep her up to the stumps, and Jones gets a delivery which she can angle into the onside towards Elise Perry, who runs in from mid-wicket in front of a couple of blue and white umbrellas that are shielding the camera operators, not from necessarily blazing sunshine, but the various elements. There's a few spectators in the first tier as the stands fill up all the time. Lots of Virat Kohli shirts and a few Smriti Mandhanas as well, dotted around. It won't be as busy as the other night when England took on India.
Yeah, that was a good crowd, wasn't it?
Beaumont waits. Will look for a run into the onside. Nothing doing there.
You won't like me for saying this. Al definitely won't like me for saying this, but
What?
this morning's Times of India mentioned there was rain about in Madhya Pradesh at the moment.
Everyone's got me as the is he Michael Fish of the cricket world, because I keep tweeting about the rain. But I'm tweeting about the rain in Sri Lanka. If it rains here, I haven't really got a leg to stand on. It's barely rained.
Megan Schutt runs in, whips it away, does Beaumont, down towards Kim Garth at long leg. 1 run is taken. I can see Elisa Healy, the Australian captain, is down there wandering some drinks around as a plane goes overhead, and it's a cheer from the crowd. Let's see where it is, what it is. You're going to like Visakhapatnam, Al.
Why?
Well, there's all sorts going on the seafront. Here is Schutt to Jones, and a swing and a miss, and it's put down by Mooney up to the stumps. Not sure there was any bat on it. Well, on the seafront, Phil and I went for a walk there the other day, and there is a collection of museums that are very specific, and they are all sort of based on either a particular model of an aeroplane,
Okay.
but there is also a submarine. Jones thinks about winding up for a big launch down the ground, instead just defends back towards the bowler, and there is no run. England 43 without loss with the ball left of the 7th.
Do you have to go in the boat to see the submarine, or
No,
have they
no.
lobbed it out and lobbed it on the side?
It's on the side.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I do like a museum, but my dyslexia sometimes gets me. I struggle with museums and reading what they are.
Right.
When we were in Sri Lanka, we went for a walk down the port.
Yes. Shoot to Jones. It's a full delivery, which is defended. And the over comes to an end with England 43 without loss after 7.
I was just with my mum and I said, "Oh, there's a Marmite museum." She looked at me and said, "What?" I said, "The Marmite museum."
That's
I was-
amazing in
I thought,
Colombo.
yeah, I thought, oh, Dan's going to love that.
Yeah.
He loves Marmite, and we spoke about it a lot. Maritime.
Ah. That will make sense.
Yeah. But I've done it with the balsamic gardens in Australia. Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I remember my friend who was very excited. We went on a lad's holiday to Tenerife many years ago, and he said the resort's it's unbelievable. They're putting on a show with a load of flamingos. It's going to be unbelievable. We've got to go down. They're going to be those birds. I imagine they'll be dancing, all sorts of things. We've rushed down, very excited. Flamenco.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It can happen.
It can happen. 43 without loss. Kim Garth sticks her tongue out as she stands at the end of her mark and has Tammy Beaumont in her sights. Garth 3 overs, none for 18, and England 43 without loss after 7. Beaumont whips that away with authority. That's going to be 4. Goodness me, it was on the pads, but it was quickly sent away from them, out through mid-wicket, and whistling away to that boundary over to our right. 47 without loss.
That's beautifully timed by Tammy Beaumont. Kim Garth wide outside the off stump, and then she tries to get that straighter one. She starts with the straighter one. It's angling down the leg side. Beaumont waits for it, whips it past mid-wicket, and it shoots to the boundary.
Well, there's thinking to do for Australia here. We've got a deep slip and a short third in catching positions, and Beaumont this time will tickle the ball down towards fine leg for 4 more. England are rollicking along here. 50 up, 51 without loss after 7.2 overs.
It's not a bad ball, that. It was probably going to hit leg stump from Kim Garth. She goes fuller, she goes straighter, and Beaumont goes, "Thank you, I'm going to go slightly finer." It's really nicely played, just looking to turn the ball into the leg side, and gets the tiniest little bit of tickle. Perfect.
The sun is still up in Perth for Danae, who's listening. Looking forward to the game, hoping for no rain. Garth into Beaumont, who slashes at that for 4 more. There he goes, flying behind square on the offside, and Australian fielders are being sent scattering to all parts of indoor at the moment. 55 without loss.
Well, this is the way to do it. This is the way to put pressure on Australia. They won the toss, they wanted to bowl first. England with the bat, making the most of the loose deliveries from Australia. And we were talking the other day how a surface like this does suit England more than those surfaces that we've had in Guwahati and Sri Lanka, the ones that turn, the ones that bounce. This one, it just comes onto the bat really nicely, and England making the most of it.
Yeah, 7.5 overs gone. This is already England's most productive power play of the World Cup.
Oof. What a time to do it.
A woof.
Woof woof.
Woof.
55 without loss. Garth to Beaumont, who this time defends, and sometimes a defensive shot like that with real confidence and authority can be as much of a demonstration of control from a batter as any lacing through the covers or smash down the ground, because it just shows that you're not phased. You're
Yeah,
not
but I
in
wanted
trouble.
one more 4.
I know you did. You want lots more 4s is what you want. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, I say that. Wurzel's emailed tms@bbc.co.uk. Garth trundling in once more. Beaumont driving, but straight to the hands of Sutherland, waiting at mid-on, Australia's leading wicket taker this tournament. You had a mention of Geelong just now. Well, it's a popular listening spot. I'm here as well. No wine for me, unfortunately, though. I'm on shift at stupid o'clock in the morning, so right now I'm tucked up under the doona.
Under the doona.
And that's an Australian word for a duvet, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Crazy weather here today. Mild and calm first thing. Cats and dogs by 7 a.m. Beaumont defends. 3 dot balls to conclude the over, an over that yields 12 runs. Thank you to Alex Hartley for now. 8 overs gone here in indoor, with England 55 without loss. Goodness me, what a start. This afternoon, says Wurzel, 100km/h winds. Blimey, well, England have blown away Australia's opening bowling partnership. Thus far, it has gone very much the way of an England side semi-final bound, but at the moment, Fionn Wynne looking every bit a match for their much vaunted counterparts.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird, doesn't it? We were obviously there in January and didn't see much like this. Australia probably bowled a bit too wide, particularly to Tammy Beaumont, but they've already made a change. Annabelle Sutherland, who's been in brilliant form with the ball, and are already having to chop and change, not used to that.
Yeah, 12 wickets at 10.2 apiece for Annabelle Sutherland in this World Cup. Mind you, she's batting at number 5, but only scored 6 runs in 3 innings, so...
It's a good thing about being an all-rounder, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like you, Winnie, writing for the website commentating.
Stop it.
Here is Sutherland bowling to Jones, who rather hangs the bat outside the off stump, and it goes through to the gloves of Beth Mooney, who's standing back. You can read Fionn's musings, thoughts, reports, analysis on the BBC Sport website and app as we go through the tournament. Annabelle Sutherland, the second leading wicket taker in the competition so far, just Deepti Sharma ahead of her on 13 wickets. Sutherland rushes in again, right arm over. Jones will defend into the offside.
I know we always joke about it, but she's always there, isn't she, Deepti?
Yeah. Can't keep her out of the game.
She's easy to forget, but she's always there.
Always contributes. It's going to need to contribute as well. You're under a bit of pressure. We tried on our team chat group last night to work out the permutations.
Yeah, I think we did.
Did we get there in the end?
Yeah,
well,
Dan's our man for permutations.
It is quite complicated. Jones struck on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. Sutherland is quicker than Garthall should, but doesn't get the swing necessarily. Her threat comes from bustling medium fast bowling. Talia McGrath, the stand-in captain, tosses the ball up and down and has a little think.
I think most times you wouldn't really care about the semi-final permutations. You go into a semi-final, you don't really mind, but one of them is being held where the final is, and one is over in the northeast of India.
Sutherland to Jones, who again is beaten, this time for pace, genuinely beaten for pace. That's a quick ball, and Jones has a little look at the surface, which had some bounce and carry there, Fionn.
Yeah, she's used a shorter ball really well, Annabelle Sutherland, throughout the tournament. I think it was against India where she really mixed it up at the death and they couldn't kick on. We were saying they probably should have got to 350, and it was because of her that they didn't. Just uses her pace so well.
Sutherland to Jones, who this time will defend back up the track, and England happy to block the bad balls at the moment, such as the speed of their start. 55 without loss with the ball left of the 9th over. They don't need to worry too much about chasing things.
Yeah, it's 8 dot balls in a row now.
Oh. Gary emails. Delivering the post in Surrey. Lovely morning, autumn sunshine, listening to the commentary. And please let Alex do some ball-by-ball commentary. Jones is bowled! Off stump is rocked back, and it has been a threatening over, and that is a quite brilliant way to conclude it. Amy Jones could do nothing about it. She's bowled for 18, and Annabelle Sutherland with her 13th wicket of the tournament, and it is a beauty. It's full, it just straightens enough, and it goes rattling into the top of off stump.
Yeah, the perfect sight for a fast bowler, just trimming the bails of off stump from Annabelle Sutherland. We were saying how crucial she has been to Australia with the ball. They were forced to turn to her quite early because of how quickly England started in this power play, and delivers with a wicket maiden. It was a bright start from Amy Jones, but she's been beaten by a beauty there, and is that the bit of momentum that Australia need after a tricky start?
Well, they turn to their strike bowler, who does strike. She's now joint leading wicket taker in the tournament, and that is a a fabulous delivery. You'll be able to watch it on the BBC Sport website and app shortly. And it is worth watching. Any faults at the door of the batter?
It's a good one, isn't it?
Like it looked it, didn't it?
It seemed to nip in a little bit, but it's top of off stump, I suppose you could say, as an opener. Yes, you've got to be keeping those out, but it was the setup, wasn't it? It was the 5 dot balls, or how many in a row was it, Phil?
That was the 9th, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
9 dot
right,
balls in a row. Yeah, probably just a bit of that pressure telling on Amy Jones, even though England had got a really productive start. And Heather Knight, who's been England's rock in this middle order, she scored a beautiful 86 ball century here just a few days ago, and is in the power play once again.
Well, it does bring somebody that has been in good form and got 100 in the last game. Heather Knight playing her 301st international, the former skipper. A brilliant 100. 109 off 91 balls in the last match. There was a 79 not out against Bangladesh that won England the game from a tricky point as well. She's had a good tournament. It'll be Beaumont on strike, and this is defended. Back up the track it goes. England 55 for 1. The game just feels a little different all of a sudden.
Yeah, you just feel like you've seen that delivery again from Annabelle Sutherland's cross seam. Just, if we see Amy Jones just playing across the line a little bit, her back kind of just twists in her hands. It's a frustrating one considering how well England had started. Doesn't take much for Australia to get their tails up, does it?
Nope. Here comes Kim Garth as Beaumont is cramped for room.
And watching that replay, if you wanted to see a ball which touches the top of off, that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Let's look at a replay now. Just held its line, and there was enough movement. We're just seeing that replay of what the ball would have done without the deviation, and there was just enough, and it was a quicker ball as well. Jones just all out beaten by it. And Annabelle Sutherland, what a good player to have. Goodness me. Kim Garth kicks up her heels, runs in, right arm over, and Beaumont is defending into the offside. How many dots is that in a row now, Phil?
Yeah, well, that's 3 in this over, 6, 12 in a row.
12 and a wicket.
Right. Well, England's still in a very good position, but as the power play comes to an end, it has been a power play that has seen Australia fighting back at the tail end of it. Kim Garth, with the keeper up to the stumps, is going to bowl, running away from us, over the wicket, and Beaumont drops the ball into the leg side. There'll be no run there. Fielded by Ash Gardner, who's been a nemesis of England's in recent times. First time these sides have met since the Ashes earlier this year that brought about such criticism, such change, such a period of self-reflection as much as anything for the England women's side. Beaumont waits, bat raised, and will look for a run into the onside, but again it'll be fielded by Gardner. An email from Marcus, tms@bbc.co.uk. On the subject of reading signs incorrectly, at the airport a friend pointed us in the direction of the luggage casserole. Oh dear. 55 for 1. Final ball of the 10th over, and indeed the power play. Here is Garth running into bowl 2. Tammy Beaumont, who is pushing into the offside. It'll be another maiden. It's stopped by Phoebe Litchfield. England have lost the 1 wicket, that of Amy Jones for 18. Beaumont is there, 32 from 35. And with Phil Long poised and Daniel Norcross going through some stretching routines at the back of the box, I am going to make way for the aforementioned Mr. Norcross.
Yeah, in the end, 55 for 1 off the power play. It was a power play of ups and downs, overs that went for 16, 12 and 12, and then also 3 maidens in there, one of which was a wicket maiden.
Well, Daniel is, I think he's ready to go. It's quite a concerning sight, that Daniel doing some lunges.
Aye.
You nimbling up to get into the chair, is that the...
Sort of. I don't want to take you through all the gory details, but
no,
yeah.
please don't. Our listeners don't deserve that.
15 consecutive dot balls we had, including a wicket. It's typical Australia, isn't it?
Really is.
England looking massively on top. There were 3 fours, bang, bang, bang. And then there hasn't been sight nor sound of a run since then. Sutherland, who has yet to concede a run, he's been fantastic, Nick, with the ball throughout this World Cup. Not a great shot by Amy Jones. She tried to use her leading edge to hit the ball, which never really is going to work, as Sutherland is into Knight, who's facing her first ball, defends it back up the wicket to mid-on, no run. We're out of the power play, but that doesn't mean that Talia McGrath is not keeping the fielders in. She's still got a gully, would we call this? What are we going to call that position? It's sort of a gully, isn't it?
Sort
Or
of a gully
fourth slip.
wide. Yeah.
Backward point cover extra mid-off, a deep third, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. So only 2 boundary riders as Knight starts her innings. Sutherland into her. And Knight guides this away, as she did so many times the other day, down to Perry at deep third. And they take the single as a bullet throw comes in from the veteran, 56 for 1. She loves playing that shot, doesn't she? The other day against India, it was anything with any width at all was going in that direction.
It's going to be interesting to see how England bowl to, I know it's much later in the game, but when they have to bowl to Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield, because Smriti Mandana, when she played that shot on Sunday.
Cut them to ribbons all day long, didn't it?
Beautiful,
It was,
wasn't it?
actually. I had a bit of attack of the vapours at various points. I mean, there were some moments when Sophie Ecclestone just became exasperated. I thought she was going to down tools.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
It's not even that wide.
No. I mean, there were different fields set for Mandana, weren't there? As Sutherland is into Beaumont, who defends along the ground up to mid-wicket. There's no run. Beaumont has 32 runs from 36 balls. 30 of those runs have come in boundaries. So of her other 29 balls, she's hit 2 runs.
And the last 10 have been dots.
Yes, you wouldn't say England have been awfully adept at turning over the strike. In part that's because Australia have kept the field up, but they've hit 42 runs in boundaries. And you have to say there's 4 leg byes in there. Let's call that 46. There's been 10 non-boundary balls. Beaumont drives nicely along the ground up to mid-off, straight to the fielder, no run. It's what they can do to you, Australia. We still haven't seen an over of spin.
Oh, well, yeah, because they can all bowl. It wouldn't surprise me if Beth Mooney took the gloves off. Annabelle Sutherland could keep, because she could do it, because she can do everything.
Well, we haven't seen Talia McGrath.
No.
And we haven't seen Elise Perry. I'm not sure we will. Sutherland in again, defended once more by Beaumont. It also falls over slightly when playing it. The ball goes to short cover where Litchfield does the fielding. There's no run. They're staying in our hotel at the moment, the Australian team, and they look buoyant, don't they?
Don't they always?
They do.
They win everything.
I suppose that's going to help, isn't it?
Yeah, I do get a bit intimidated when I go into the gym and I have to kind of peek around the door to see if any of them are in there.
See how many of them are in there.
Yeah. It brings you down, all Peggles. It really does.
Would rather. She's tapped into the onside, but again, she can't get a run. Can't Beaumont, and Sutherland has bowled 12 deliveries. She's taken a wicket, she's conceded a single, and England are 56 for 1 from 11. Beaumont 32 off 39. Knight 1 off 2. Heather Knight's England's leading run scorer in this tournament. She and Nat Sivarunt, the captain, have done the bulk of the run scoring for England. Their middle order hasn't really been much in the way of an engine room, has it? It's sort of been a paddle board.
It's just not really existed,
It's not really.
They've really, I mean, speaking about how much spin Australia have got to bowl, that's been the problem, hasn't it? It's been starting against spin, even on a pitch the other day, which was much more batter friendly. I think they all still fell to spin, or there were a couple. And it was, they had the platform then, something to work from, a springboard for them to kind of be aggressive. And yeah, Alice Capsey tried that. She played that reverse sweep. That was the intention. So it does seem to be an issue.
Well, there is a bit of spin coming in now in the form of Sophie Molyneux, who's staggeringly playing just her 16th one-day international. Feels like she's been around for yonks, but a fair bit of T20. She's going to come in left arm around the wicket to Heather Knight, who goes back in her crease and can't quite beat the fielder at backward point. There's a short third, backward point, short extra, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on. So there's 6 fielders inside the ring, deep cover, Alana King, deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. There's Molyneux Comes in once again, slightly jaunty gait. She comes in, and this is cut by Knight, and she can't find that gap between point and extra cover. There is a gap for her there, and there's singles on offer, but I think the dot balls are just racking up here, Phil.
Yeah, you mentioned the consistent inconsistency of that England engine room. Across 5, 6 and 7 positions, a top score of 20 in this tournament.
Just 111 runs overall, is it? As Molyneux is in, that's worked into the onside. She should get a single here as it goes slightly to the right of Gardner at short mid-wicket, and they do. 7 for 1. Yeah, averaging below 10 between them. I mean, look, there are certain circumstances. Sometimes they come in and they're trying to get on with the game and there aren't very many overs left, so you have to dig into the figures a little bit to get a true reflection of the form they're in. But you've got an Emma Lamb who's kind of batting out of position, Fionn, and then you've got a Dunkley who hasn't really looked in great form, and Capsey coming in down at number 7 also hasn't really hit the straps. So
Yeah, and they're all trying to do something different, if that makes sense.
Molyneux in, defends off the front foot, back to bowler, no run. You mean they're all doing things that they don't normally do in domestic cricket?
Maybe
Well, she'd bat higher up, wouldn't she?
She would bat higher up, but she's either having to rescue England, from being 5 down and having to rein in her instincts, or like the other day, she's having to go from ball 1 essentially.
Molyneux full, flicked away, out over deep mid-wicket. Fielder runs round, isn't going to get there, Elise Perry. And Beaumont moves to 36. That is her 7th 4 to go with her 6. And England 61 for 1. Good use of the feet, getting the pitch of the ball and getting it aerial, and with 6 players still inside the circle. There's one boundary rider not being used, and that was the spot.
Yeah, her 7th 4, as you mentioned, brings to an end 14 dot balls in a row, and also means that's her highest score at this World Cup so far.
Thank you. Molyneux in to complete the over. Beaumont, so slightly crouching, comes down the wicket again, moves the ball up to mid on, they go through for the quick single, and they'll get there. Beaumont was running to the danger end. It ended up not being the danger end as Sutherland threw to the keeper's end, but that meant that Knight had time to get home. 62 for 1. Beaumont will keep strike on 37. 12 overs have gone. Knight has 2. The wicket to go. Amy Jones bowled by Sutherland. A succession of dot balls just started to stifle England after a very bright start, and Jones just played across the line of a straight ball. It probably straightened a fraction, but it was a loose shot played with not even half the bat. Yep. We've all done it. We've all turned the bat on balls looking to work into the onside, but it didn't look a great dismissal. And Sutherland with that wicket. 3 maidens have been bowled out of 12 overs, and England are still 62 for 1, so they'll be happy with the start, you'd think. Now then, Mooney is not standing up to Sutherland. That's a step too far. Beaumont just takes an advance down the wicket and defends. Oh, and then Sutherland throws the ball in furious rage towards the stumps, hits Beaumont. The ball cannons away, but Beaumont doesn't even acknowledge it, and neither does Sutherland for that matter. A moment of playground aggression that went absolutely nowhere.
She was miles out of her crease. I think Sutherland was in her right to throw it, but
except that she very much got back, and then she gets hit on the right calf.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Sutherland in, tapped into the offside. Huge appeal for LBW. The laws of cricket tend to take a dim view of an LBW decision when the balls come out the middle of the bat, and for once Jackie, as the umpire has decided not to give that out, as the ball went serenely out to deep point.
Imagine that LBW going out to deep cover.
I must have seen it once, but yeah, I mean, it may have hit pad first, but it was a mile outside the off-stumper path from everything else, and it came right out the middle of the bat. So a run, 63 for 1. Beaumont to 38. I do love a lone appeal, don't you?
Not as a bowler, you don't. You feel so silly.
Oh, I know, but I love watching it. I love watching the bowler going leaping up and down like a jack in a box.
Or they get so satisfied when it's given out because they're like, I told you that.
Yeah. Well, there was one of the wicket keeper, wasn't there, earlier on in this tournament? I wonder if Phil can remember. It's edged just past a diving Mooney down to the boundary for 4. A genuine, authentic chance to first slip if there'd been one. That went around about waist height. Sutherland's bowling really well here. She's bowling at some pace. 117.9 kilometres an hour. She's getting it up well into the mid-70s, and Knight came forward beaten for pace, and it's come off a thick outside edge.
Where's your slip?
And slip would have been in business there. Mooney couldn't have got across. There was no way she could have got there, but that would have gone straight to first slip. Sutherland's in again tonight, who cuts but can't beat backward point. 67 for 1 with that fortuitous boundary for Knight, who's gone with it to 6. Sutherland is bowling really well here, isn't she? What are her tournament stats, Phil? She feels to me to have been the standout Australian seamer, and given that they've got 5 of them,
Standout seamer.
probably
Full stop.
Full stop. Yeah, you'd probably say that, wouldn't you? Trying to think of a better one.
Well, joint top wicket taker in the tournament, as we mentioned earlier, with Deepti Sharma on 13.
Sutherland in, and that's, has it gone between bat and pad along the ground? They do say that black soil pitches can start to change in nature and might get a little bit more uneven bounce, and Heather Knight's gone and poked the pitch with some suspicion. It did beat the outside edge, but it's bounced well in front of Mooney, but it wasn't much of a slower ball. 114 kilometres an hour, so still 70 miles an hour.
Mooney's had a lot to do, hasn't she?
Yes, yeah. There you go, here's the gloves.
Yeah, go for it.
Sutherland in again, nicely driven, but really well fielded by Sutherland, getting her hand down and taking all the pace off the ball. It rolls up to mid-off, there's no run. 5 off the over, 4 of them off a thick edge, and England after 13 are 67 for 1, Beaumont 38. Knight has 6. It's curious, the crowd here, Fiona, if you were coming to this game, would you want to stand, or sit rather, at deep extra cover, 1 tier up? Or would you be sort of a bit more, are you a sort of behind the bowler's arm kind of watcher, or are you a side-on watcher?
I think behind the bowler, I think.
I think I would, mostly.
But I don't know whether that's just because that's what we do, like now, for example, or whether as a fan it's more fun to be at square leg because you might get a ball in the crowd.
I quite like the upper tier that's close to us, just above us. We're 2-3 floors up or so.
Yeah.
There's a further tier above us, and there's a tier just below us. I really like the look of those seats. And there's a scattering of people there, but the bulk of the crowd are in the second tier.
But you get the cover up there, don't you? So you feel like you're indoor.
Oh, you're obsessed with that. Full, driven, back to the bowler, no run. Beaumont on strike. Molyneux resuming a second over. This first went for 6. It's very grey. There was the possibility of a hint of some rain today, but it was supposed to happen a bit earlier than this, so we may have got lucky. We're supposed to get better later into the evening, and you're never quite sure with the sky here, especially this time of year. If it's cloud, as Molyneux is in again, a bit flatter, works along the ground to long on had just been sent back, and as a result single is easily taken. Up to Sutherland, 68 for 1, because it's been Diwali. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's been Diwali, and it's very loud at Diwali, and the loudness comes from the repeated and incessant letting off of fireworks, which in themselves create a kind of hazy glow. Forward in defence comes Knight, bends back at wicket to bowl and no run. Phil Long sent us a little video to our WhatsApp group yesterday of 3 lads, I thought rather joylessly and boredly actually, tossing a bunch of bangers, and you said it went off, what, every 30 seconds or so for an hour?
Yeah, for an hour, about midnight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Molyneux tosses this up, strikes the pad, the ball rolls out into the offside. There's no run, although Knight was looking for one. It's not there.
I must admit, I left you at the hotel the other night, and I was going to get an auto rickshaw back to where I'm staying, and that was on the big Diwali night. And in the end, I decided to have a stroll because it was absolutely
chaotic,
exhilarating,
yet
terrifying.
Well, yeah, that's your favourite mode, isn't it? Really, as Molyneux's in, slightly quicker ball that felt, nudged into the offside. Picked up at short extra cover by Litchfield, no run, 68 for 1.
Yeah, the loudness and sound of some of the explosions is incredible. You know, it's not just an ordinary firework. It's it's on the next level. So it was amazing. But yeah, last night I could have done without that at midnight.
Tossed up, worked along the ground, up to long on for a single. Knight will keep strike, 69 for 1, 14 gone. Knight has 7, Beaumont 39.
And as you pointed out, it wasn't an informal firework display that just happened to be outside my hotel. It was 3 lads just had got a box of
bangers,
loud bangers, and were just banging them.
Well, we sat outside, didn't we, on Diwali night?
We did.
And
well, we tried to have a chat.
yeah,
didn't we?
tried to. Impossible. I mean, normally the sound of traffic is what is the kind of backdrop to your life. The traffic actually had ebbed away, really, and instead we were treated to some of the loudest bangs I've ever heard. Sort of every 7 or 8 seconds or so, would you say?
Yeah, but they still catch you off guard.
I know,
they really
yeah.
make me
You'll
jump.
jump,
Every single time.
I think they're so loud you hear them across the city, and then when there's one within sort of a quarter of a mile,
extra loud.
It was something else. Knight on strike, a new over by Sutherland, has tapped into the onside. They're going to get through for a quick single. That's good running, and Alana King couldn't get round quickly enough. Oh, we've got to change. We've got a change in commentary. Fiona's been dispatched, and for the first time today, I'm delighted to say, we've got Isha Kuik joining us with England on 70 for 1. This bright start, not bad start for England. Hello.
That's a very bright shirt.
It's a goodie, isn't it? It's an absolute
Oldie but goodie.
Yeah, oldie but goodie. 15 quid in a market stall in Bridport has never let me down. Absolutely magnificent.
Where's yours from, Phil?
It's French, of course.
Oh yeah, of course.
Well, don't ask. Sutherland in short, pulled out towards deep back to square leg, and it will be cut off. Really good work down there on the boundary by Alana King. Keeps the scoring to 1, 71 for 1. Knight 8, Beaumont 40. What have you made of this pitch? And also, because we keep on being told it's a black soil pitch, not quite sure what this means in this context. Trying to understand the difference between this pitch and the one 3 days ago.
Well, this is the original one. I think it's a little bit sort of, to be honest, it's about that grass covering. I can see it from here. It's very patchy. So when it's hitting the non-grass patches, it's just reacting a bit differently.
Sutherland in once again, nicely played away to backward point, but can't quite find the gap, can't Knight? There's no run.
But it's one of those pitches where I think you have to bowl into it, if you know what I mean. Both Kim Garth and Megan Shute are kind of bowlers that swing the ball, so they're pitching it up a little bit more. It's kissing off the surface a bit more, whereas Annabelle Sutherland, who's come into play here, she's banging it into the pitch a little bit more. She's bowling the cross seamers, and that's having a better impact.
At real pace as well. She's in once again. This is beautifully driven by Knight. It'll only be a single because there is a deep cover. 72 for 1. You know, we talk about Lauren Filer and Shabnim Ismail, and these people get the raps for being the quickest bowlers in the women's game. Well, she's just unfurling balls 74 miles an hour at will here.
Yeah, and I mean, she is a unit.
Yes.
You think about her brother. You think about her brother and her dad. Her dad is very, very tall, and Will Sutherland is
shoulders.
Yes, long levers.
It's the Josh Hazelwood School of Australia, isn't it? When they kind of block out the sun, they're just incredibly wide people.
But she does come from a great height as well, as Mooney's just decided to come up to the stumps. Which
hasn't she kept brilliantly today?
She has kept well. She did start back because I think she just wanted to kind of see a few. Well,
this will be a test. It's got Beaumont back in her crease. Oh, and she goes aerial, lofts it over mid-on. 1 bounce, and it will trickle onto the sponge for 4. Another boundary for Beaumont, her 8th 4 to go with that 6. 76 for 1, England, with the keeper standing up to the stumps. It's try and keep Beaumont honest because she's been trying desperately, battling her technique, get outside her crease, but just stood tall, a little bit over-pitched. 4 runs.
And it's good to see from Tammy Beaumont. It hasn't been easy for her this tournament. It's tough opening the batting here with the ball moving around. Statement of intent, that shot.
Last ball of the over. Beaumont defends it to the offside. It's going to be a tight single, and Doyle pressure on the fielder, and that they got home. 15 overs gone. We haven't quite yet had an hour, so the over rate's decent. We've had a lot of seam. Beaumont has 45, Knight has 9. Jones the batter to go, bowled by Sutherland for 18. Sutherland's in the middle of a brilliant spell. Isha, I mean, she's just looked different gravy from all the rest. I'll get out of the way, and that'll be Henry Moran.
She really has. But that one, 8 coming off that over from Sutherland, and Tammy Beaumont looks like she's got herself into a nice rhythm. I think she was almost premeditated. She was very much judging that on length. It was slightly fuller, and she was able to go up and over, mid-off, mid-on, up. So Sophie Molyneux to continue into her 3rd over. not a lot of turn on this pitch. We haven't seen loads of spin at all here in indoor. But I think one of the key moments or phases in the game is going to be how England play Alana King.
Well, she's taken 9 wickets in the last 2 matches against England, so she's got a fabulous record as Alana King. Here comes the left arm spin of Molyneux, and Chrysov catches the ball. Goes not too far away from the hands of quite a straight mid-wicket Ash Gardner there. And this is a significant innings, let me tell you. Hypercourse tells me this is Tammy Beaumont's highest ODI score in India, surpassing the 39 not out that she scored against India in Nagpur in 2018. So there you go. Here comes Molyneux round the wicket and forward to smash the ball away over the onside. Heather Knight picking up a boundary, and England, well, when the ball's been there to be hit, they've not been shy to do so. And I have to say credit to them, because there's so much talk, Isha, coming into this match about England wilting under the pressure of a side they have such painful recent memories against, but not a bit of it.
This is a different England side, though. Charlotte Edwards backing her team as well, quite easily could have changed things up in the middle order. They've been really struggling, averaging 9.8 I think it is from 5 to 7, but she stuck with them, even though she could have brought in Danny Whitehodge as backup, as cover. But yeah, this side, they don't know when they're down. I have to say, Australia were poor at the top opening the bowling, so they did feed England a little bit, but now they're just looking to be positive.
Defending, but into space to the right of Gardner at mid-wicket for one more, 83 for 1.
I think when you've played at a ground before as well, and you've kind of got adjusted to the conditions, we know that an average good score here is 280, but I think they'll be wanting to get 300 plus based on the other day and the fact that the dew will come in and it will come on a little bit easier. So they're trying to take down the left arm spinner.
Molyneux is in, defended into the offside this time. There's no run. We've been getting people to let us know what they're up to today, Ish.
What are they up to?
Well,
what is it, Wednesday?
It is a Wednesday. There are some marvellous names that you sometimes see in life. Oh, there's a belter here. Here comes Sophie Molyneux. Forward to meet it is Beaumont, confidently playing the ball towards mid-on. Tabitha Paternoster gets in touch. Enjoying the commentary while cleaning out hospital crates at a bird of prey rescue centre in rural Norfolk is a sentence I will never say ever again. But I loved it.
You never know.
And everything it stood for. 83 for 1. Here comes Sophie Molyneux. It's dropped a little bit short on the leading edge. Will not be too far from the hands of Talia McGrath. End of the over with 6 from it. England 83 for 1. A Paternoster, by the way, is one of those, we seldom see them these days. They're a constantly moving lift. So what they are is they've got
How did you know this?
Because
I've never heard of it.
They move, there's sort of loads of cars, if you like, and you step onto them. It's like, I guess, the same principle as a sort of always moving Ferris wheel, but they go up and down a building, constantly moving. You have to hop on, and I think the only active one is in one of the university buildings in Sheffield in the UK.
Why do you know this?
I went on it not that long ago. A couple of years ago. It's great, and you've got to time it right, and then you climb on board. And so Tabitha Paternoster, thank you for reminding me about that. So Russell says, I'm listening from southern France, beautiful hot sunny day, should be in the sea, but I've torn my right abductor, right thigh very swollen, distractingly sore, keeping busy by painting my apartment. I don't like painting, but you're keeping me going. Well, you're keeping us going as well, Russ, so thank you. And England are going nicely as well as drinks are taken. 83 for 1, 16 overs gone. Amy Jones, the 1 wicket to have fallen bowled by a beauty from Annabelle Sutherland.
The Paternoster at the University of Sheffield is apparently the largest on Earth. So you've been on that. There were or are 3 in the UK. There's one at the University of Essex in the Albert Sloman Library, currently out of service though, unfortunately. And there was one at Northwick Park Hospital in Harrow, been out of commission, but it's likely to be reopened for staff use.
You learn something new every day.
You do. Tabitha,
Here on
thank
the BBC.
you. Well, you know, inform and entertain, that's the thing. I'm pleased with the memory of a Paternoster. They're quite, you've got to have your wits about, you know. Make sure that you don't mistime the climb onto the car, because if you do, all sorts of trouble.
Oh dear.
All sorts
Okay.
of trouble. There you go. That's how they work.
Hanging
Ish.
on for dear life.
Do you see?
Right.
Do you see what I mean?
Oh wow.
Yes. Have a look. Have a look on.
Interesting.
Search for them online if you're near a computer. I would suggest. Amy emails, having an amazing day listening to the commentary as England and Tammy put on a commanding early performance. And I'm on a beach in Antigua. Being a dancer on a cruise ship is awesome. Best wishes. And a fruit cocktail from
That
Amy.
sounds way more fun.
Amy, I tell you what, on a beach in Antigua, what time of day would it be there?
I'd love to do something like that.
You could do that, Ish. Why not?
Just dancer on a cruise ship.
I don't know if you had to
Another
dance
time.
all the way, everything you do, like through the buffet.
If you could do something else random in your life, what would it be?
That's a good question, that. I would quite like to go to space.
Katy Perry style.
No, I would like to do so with slightly more use than that, because that felt like that was a bit of a vanity project. Do you know what I mean?
Would you like to go to space, or would you like to be an astronaut? So a one-off or a career, a vocation?
Oh, no, I'd quite like as a career. Yeah, I think that would be fun. What about you, Ish?
Oh, well, when I was younger, I wanted to be a backing singer on Top of the Pops.
Why not front and centre?
I always like to be behind,
Okay,
not, just
so you're first
hiding in the
change bowler,
background.
as it were. Yeah,
Always in work as a backing singer as well, aren't you?
yeah.
Always in work.
I did. I saw a concert of Tina Turner's on YouTube the other day, and I did think that being a backing singer for Tina Turner would be quite fun.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Can you imagine doing the Proud Mary dance, doing the Nutbush?
We should probably start talking about some cricket.
What?
matches.
What? Here comes Alana King. She's got a brilliant record, the leg spinner against England in recent times. Knows these players very well indeed, from playing in the 100 as well.
Yeah, 23 wickets against England for Alana King in the 10 games she's played, average of 17.3.
But against Heather Knight, even more so. She got her out 3 times. What's her average against Heather Knight? I think it's something like 6, isn't it?
Here comes Alana King, walking with a very straight approach in the sunglasses. Knight will chop down on the ball out towards deep cover where there's a fielder protecting things, and England move to 84 for 1.
And the thing about this is that they've got off to such a good start that they don't need to really be that aggressive against her, which I think had been the problem before. In Australia, they were looking to get after her because the opening bowlers had done such a good job. They picked up wickets, and so what they can just do is just try and milk her throughout her spell.
Here is Alana King, tosses the ball from one hand to the other. And this is driven by Beaumont. It'll go out towards that deep cover fielder again for one more. Beaumont creeping towards a half century. And Simon emails. I lived in South Calcutta in 1994. Part of the world you know very well.
Yes. Ballygunge, I know well.
Here is Alana King to Heather Knight defending. No run. Normal street. Peaceful, but nothing prepared me for Diwali. About a week of something akin to my time in the Army Cadets with the Commandos.
Same again.
I think they realised where I lived as often. Explosions right outside my window. Knight defends deep in the crease. Saying that, for 24 hours madness, try going to Holland for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. It is an extraordinary... Diwali is incredible, isn't it? I mean, it is just the most fun. As long as you don't mind occasionally being quite startled by the noise. 85 for 1. Alana King bowls, cries of catch as it goes a little bit aerial out to deep cover for one more.
That and you're a good sleeper.
Yes.
Because the fireworks will probably keep you up otherwise.
You need to be a very good sleeper.
But it is a fun time of year, chance to get together with family. We actually celebrate Durga Puja, which is a different type of festival in Calcutta.
86 for 1. Defended into the onside. There'll be no run. End of the over. 17 gone. 86 for 1 is the England score. Beaumont 47. Knight is on 16. That was a couple of weeks ago, is that right?
It was, yes.
Similar sort of vibe.
Triumph of good over evil, and Diwali's conquering the darkness. So light over darkness, which is why there's a lot of candles lit and lots of fireworks, and both, family time.
But this is very much in India a festival time of year.
Yeah.
And it really has felt it. And walking down the street yesterday, we had an incredible sort of sea of used bangers and fireworks just everywhere. Isha, anyway, thank you for the time being.
Cheers, guys.
We'll speak to you very soon. Isha Guha, World Cup winner with England. And, of course, very familiar from part of our teams across the world in BBC coverage. And wonderful to see Isha here as well, part of our team for this game. The back end of the tournament. Here comes Sophie Molyneux, left arm spin, Knight defends into the offside. Speaking of left arm spin, Alex Hartley.
I've just put the headset on without disinfecting it, and now I feel...
Oh dear.
No. Oh well, hopefully she hasn't got a cold or anything.
It's the first thing she said when she came on air.
A reverse sweep is attempted by Knight. She doesn't get anything on it. Cannons into the gloves of Mooney, drops into the onside, and there is no run. Oh, Karen's in Cardiff. Your commentary is taking my mind off spiders and their webs as I install pipe insulation in the loft. 86 for 1. Driven down the ground, won't beat the dive of Ash Gardner. Australia do this so well, preventing runs other teams wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there from Gardner with a full length dive to her left, but a lovely shot from Knight down the ground.
86 for 1. Midway through the 18th over, here is Molyneux. 3 dots to start it. Forward to meet the ball is Heather Knight. That's a lovely lofted drive for a 1-bounce 4. Great shot that over the covers. And England, as soon as dot balls build up, they're happy just to take the game back to Australia. 90 for 1.
It's a shot she plays so well when she's in, does Heather Knight. We saw the previous game she went to her reverse sweeps and her sweeps because she felt like that was easier to play. This time down the track, gives herself room outside leg stump, up and over extra cover, and it brings a change in field. There's no short fine, so Molyneux wanting Heather Knight now to play that paddle sweep and the sweep shot into the leg side.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. This looks pretty good. No, says Kim Cotton. Australia loved it and immediately come together to review. And they're going to go upstairs. Beth Mooney is not certain about it. Talia McGrath, well, is going to make that T symbol towards the umpire. It was a very certain no from Kim Cotton, but it's not going over. Knight deep in the crease. And this is going to be tight.
Yeah, it was quicker, it was flatter from Sophie Molyneux.
Yeah. We got a player review for LBW, originally given not out. I have checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split. Yeah, gap between bat and ball. Yeah, clearly no bat involved. We can move on to ball tracking, please.
The only question is it going down the leg side? Heather Knight so deep in her crease though.
90 for 1 as a hush descends around the Holkar Stadium in Indore.
It's really nicely bowled from Molyneux. A good variation after being hit for 4.
Knight, I would not say, is somebody looking terribly confident out there. But we have seen ball tracking at this venue surprise us. There was one in the India-England game where it looked, for all intents and purposes, it was going to be out.
Yeah, ball tracking coming up.
Here we go.
Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hit in. Kim, you need to change your decision. Stand by.
And Heather Knight is out. They were certain. They were absolutely certain were Australia. And Knight goes 20 off 27. England at 90 for 2.
Yeah, good review from Sophie Molyneux, Talia McGrath, Beth Mooney behind the stumps. And the celebrations from Molyneux. She's got the big wicket of Heather Knight, who's been so consistent for England in this World Cup, but she was pushed deep in her crease. A change of field brings a change of mindset for Heather Knight, looking to turn the ball into the leg side, gets pushed deep, and a really nice delivery from the left arm spinner.
Well, Alex, talk us through this as a spin bowler, because so often we talk about how much is the pitch turning, but much of your skill is variations in pace.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to turn. You obviously want a ball to turn early on in your spell, so it's in the batter's mind that the ball can grip, but it's also getting the ball to skid on. So a change of field there, it brought so much space into the leg side for Heather Knight to tap the ball on its head into the leg side. So Molyneux's gone flatter, she's gone quicker, the ball's skidded on, which is why Heather Knight's then squared up quite quickly. And it doesn't always have to be about the dip and the flight. Sometimes you can push those quicker ones through.
90 for 2. Here comes Nat Sciver-Brunt, England's skipper, replacing the former captain, and Molyneux will come creeping in again. Molyneux to Sciver-Brunt, who defends. End of a successful over for Australia. It's 90 for 2 after 18. You're listening to Test Match Special on BBC Sounds, the ABC Listen app in Australia and around the world with the ICC. We're live and indoor, every ball of every game of this ICC Women's World Cup, and it is fabulous to be bringing it to you as well. Two sides that have already qualified for the semi-finals, England and Australia, but there's no such thing as a game with no meaning between these two, particularly when there is still the prospect of semi-final places and where you're going to be and who you're going to play still up for discussion. Phil?
Well, the remarkable thing is that this doesn't involve a game which is top of the table. South Africa, we saw roundly beaten in the first game against England, now top of the group table as we go towards the business end of things.
Alana King to Tammy Beaumont, forward in defence, no run.
Yeah, when was the last time, I don't know if I wasn't actually listening to you then, Phil, but when was the last time Australia or England weren't at the top of a table at this stage of a competition?
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Get crunching those numbers.
Yes, Al. Here is Alana King. Beaumont again defending. Karen, thank you for your email. We mentioned the Spiders.
I thought you were calling Tammy Karen then.
Karen. Alex emails. Did Daniel buy his lovely shirt from a market stall in Bridport, Dorset? A Dorset man? Says Alex. No, but he visited Bridport, and it's part of, well, I know fine. Bridport's the best.
He says he did buy it from there.
Yeah, he did, but he doesn't live there. He's not a Dorset man.
Oh, I thought you just said, did he buy it from there?
He got it from there, yeah. He's got a great market on a Wednesday and a Saturday.
There you go.
Would have been the Saturday one, I reckon. In comes Alana King, and forward comes Sciver-Brunt in defence. 91 for 2 is the score.
I see Dan being a Wednesday market man myself.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Saturday morning. I don't think Saturday morning screams Dan Norcross.
It's about Wednesday, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Alana King to Nat Sciver-Brunt, tapped into the onside. No run there, just one from the over so far.
I really like this field from Alana King. Just, they've got a change in field now, deep mid-wicket going out, but there's a catching mid-wicket and a mid-wicket on the ring for that one that she does just clip into the leg side as she did previously.
Tossed up, loads of flight on that, goes above the eye line, defended cautiously by Sciver-Brunt. 76 dot balls in this innings already, and we've only had 18.5 overs. England, when they've scored runs, it tends to be boundaries. They started really quickly. King bowls, and Sciver-Brunt will punch into the offside. There is no run, and the score at the end of all of that stands at England 91 for 2. Bill on the email says, listening to the commentary from behind the counter in the butcher's shop. So, high stakes and indoor, high stakes with you as well. Bill, here comes Daniel.
Do you think Bill has ever seen a dog go into the butcher's and run out with a big link of sausages?
No, why is that? Have you witnessed that?
Well, no, that's the thing, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, come on. You must have seen various comedy programmes.
No, well, I have. I once got locked in the fridge of a butcher's.
Sorry, see a dog do what?
Take a link of sausages and run out of the shop.
Yeah, always does that, yeah. I've never been in a butcher's shop when a dog hasn't done that.
That's right.
Didn't even know that was a thing.
You never watched Tom and Jerry?
Oh, I love Tom and Jerry.
You remember, what was his name? Butch, isn't it? Butch. The dog? Yeah. He's forever stealing great strands of sausages. Couldn't help it. Garth starts a new over, runs in, faces Molyneux, pushed into the offside by Beaumont, flicks out short, extra cover, there's no run. 91 for 2, England. No, I'm not from Dorset. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm from Southwest London.
Southwest.
Yeah, I'm a very adventurous man. I made the massive move from Clapham South to Tooting Bec in 1986, and for those who don't know the geography of London, that's about 1.1 mile. As Garth runs in with the keeper standing up. That's cut away magnificently by Beaumont for 4. It brings up her half century. She's been under the spotlight in this World Cup, but today she's been really dynamic. A pocket rocket. 9 fours and 1 6, 59 balls, and she got there in beautiful fashion, just waiting for a ball with not a lot of width, but she timed it perfectly, found the gap between short third and backward point, and got her first half century of the tournament.
She did, and her first half century on Indian soil as well.
Well, I never.
Well, it's why you don't drop a player like Tammy Beaumont. High class player.
You were adamant, weren't you?
Absolutely adamant. You know full well there's a score around the corner, and she's timing the ball really nicely today. She looks good at the crease. 95 for 2, Garth into her, and she pushes it to the offside, finds that little gap just in front of cover and gets the single. 96 for 2, Beaumont to 53. It's been a really eye-catching knock. She got going pretty quickly. She hit a free hit for 6 early on, and she was still, you could tell, struggling slightly with the technique, and then she was standing outside of her crease and standing outside off stump. Then Beth Mooney came and stood up. It's a game of cat and mouse, but she's just got a few away off the middle of the bat, and it's been good to watch as Garth is in now. And that's Siva Brunt, who pushes firmly into the covers, won't get a run as Litchfield half stops it at short extra.
Yeah, the breakdown of the 50, 32 from the first 26 balls, then 14 balls without scoring a run, and then 20 off 19 to make 52 off 59 deliveries.
So an innings of 3/3 so far.
Almost.
Yes. Almost. Right. Field slightly spread for Siva Brunt. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side as Garth is in. And she just finds a gap again. It's beautifully played off the front foot between cover and extra cover out towards King, running in from the deep cover boundary. Siva Brunt off the mark, off her 7th ball, 97 for 2.
3 parts, because if it was 3/3, they'd have to be
even, would they, for you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm done.
You're
and
done.
She isn't done. No, as in, if it was 3/3, her innings for me would be done.
It would
but
be
it's
done.
not done.
It's not yet.
She's very much not done.
She's very much not done.
Very much not done.
But looking at this pitch, I don't know. I mean, anything that's a bit wide has gone. Anything that's a bit full has gone. Garth is in again, pushed it to the offside, finds that gap again. It's just the same gap every time between extra cover and point. Nicely played. Beaumont will keep strike with that single. 7 off the over. Beaumont to 54, 98 for 2. Just makes you wonder, Al, what we're thinking of as a large score. England were disappointed, I think, to only make 288 the other day. They were going so nicely it felt like they should have made 300 plus. They've got an issue that at the fall of their next wicket, you start to move into the 3 players who've barely got a run, and it feels like a pitch, if you err at all on line and length, you can go. So what are you thinking? They'll be targeting 300?
Yeah, I think they've built a decent enough platform here. You've got to be able to have enough overs left for England to then accelerate towards the back end of the innings, or enough wickets in hand, sorry.
Alana King starts a new over and beats the outside edge with an absolute beauty, drawing Beaumont forward, and it snaked past that front press into the gloves of Mooney, who whipped the bails off. That's the noise you may have heard and wondered a bit of Boulder. That's pitched on middle, and it's just unplayable, really.
That is what she does so well, Alana King.
Well, the only way you're playing that is off the back foot, but you're not likely to do that because it feels too full, exactly. So it's a wonderful little spot. This is Fuller, and Beaumont's able to get right forward and defend back to the bowler. She's lovely to watch, and when you get a leg spinner in there and they're going, she's got the wood over England, there's no doubt about that. Not too much in the way of googlies from her yet. She's doing a set-up here. Forward comes Beaumont, defends again, back to the bowler. You get leggies who are basically googly bowlers, don't you? Like Neely Kerr.
Yeah.
And then you get leggies who are basically leggy bowlers, and that's Alana King. She bowls leggy after leggy, and then there'll be one that'll come back in to the right-hander. This is defended against slightly too full, so easy for Beaumont to reach out to it, but not going anywhere against King here. Beaumont's playing here with a lot of suspicion, despite having been there for 65 balls for an hour and 25 minutes. I nipped outside, the fear of rain. I don't think there's much.
No, it's do you know what it is? It's a Manchester day. It's grey.
I'd suggest it's about 15 degrees warmer as it's defended to short extra cover. There's no run. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Do you know what I mean?
I would love this to be a Manchester day when I go to Manchester.
Yeah, so would I.
Well, I do know what you mean. There's a sort of grey pall, isn't there?
Yeah. Bit of wind in the air.
Yeah. Refreshing breeze almost. Back into a crease goes Beaumont. Can't beat Point, which will annoy her. Another maiden. That's the fourth maiden of the innings. We've only had 21 overs. England are still going at a reasonable rate at 98 for 2, but gives you an idea that if you get it right on this surface, it's hard. But any kind of variation of width or length, you get that just slightly wrong, and
it just sits up nicely, doesn't it? And it's because the ball's coming on really nicely. There's not many demons in the pitch. Yes, Alana King's had a few to spit, but she'd turn it on a piece of glass, wouldn't she? Every now and then she would just get one where the seam position is perfect and she would get it to turn. Just looked at the TV box next door as I'm demonstrating. I can't demonstrate without doing it.
You can't, can you?
They're laughing at me.
Yeah, but I know. You're a figure of fun. That's the reason.
I know.
So basically, you've got Aaron Finch, Isha Guha, Mel Jones.
All going, yeah, good chat, good chat.
Yeah. So now give us the googly. Show us the googly.
I can't.
I've never really been able to demonstrate that. Garth starts a new over, her 7th, worked off the pads by Sciver-Brunt down to deep backward square leg. They've run 1. They're going to come back for a second, and they should get there. The 100 is up for England, 100 for 2, Sciver-Brunt to 3, and I've just been handed a copy of the Times. Minimum temperature drops to 19.6 degrees, rain likely in Div till October 24th. Temperature to dip in November as well. Well, this is our last game in indoor. And as Garth runs away from us again, Sciver-Brunt defends off the front foot into the offside, picked up by Litchfield, no run. So the city experienced mild and pleasant weather on Tuesday with clear skies throughout the day. I felt a little bit chub, put my jacket on.
Yeah, I've got trousers on today.
Yeah. The maximum temperature was scored at 32.2. So it's not exactly cool, is it?
Whoa, what a drop in temperature.
1 degree below normal, while the minimum temperature dropped to 18.6. I mean, how we're coping, I do not know.
Bikini weather still.
Garth bowls a full ball, defended up to mid on no run.
It's not screaming Manchester, is it?
Not exactly. The morning humidity, though, did stand at 80%, while it dropped to 47% by evening. This is thrilling stuff. Right.
They're the big thing in the paper at the minute. It's about the AQI.
Oh, yeah, Air Quality Index.
Post-Diwali, yeah.
And it's never too good post-Diwali, is it? It's a country that suffers a little bit of AQI because obviously of the population density and the number of vehicles and whatnot, but Diwali doesn't add. Sorry, Garth in, forward in defence again, to mid-off, no run.
I went outside during Diwali the other night and it was probably about, 10:30 when I nipped outside, stood on the main road, and I love the smell of all the fireworks. Just stood there and,
Were you a girl who used to set off bangers when you were a kid?
Oh, I used to be.
Did you lick sparklers?
Every now and then I was even allowed to do the fireworks.
Really?
But my dad had to be in control and with me, and run up and we'd do it together, and then I'd run away and watch it go off. Yeah.
Garth into Sciver-Brunt, who guides this away but can't beat backward points. Straight to Molyneux, no run. Did you also used to hang around petrol stations? Is that the smell of petrol?
No, I don't like the smell of petrol.
Oh, Fionn likes the smell of petrol.
No.
Did you ever have a cap gun? Do you ever remember them?
Yeah.
I used to love the smell of them.
But then did you ever have a spud gun where you put potatoes in it?
Put potatoes in it, yeah.
I mean, my cousins would be like flying around the house shooting potatoes at each other, or pieces of potato.
Someone would say you can have an eye out with that, and you're never quite sure how. This is clipped away beautifully by Sciver-Brunt. She's going to get 4 for it. That was just straying on the pads. First really loose ball of the over from Garth, and once it went onto those pads, Sciver-Brunt just helped it on its way between long leg and deep forward square leg, 104 for 2. Sciver-Brunt to 7, 22 overs gone.
Yeah, with that, Nat Sciver-Brunt becomes the 9th member of the World Cup 1,000 run club.
Ooh.
Laura Wolfhard joined last night. She became the 8th member. Yeah, Nat Sciver-Brunt becomes the 9th member now. She's got 1,003 runs in World Cups.
You ran us through those the other day, didn't you? We had great fun going through all those names.
Who was top? Can you remember?
Was it not Mitali?
No, she's second.
Was it Belinda Clark?
No,
was it?
Was
it Debbie Hockley?
It is Debbie
Hockley. Yeah. Alex is going off to set off some fireworks and have a good sniff and lick a sparkler. Alana King is in, starting a new over, full along the ground, driven up to long off by Beaumont, who moves to 55, 105 for 2. She's come back into a bit of form today, isn't she, Fionn? She looked really good, Tammy Beaumont. Really positive in all of her movements.
Yeah, it's a really good time as well. Obviously, Amy Jones getting 50 in the last game. Tammy Beaumont now. They were both under a bit of pressure. So, yeah, good signs for England that it's not just Knight and Sciver-Brunt.
Tossed up, down the wicket comes Sciver-Brunt, who's going to be caught at mid-off. She is, a huge wicket. Beaten in the flight, looked to go aerial. Mid-off was brought up. Really good captaincy from McGrath. And she looked to loft it up and over the infield and didn't get anything like enough on it. The elevation but not the distance, and it hung in the air, and an easy catch taken by Annabelle Sutherland inside the ring. She only had 4 or 5 yards to move to her left at mid-off, and it's actually turned a bit as well, and it took the outside part of the bat, and Sutherland was never going to miss that in a million years. And England lose their third. They're 105 for 3, and it's a big one of Sciver-Brunt, who goes for 7.
Huge wicket, which is saying how good it is to have players performing that aren't Nat Sciver-Brunt and Heather Knight. Well, they are both now back in the dugout for England. So as we've been so much chat around that middle order, what can they do? Is this the time for them to step up? Well, they're going to have to do it, and they're going to have to do it against an Australia team that has just been boosted by England's captain, their all-rounder. It was looked as if I thought she'd got hold of it first of all. It looked as if it had come out the middle of the bat, but just kind of stuck in the air for quite a while. And as you say, Annabelle Sutherland, she had to backtrack a little bit, but she looked so calm and steady underneath it. They always do in the field.
Brings Dunkley to the crease with England 105 for 3. This is the nature of 50 over cricket. You can be thinking you're going along really quite nicely, going along at 5 and a bit and over, putting pressure on the opponents, and a couple of maidens and a couple of wickets, and the big ones too, because today England have lost Knight for 20 and Sciver-Brunt for 7. So there's a lot now resting on Beaumont and this middle order that is averaging under 10. It's averaging 9.25 numbers 5, 6 and 7 for England in this World Cup, as Alana King comes in to the crouching Dunkley, who gets up on her toes, one that spits a bit and guides it to backward point where Molyneux Fields no run.
I love watching Alana King. It's just theatre when she comes onto bowl, isn't it? Just her reactions, when she's now got that proper fizz through the crease.
There's magic, mystery, wizardry. As forward comes Dunkley, defends back to bowler, no run. And the other disappointment for Phil is, and I'm going to explain it.
And for you.
Well, and for me, that there is a couple. There's a married couple in cricket that have taken 500 wickets and scored 10,000 runs, and that is Alyssa Healy and Mitchell Stark. As forward comes Dunkley, guides the backward point. They're going through for the single, shy at the stumps, hits Dunkley at the non-striker's end, but she was home. She's off the mark, 106 for 3. Well, the other married couple who are zooming in on that are the Sciver-Brunts, but by going for 7 today, the Sciver-Brunts have now scored 9,997 runs and taken over 500 wickets, which is frustrating for you, isn't it, Phil?
The wait continues.
Been waiting for the past 3 games.
Alana King is in. This is cut, but can't beat backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? We love it when these completely random milestones come up. 106 for 3, 23 gone. Alana King with the wicket. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 6. And as you say, Fionn, it's a masterclass in sorcery.
Yeah, we saw it all throughout the Ashes, and it was actually just a bit of an honour to watch her bowl, to be honest. It was just complete wizardry from her. But as we were speaking about how the likes of Dunkley, Lamb, Capsey have really struggled to start against spin, they're having to now start against Alana King and Ash Gardner, who hasn't even bowled yet. So the job it's not getting any easier, is it?
No. I mean, when Ash Gardner's your 6th bowler, you do realise you have an embarrassment of riches, and we haven't even seen McGrath or Perry.
Have they bowled they've barely even bowled in the tournament. Well, Perry hasn't bowled, McGrath's bowled a few, but yeah, I mean, it's when you've got 8 bowling options and 5 of them bat in the top 6.
It does feel moderately unfair.
Bit of a cheat code, isn't it?
Well, other countries have just got to sort themselves out and
just produce them
and produce world-class, brilliant players who can justify their place in the side, batting in the top 5 and taking wickets. Gardner starts in, tosses one up, forward in defence comes Dunkley, pushes it to the offside, no run. I always tend to think with Dunkley that the more crouched she is, the less comfortable she is. It's almost like, again, she's sort of
forcing it.
Do you feel like trying to get into this place, and how she's really low down now, her shoulders almost in line with the bails as she drives a full ball straight to short extra, no run. Like she's trying to get almost below where the ball's going to be released from. So much of her game is about getting up and under the ball, isn't it? But really it's just adjusting the field slightly, just making sure backward point comes a little bit finer. There is a point and extra mid-off and mid-on. And a short fine, that strikes the pad as Dunkley goes on the pull and misses it. So here mid-on, it's like a very straight short mid-wicket, because there's a long on as well as a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. That ball just going down the leg side and missing out there was Dunkley, because she could have got that to the left of fine leg. There was 4 for the taking. As Gardner tosses this up, driven straight back to her. She fields her for her own bowling. Another dot ball, 106 for 3 in the 24th over, England having been put into bat. 97 dot balls out of 23.4 overs. It's a lot. That's 16.1 overs. I think that's 16.2 as forward comes Dunkley and defends into the offside. And there's no run.
So Dan's just having some technological difficulties.
Well, I was having a telephone thrust in my face
for a group chat that you're in.
But I'll tell you all about it in a minute. As Gardner bowls again, a full ball which will get past the left-handed Gardner. Mid-off has been sent back out to the boundary to give the single. Often don't quite know why that's done. So Dunkley was able to turn a maiden into a over yielding 107 for 3 off 24. Dunkley 2, Beaumont 55. England's 5-7 in this tournament has been comfortably the worst of any side in this World Cup. They've averaged just 9.66 and scored at just 3.46 runs per over. So even when they're coming out and trying to bosh it, it's the lowest figures for any side. Thanks, Henry.
Well, they're not boshing it then, are they, really?
They're not boshing it, and they're not scoring any runs and they're getting out. But this is their chance.
Exactly. They've only got to do it against the world champions.
Well,
it's fine.
It can concentrate the mind.
Well, it's done that for Tammy Beaumont, hasn't it? It's brought out the best of her. You know, you've got to be at the top of your game.
Alana King continues to weave her web of magic. First ball is full, driven back to her by Dunkley. Along the ground, there's no run. 25 balls she's bowled. Just conceded the 6 runs, taken the wicket. Big wicket of Nat Sciver-Brunt. She's in off just 4 or 5 paces. Forward comes Dunkley and defends into the offside. There's no run again. The 100th dot ball is up.
Woohoo!
England have had a no ball in there as well, so if I could do my math, that's 147 balls they've faced, and 100 of them have been dots. Here comes King. Back into a crease goes Dunkley and just turns it to short mid-wicket. There is no run. England going nowhere here at all. Dunkley 2 off 12.
Yeah, approaching the halfway mark. 6 and over from here would get them to 260.
Doesn't feel enough, does it? You don't think. That said, the pitch is starting to show signs of assistance for the spin bowlers. England have plenty of them. As King tosses this right up and it's driven past the diving short extra cover. They've run 1. Throw comes in at the keeper's end on the bounce. Beaumont is home. She feels like she's been slightly starved of strike of late, Beaumont.
2 balls in the last 3.4 overs.
2 of the last 22 balls. She's on strike now. rhythm might be just being slightly affected by this as King is into her. She taps it into the offside, wants a run, but it isn't there as it goes too close to Molyneux at backward point. No run. 108 for 3. As King tosses the ball from hand to hand. Last ball of the over. Beaumont waits back raised. Comes forward and just pushes the ball back to King. Another over that concedes just the one run. She's got the daft figures of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Beaumont 55 off 71. Plays something of a lone hand today with Dunkley 3 off 13. England are halfway through their innings. 108 for 3. A bright start is somewhat melting away, Fionn Wynne, and it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, England was so positive in that power play, but this just feels like the moment where Australia, we've seen how ruthless that they are. We saw it all through the winter, and this feels like one of those passages of play where they're just looking to turn the screw and be as dominant as they can, and they're racing through the overs with the spinners, mainly because England can't score a run off Alana King, so the dot balls are coming thick and fast.
Here is Ash Gardner then. Off spin over the wicket, driven by Dunkley up towards Talia McGrath, the standing captain. Love what the phrase you used to describe watching Alana King as, you know, it felt just like a privilege.
Well, you just can't stop watching her, can you? Like, everything is just feels like, even a dot ball is like, ooh, there's something on it. But we loved watching her. It got to the point where we just had to say, do you know what? You are great.
Yeah, totally.
And you are a joy to watch.
Round the wicket now comes Ash Gardner, and defended by Dunkley.
I'll tell you what else I like. When Annabelle Sutherland took the catch, Alana King skipped up to her. She joined us during the 100 actually on coverage, and she was great company there as well. As Gardner is in, and that's nicely wristily whipped into the leg side by Dunkley, who moves to 4, and England 109 for 3 midway through the 26th over. Manav Happy Diwali on the email. Says, I'm working for the NHS, listening to your lively and lovely commentary. Well, that's lovely to hear from you, Manav, and Happy Diwali to you as well. Here is Ash Gardner to bowl to Tammy Beaumont. Forward. Ooh, there's a half an appeal for LBW. A roar from Beth Mooney, who we'll be hearing from during the interval, as England pick up a single into the onside. 110 for 3. I went to the railway station this morning to inquire about tickets, because we're not quite sure where we're going at this point and how I'd get about. And indoor was very quiet until I got to the station. It was absolute chaos with people heading home after Diwali.
Very full delivery is dug out by Dunkley, who herself looks a little more confident to me today, Fionn.
Yes, cautious start, but she hasn't had anything kind of, none of that extravagant sweep shots that she's tried, as you know, previously was her get off strike card. She's been played a little bit straighter.
111 for 3 will become 112 for 3 as Beaumont gets a single into the onside from deep in the crease. 26 overs gone, 112 for 3 the score. Gardner's bowled 2 overs, none for 5. Richard on the email. In the last IPL season, when every batter walked out to the crease, their bat had to pass through the official gauge held by the umpire to make sure it was within the legal restrictions. I would like to see the same process applied to players' sunglasses. I don't think Alana King's sunnies would get through. They look like the windshield of a Las Vegas tour bus. It's the cool thing. It's what the kids are doing now, isn't it? Massive sunnies. Sophie Eccleston does it.
Yeah, are they cool?
Well, I don't know. It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because just because a young person does it doesn't mean it's cool.
Subjective. What would you consider cool? Would you wear them?
No.
No.
I don't think that would be cool. I think I would look ridiculous. She has dispensed with the sunglasses as Alana King as she bowls and finds the outer half of Tammy Beaumont's bat. No run.
My favourite Alana King accessory actually is what we saw during the warm-up.
Oh, you pointed this out.
Yeah, so yes. She was wearing a bucket hat, which actually is cool. That is what everyone is wearing now, isn't it? But she'd cut out a hole in the top for her bun.
Love that. Bowls now, Beaumont forward in defence.
Literally just cut out a circle in the top, scrunchie on.
Well, that
sorted.
is innovation, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
it would look silly if you had a big sort of...
But it would look silly on anyone else. But I feel like Alana King she just makes anything look good, probably.
That's the thing, isn't it? In the long sleeve, she comes in now, and Beaumont will look for a run into the offside that she will not find. Tom and Jerry, the dog, was called Spike, by the way. We were wondering earlier.
Ah, we said Butch, yeah. We were talking about Butchers. It was called Spike, yeah.
Liz from... Now, I'm going to say this wrong. How would you say this, Fionn? It's a place name. The second one, Aberdeen, I'm all right with.
What, Standwell?
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with.
That's the kind of phonetic approach.
Swept by Beaumont. It's gone aerially, but because as it drops down towards Megan Shoot at long leg, she had to make quite a lot of ground up to get there, and England will get 113 for 3.
There's a trickier one later on, if you keep reading.
Great.
Sea View's looking out at...
Okay, right, here we go. So Liz, I'm travelling from Aberdeen to Watstonwell on the train. Such beautiful sea views looking out at Inverkeithing, I think that is.
Smashed it.
Full delivery. Dunkley waits an age for it. Drives to short cover. No run. Litchfield down to field. Not in my reserve seat, as I asked for a forward-facing one, and it's not. So I might have to move soon. Commentary keeping me entertained. Thank you, Liz. 113 for 3. And there will be a run there. It's nicely timed by Dunkley down the ground for a single. King has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 9.
Providing the train Wi-Fi is up to it, Liz will be with us quite a while because Standwell's in Derbyshire, so...
Oh, that's a long journey.
A good old journey, yeah.
There you go.
Not as long as some of Phil's journeys on his Indian adventures.
And she's talking about reserve seats. 27 overs gone, by the way, 114 for 3. In India, you have to book a seat, don't you?
Yeah, because a lot of the trains are overnight, so you're booking your berth for the night, your bed for the night. It can get very chaotic around busy times like Diwali. Sometimes if you have the bottom berth, you do find you're sharing your foot space with maybe 2 or 3 people who've nipped on and just going for a few hours and have just found a little space. So yeah, it can get very busy.
Not for me, that.
Ash Gardner round the wicket. Bowling to Dunkley, who's cautiously defending from deep in the crease. 114 for 3 still. And yet, yeah, because I looked it up, and you put in a bid to try and get a late replacement ticket, and this is how likely you are to be able to get a ticket that one might become available. Full delivery is driven at a pistol crack off the sound of Dunkley's bat, but it'll be stopped by Vole in the covers.
Yeah, the way it works on Indian trains is there are various quotas in each class, and on each train, as they get filled, those reservations are then filled. Sometimes they're spare ones. That's why you can get a waitlist ticket.
Nicely worked away through the onside into space. There's going to be at least one. England need to push for a second. If they can, they won't. And this is becoming problematic now in an innings that has already seen well over 100 dot balls, and we're only in the 28th over, and that will be something concerning Charlotte Edwards, the England head coach, who's shown now on a big screen. The middle tier is the one that's open, as Beaumont is defending, and it's pretty well populated. It's a 3-tiered affair, yellow and blue seats. Obviously big fans of Oxford United, which is nice to see in this part of the world.
Playing tonight, Henry.
Yeah, big game, Wrexham.
Oh.
Hollywood FC. Swept hard by Beaumont and half stopped by Kim Garth. Actually does pretty well as it bounced quite awkwardly. One run will be taken. 1 ball left of the over, 116 for 3.
2 clubs with X in their title.
Very unusual.
Yeah.
Might be the only ones in the Football League, I'm thinking.
I thought you said eggs.
And eggs. Crewe Alexandra.
Yes.
Yeah. And Exeter City.
Of course. Yes. Good knowledge. Round the wicket comes Gardner, driven by Dunkley. And there's no run. End of the over, 28 gone, 116 for 3. Only football club in the UK not named after a place Phil Long is.
Oh, I think oh no, I don't know.
Arsenal?
No, Woolwich Arsenal is a place.
I was going to say QPR.
No, Queen's Park.
Yeah, I know. I worked that out after I said it.
Oh, sorry. I will let you ponder that. One member of the England squad is a big fan. I'm going to give you that little clue.
Oh, yeah.
What's
Everton.
that? No, Everton's a part of Liverpool.
Oh. Sorry, I just copied Dan.
Says
He's just shouted it.
Hannah is listening from our base camp at the bottom of Mount Kenya. 10 days walking, climbing. Wanted to finish the big north face route to Batian Peak, but the weather did not cooperate. 2 days of snow, hail, torrential rain. We finished a day early, just in time for the cricket. After a first shower in a week and a half, we're settling in for an afternoon of TMS and counting the climbing widgets that we've lost. Come on, England. Well, thanks for joining us, Hannah. Well done, you. Here is Alana King. And this comes off the face of the bat as Beaumont looked to paddle and dropped into the offside, no run. Oh, now you're going through the Football League tables. Ah, there we go.
Well, Dan shouted Port Vale. He's shouted Everton and Port Vale so far.
Has he now?
And it's responded, is it, to both of them?
Well, it's not Everton. In comes Lana King, forward comes Tammy Beaumont. It is Port Vale.
There we go.
And Danny Wyatt is the big Port Vale fan.
Of course she is.
Beautiful day in Manchester, says Alan, spending 8 hours in the kitchen baking for a birthday party. Lemon drizzle and cupcakes in the oven. Hope the game goes the distance. Forward comes Beaumont, looking to try something expansive, but can only find Litchfield in the covers. England's current run rate is down at 4.07. They'd need to go at 10s here to get 331. Current rate barely takes them past 200. 116 for 3. Paddle is attempted, nicely played by Beaumont, exposed the stumps, exposed a degree of risk. They'll turn for a second, throw comes in, and it is well called and well judged from Dunkley, who turned to see what was afoot and judged that there was time for that second. 118 for 3.
You know, sometimes you go to a cricket match often and there'll be someone who always presents these kind of sort of questions. Sometimes you're in the mood and sometimes you...
Are you not in the mood?
No, I am in the mood now. I'm massively in the mood.
I thought that was your way of telling Henry to shut up.
Beaumont is pushing the ball into space in the offside, but no run. Normally people are much less subtle than that. No, you certainly are.
I don't know what you mean.
Honestly.
Dan greets me at breakfast every morning with, how's our little ray of sunshine today?
Here's Alana King, final ball of her 7th over. Oh, it's big appeal for LBW. Is there any bat involved? If there's not, this is going to surely be out. And that is the question that Beth Mooney will be asking. And Alana King will be saying to Talia McGrath, I think there was possibly bat involved, and that is the only thing that will save Beaumont, and they aren't going to review it.
She was kept a bit low. I'd like to see that replay again, because other than bat, I'm not sure what is saving Tammy Beaumont there. She was so far back in her crease as well. But they were quite adamant on not reviewing it, so Beth Mooney must have heard something.
118 for 3, 29 overs gone. Kings 7 overs, 1 for 11. Nick emails, loving the TMS commentary, delivering real ale in Liverpool. Everton, maybe.
It's not a place, apparently.
Any pubs in West Yorkshire need beer, give us a ring. Here comes Gardner, start of a new over. 118 for 3.
Talking of Fionn being a ray of sunshine at breakfast time, there was a bit of chaos on the group WhatsApp this morning, wasn't there, about breakfast?
Oh, someone stole our table.
Oh.
Yeah. I can't read the message out, but
this is driven down the ground towards wide long off by Dunkley for a single. No, you can't, because you weren't terribly charitable to the member of the Australian coaching staff that had taken our table in the corner.
Nice try. Well, we've sat there every morning for 5 days. That's basically ours.
It's our table.
Yeah. We've got our system. We've got our routine.
119 for 3. Driven into the ground and there's no run. And that routine is you and I text each other first and say, fancy meeting for breakfast. We agree a time and normally meet. Daniel says he'll be there in 10, and 45 minutes later we see him.
Yeah, and you order all of Daniel's coffees and various food bits.
Driven by Beaumont into a gap towards wide long off, and a single is taken. And there is an advancement in the score to 120 for 3.
And the chat flows.
Well,
and we're all cheery.
Well, Two out of three ain't bad, eh, Daniel? In comes Ash Gardner, moving in. And down the leg side, that'll be wide, rare loose delivery.
Well, at least I make it to breakfast.
I know.
Alex Hartley hasn't made breakfast once on the whole trip.
No, she has a inbuilt disregard for breakfast.
And mornings.
Here is Ash Gardner. Tosses it up, driven down the ground by Dunkley for a single.
That was the first wide of the day.
Oh, there
wow.
you go. 122 for 3 the score.
In the 30th over. That is so Australia.
You mentioned Al not making breakfast. I mean, you don't go at the crack of dawn, do you?
Well, but
No, the game's finished late, though.
game's finished late, Phil.
Worked into the onside by Beaumont, who's hustling for one, turning for a second. England pushing for that second run and getting that second run as well.
I need at least 10 hours sleep a night.
124 for 3, 30 overs gone. 10 hours.
My average throughout the past year has been 9 hours and 45 minutes
No
per night.
way.
Yeah, average.
That is outrageous.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Well, they say sleep is very, very important, very good for you.
Yep, keeps you youthful.
So they say, because you're actually 73.
Been asleep for 42 of those years.
Gotta do what you can.
So England's run rate across this innings: overs 1 to 10, 5.5; 11 to 20, 4.3; overs 21 to 30, they've been going at 2.6 an over.
Feels like it as well, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Yeah, no wonder we've been talking about our sleep patterns.
Yeah, 30 overs gone, 124 for 3. Even doubling it after 30 overs, which is the kind of given thing, it's less than 250.
Yeah, I don't see where England are doubling it from, frankly. Alana King, who's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 11 so far, is going to continue from the far end with Dunkley on strike. Forward in defence, looking for a run. It's going to be a tight one. Throw comes in, and had it hit, the now sprawled Tammy Beaumont would have been out. Instead, she's going to haul herself up and is safe. And there is a little smile from Beaumont, which is a smile laced with a thanks a lot, pal, to Sophia Dunkley, because there was not a run there.
No, but Sophia Dunkley has been smarter in terms of wearing the long sleeves out there, because Tammy Beaumont has just skidded right on her elbow, and that is hard ground.
Yeah.
I don't envy that whatsoever, but good dive, commitment from Tammy Beaumont. Oof, and yeah, looks like she's taken a bit of skin off there. That's nasty.
Yeah, there'll be some running repairs for Tammy Beaumont. Kelly emails, thank you for making our drive from London to Scotland so enjoyable. That's a long way, blimey. No fireworks on the M1, but sadly some traffic, keeping our cricket mad daughter off her tablet as well. So well done. Stephen's listening in Sydney on the ABC Listen app. Coming up to 10:20 p.m, I'll enjoy listening to the coverage as I head off to sleep. Looking forward to hearing about an impressive Australian victory in the morning with Vol and Litchfield pulling together a big partnership to start the chase. Well, we shall see.
On the that email about iPads and stuff in cars.
Yeah.
When I was younger, when me and my brother were younger, we had Game Boys. They were our device. But my parents didn't want us on them all the time, and we were quite young. But they told us, as their kind of way of restricting screen time, they told us that they only worked in the car.
Oh, clever.
So that was the only time that we would get to go on our Game Boys, because we thought they only worked in the car.
That's very sneaky.
So when we were at home, we had to like read books and stuff like that and draw.
That's it.
Go outside.
I spoke to Lauren Bell a few days ago, and I love the quote she gave us. She said, I've done all these things that you just never do as a 24-year-old, like play Lego, painting and reading. And I said, what do you mean? Oh dear. Anyway, England. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say we then went to some family friends' houses.
Oh yeah.
And we said to our parents, "Oh my word, they've got Game Boys that work in the house."
Yeah, the upgrade.
They've got the upgrade.
The deluxe model.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that lie that parents tell that. When you can hear the ice cream van, they've sold out. Yeah. It's always a good.
All the classics.
All the classics. England are 125 for 3 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, and the ABC Listen app, as we bring you England against Australia from Indore in northern India. These two sides have qualified for the semi-finals, and we'll be heading to the final 4. How that all shapes up will depend a lot on what we see tomorrow. Massive game between New Zealand and India. There is a circumstance, weirdly, where India can still lose and still qualify, because if they then beat Bangladesh, more
wins,
something a little more sort of convoluted than perhaps is time for me to explain at this particular juncture. So as Fionn takes a break to try and get her head around it all, Alex Hartley's going to join us. Phil Long might be able to explain it, as Alana King will continue bowling from the far end, and Beaumont is beaten by one that turns and bounces. And go on, Phil.
Well, no, just a reminder, the last day of the group games, England play New Zealand at 11 o'clock and India play Bangladesh at 3 o'clock. So there's a lot, local time that is, so there's a lot could be decided on that very final day of the group games.
Alana King to Tammy Beaumont. Oh, is that out? It could be, you know. There's a big appeal for a caught behind. Beaumont's going nowhere. Talia McGrath is sprinting up from mid-on. And King, Mooney, McGrath all in discussion. And are they going to review this? There was a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm. They've got 2 seconds, they're checking. They're going to have a little look. Alex Hartley.
Well, a last minute decision to go upstairs there. The decision is not out, and there was a lot of chat between Alana King, who turns the ball sharply past the outside edge.
We got a player review for caught behind, originally given not out. I have checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split now.
Not that worried though, Beaumont.
Yeah, take it forward.
No, she doesn't. I don't think this has taken the outside edge. I think she's hit her foot.
Shall I confirm with the outrage, please?
Well, let's just hope the noise doesn't... It's very close to the outside.
Outrage coming up.
Here we go.
Yeah, take it forward. Take it forward. Yeah, take it forward. Fat line as ball passes the bat, no bat involved. Jackie, you can stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen, make the signal.
No dice for Australia. 125 for 3. I am going to get out of the way. Here comes Daniel Norcross.
Well, you can understand why they've taken that review, as Beaumont pressing forward and the ball past the outside edge. But nothing, no noise. Beth Mooney was convinced. King said, I'm not sure. But they went upstairs and it was given not out, and it was not out.
Long old over so far this one. We had a couple of balls. Thick edge. If there'd been a slip, it would have been straight in the breadbasket. Instead, it's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Driving at another sharply turning leg break from King, and Beaumont gets a fortunate boundary. I think that's her 10th.
It's her 10th and her first since the 20th over.
Thank you. It's right above the eye line. She went after it, got a thick edge. It was possible really for Mooney to take the catch, but if there'd been a slip there, it would have gone straight to her. Oh, it's been given as buys. Right, well, that wasn't an edge. In that case, it's sort of flown out of a foot mark. This is cut away. This will be a run. Beaumont will move to 65. And England 130 for 3. I need to see that again. That must have flown out of a foot mark. How has that happened? I mean, it's really starting to turn for Alana King, and Beaumont's all at sea. Well, maybe that was buys. It spat and bounced. Signal buys, 130 for 3. Dunkley faces up and clips a ball, but cannot beat the dive at short mid-wicket of Georgia Bolt, and there's no run to complete the over. England's innings is stalling massively here. Overs 1 to 10, there were 10 boundaries in the 55. 11 to 20, 43 runs with 6 boundaries, and then 21 to 30, just the 1 boundary. And since then, we've had a boundary with its buys, so it doesn't count, I'm afraid. You don't get to choose that.
No, still 54 balls.
Well, it's all King, isn't it? 1 for 13 in 8. Has she bowled unchanged? Feels like it, yeah.
She's bowled beautifully, hasn't she? There might be a part of Australia that are thinking, could we have played Wareham as well?
Well, good point. I think England and Sophie Eccleston won't mind seeing the turn as Ash Gardner starts a new over. This is whipped away nicely by Beaumont. Finds space between deep mid-wicket and long on. They're going to get a couple as Dunkley runs back to the danger end. Good throw on the bounce. Beaumont to 67. England 132 for 3.
Yeah, she's bowled beautifully, Alana King. Been backed up the last couple of overs by Ash Gardner, going at 3 and over. So the pressure has been built here for England, who've slowed down.
Beaumont waits and then advances again. Just can't quite find that pocket. You get a single as it goes straighter this time out to Perry at deep mid-wicket. Perry, it's a strange thing, Perry, isn't it? I mean, here she is, this iconic cricketer that, you know, for many people, she's been a sort of defining part of their love of women's cricket. And yet you can't watch a game of Australian cricket. This is driven, wonderfully fielded by Ash Gardner. How many times do we see that just roll up to long off for a single? Well, Gardner, it's her bowling figure, she's not going to let that get past. He dived away to her left and parried it towards short extra. There's no run. But yeah, you're almost unaware of the presence of Ellyse Perry these days. She's just stuck out on the boundary. Gardner in, tucked away to the onside to the right of mid-wicket. They'll get an easy single. Beaumont to Dunkley to 11. You know, she's sort of
there but not there.
Yeah, she's just not part of the action anymore, is she? Almost sort of a forgotten member of the team, you might say.
Steady on.
Well, I mean, I'd forgotten. Swept, but straight to short, fine leg, no run.
She's won a game in this tournament with a 6.
Yeah, well, that was unforgettable. But you know what I mean, just generally speaking, sort of prowls out on the boundary somewhere really early on. She's usually one of the 2 boundary riders inside the power play. Gardner fires one in a bit faster. It's driven really crisply by Beaumont, but it's going to be stopped down below us long off by McGrath, who's not bowled yet. And 5 runs have come off that over. Gardner none for 18 off 5. England 135 for 3 off 32. And drinks are going to come onto the field. It's been a good over rate from Australia, in part because they've just had England tied down in the last 3/4 of an hour to an hour after that bright start when Beaumont and Jones got going well, and then Knight came in and provided some support, and then King's come on, Alex Hartley, and everything has just been squeezed.
Yeah, they're going to have to find an opportunity or a situation now where they can accelerate England. I mean, King's bowled fantastically well, so do you just see her out? I would say so. She's got 2 overs left, 12 balls, don't do anything silly. She's just started to rip the ball outside the off stump, so I would personally, her figures have been fantastic so far, as you say, only going for the 18 runs, so see her out, but you've got to find someone else that you can attack. So as a player here, you've got to go, okay, I'm going to be the busy person against somebody like Annabelle Sutherland or Talia McGrath, and then Beaumont maybe against Ash Gardner, or keep ticking along against the spinners. But since the spinners have come on, England's run rate have gone from about 7 to about 4.5.
And Sutherland as well, I mean, bowled magnificently. She's not just accurate, and she has variations at the back end of the innings. She'll come back and you'll see the back of her hand, slower balls, you'll see her wanging the ball into the pitch and just bamboozling batters. But when the ball's harder and newer, she was getting that up to 74 miles an hour regularly, and she's not really part of our conversation when we talk about express pace. We talk about the likes of Shabnam Ismail, we talk about Lauren Filer, sometimes talk about Marizanne Kapp, for example. But Annabelle Sutherland, with her height as well as the pace, she seems to have an easy natural pace, and her width and her bulk. She bowls heavy balls.
Yeah, it's the heavy length that she bowls and gets a little bit of extra bounce and extra carry, and all the skills that she's obviously got, like you mentioned, those back of the hand slower balls, the cutters. They've just, wherever you look against this Australia side, they've got so much bowling.
And it's disciplined as well, you know. I mean, we're looking at the extras. There was a no ball early on, which the free hit then did go for 6. That was Kim Garth in just her first over. There were 4 leg byes, and I always think that, as you know, I think that's bowler error.
Yeah.
When it flicks the pad, goes down there. That was 1. There's 4 byes that, for all the world, looked like an outside edge when the ball spat and turned. It was just a brilliant bit of bowling, and there has been 1 wide in 32 overs. And when you're talking about people who are bowling with the skills that these Australians are, the likes of Sutherland, the likes of King, Molyneux, you know, these aren't easy skills to perform time after time, and with a swinging new ball, you know, the occasional one will go down the leg side, but They're so disciplined.
Yeah.
Is there a weakness anywhere? Can you find a weakness? Is there anything you can jump on?
Well, I think if you can get on top of them early, so like England did, get on top of the bowlers early, so get on top of Megan Shute, get on top of Kim Garth, and then obviously they turn to their spinners in the middle overs, but you've got to still carry on knocking the ball around, and that run rate might naturally drop a little bit outside of the power play, especially on a surface like this when you can then have 4 fielders outside of the ring, but you've got to try and turn those good balls into singles and those singles into 2s.
Now the drinks are being removed, we're nearly done with those, and the lights have come on suddenly, and it just makes you realise that it was actually quite murky about 15 minutes ago, and now the lights have taking, well, some considerable effect. We're not yet at sunset. That's around about 5:50 local time, so if you're listening in back in England on 5 Sports Extra or the BBC Sport website and app, that's around about 1:20. Things start to get really, really dark very, very quickly indeed. And then we may see some dew. England chose to bat first in their first game here against India, and raised some eyebrows, and indeed the dew did arrive a little bit later. It didn't come early, because we had these pictures, didn't we, of the camera on the wheels, and you look at the wheels, and I think that's the only real purpose of that camera, to be honest with you, to check the wheels of the camera. I don't know that
for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what shots they're particularly getting at that level, but right, Sutherland is back in the attack. King has finished her 8-over spell. Beaumont waits and guides a ball just outside the off stump down to short backward point. And Molyneux feels there's no run.
Maybe just the thought process of if they can get a wicket in the next over or 2, then King's still got 2 overs left at England's fragile middle order.
It's just that she had Beaumont on toast in the last over, and I thought she looked the most likely to make the breakthrough. But then I suppose if you can bring on as a strike bowler like Sutherland, and she's got 6 overs left in the tank, including this. In she comes, that's defended back to the bowler, no run. Change of pace, change of angle, change of height. Beaumont, though, has stood pretty firm today, 69 off 98.
Well, there is one thing that Australia have shown: when you bowl at the stumps, it's not easy to score. There's been 128 dot balls, 62 balls since the last boundary.
Oh, that's a long old way.
When is Tammy Beaumont going to take the risk and go down the ground?
Sutherland in, worked into the onside off the pads to just get a single as King runs to her right to field from mid-wicket. 136 for 3. England quite moribund at the moment. Beaumont to 70. Dunkley 11 off 30. Part of this spluttering, misfiring England middle order, but she's got now something of a platform. She's faced 30 balls, but she has a challenge in Sutherland. 3 in the ring on the offside from backward point, extra cover round to mid-off. Sutherland into a bouncer, which is taken by Mooney, standing up as if it's the easiest thing in the world.
It's well played by Dunkley as well, ducking underneath it, but really good bit of keeping from Beth Mooney. You see Amy Jones take deliveries like that all the time. Beth Mooney made it look so easy.
Oh, it's just, yeah. No trouble at all. What, you got a sign, do you think?
No.
You'd like to hope so if you're standing up. Sutherland in again full, just defended into the offside. Speed down a little bit, 112 kilometres an hour, so around about 70 miles an hour or so. And Dunkley's crouch is a bit less pronounced, which may suggest he's just not getting the pace of the wicket.
Or maybe because the ball's not staying as low as at other grounds.
He's facing up now, just pushes it to the offside. This could be a tight single, underarm throw, and it hit, would have been close. Beaumont running to the striker's end. It was just a push and run from Dunkley. Her 12th single. She has 12 off 33, 12 singles, 21 dot balls. She's nabbed the strike at the end of the over, and England 137 for 3 off 33. Well, someone's got to go somewhere at some point.
Yeah, for me, obviously England's new thing is take the game as deep as possible, but I would like to see Dunkley be a little bit more busy now.
Yeah, you fancy there've got to be some risks to be taken here. There's still Lamb and Capsey. Dean has shown that if you lose a couple of quick wickets, she can bat around an established batter.
If Beaumont can still be there at 40 overs, then she can start having some fun, I reckon. should have 100 on the board.
Molyneux back in the attack, replacing Gardner. Her first 4 overs went for 18, but she did pick up a wicket of Knight, pinned on the back leg, front leg, but right back in the crease. As Molyneux tosses one up, that's tucked into the onside, but straight to Gardner at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Molyneux left arm round the wicket, not particularly renowned for flight, particularly. She tends to bowl it quite flat. Dunkley is crouching a little bit lower against the spinner. She goes back into her crease to a straight ball that she works up to the left of McGrath. Long off, takes a single. Goes to 13, 138 for 3.
After the power play, there's only been 2 overs that have gone for more than 6 in the over.
Ooh. In the last 23 overs. That gives you an idea of the stranglehold Australia have got. They've been very accurate, remorseless. They've only used the 6 bowlers today, no sign of McGrath or Perry. Whereas the ones that would definitely not bowl would be Litchfield, Vole and Mooney, weren't they?
Yeah. Interesting if Mooney did bowl.
Although Vole's bowled a bit, hasn't she? Bowled a bit in T20. Short, but tucked into the onside by Beaumont. It was a faster ball, 87.7 kilometres an hour, around 55 miles an hour.
Just a touch too short from Molyneux. If you're going to go pace on, just slightly fuller to try and trap Beaumont on the back foot, LBW.
She gets the run, takes it to 71 off exactly 100 balls now. Dunkley waits as Molyneux comes around the wicket to her. And she works it into the onside again, slightly to the right of Gardner at short mid-wicket. They take another run on 40 for 3. Dunkley to 14. She still hasn't hit anything other than a single or a dot ball, Dunkley. 22 dots out of 36. Beaumont looks around the field, 4 in the ring on the offside. It's a long off and a long on back. That's tossed up. She works it past the left hand of the bowler Molyneux up to long off. McGrath takes her time, coming in off the boundary, underarms back to the bowler. 4th single in the over, Beaumont to 72, 141 for 3. Something of a hum around the ground, waiting, anticipating that something is going to happen. It's not a bad crowd, given that this is England against Australia as the ball's worked back at the wicket to the bowler. End of the over in a neutral venue. 141 for 3. 34 gone. Beaumont has 72. Dunkley has 14. 16 overs remain. This after Australia put England into bat. And just a reminder that both sides have qualified for the semi-finals. This is really about who's likely to finish top, and the side that finishes top will either play their semi-final in Guwahati if India don't qualify for the semi-finals, or they'll play it in Navi Mumbai if India do. So India are most likely to qualify because they've got 2 games left against Bangladesh and New Zealand. If they were to win either of them, then they're in pole position. They're basically there, barring some kind of weird net run rate miracle. Sutherland is in. This is driven in the air, just over mid-off by Beaumont. It's going to run off towards the boundary, but will be hauled back in. Terrific work. Keeps the scoring to just a couple as McGrath had a lot of ground to make running back. It wasn't perfectly timed by Beaumont to the bottom of the bat, perhaps. Just see the...
No, and that's when
was skewed a bit, wasn't it? Just sliced across it, really.
Yeah, that's when we're saying, when will she go over the top to try and put a little bit of pressure back on the bowler? Talia McGrath, I reckon she thought for a moment she was in the game.
Yeah, because she didn't turn and run, did she? She thought that might be coming down towards her as a swing and a miss by Beaumont. Bounces off the gloves of Mooney, who's standing up to the stumps. There's no run. Beaumont with that 2 before moved to 74, 143 for 3. Looks like Beaumont wants to have a go here at Sutherland. She's decided to tee off. That was...
Well, you have your conversations in the middle and talk about, right, I reckon I could probably take down Sutherland.
Right.
But lovely carry.
I mean, if she's going to go after it, it's really testing to be standing up to the stumps against this. She goes for the ramp, misses everything. I'm going to get 4 byes, I think. No, she's got a bit of bat on that. She must have got just a tiny tickle, so she went across her stumps to try and flip it up and over the keeper. And umpire Jackie Williams has decided that is off a bit of a battle glove, maybe.
Yeah, slower ball from Sutherland as well, just the off cutter, running her fingers down the side of it. Beaumont gets into position early. I'm not sure what that hit.
I don't think it did anything, but
Beth Mooney was disappointed she didn't get in the way of it, but actually it would have just hit her in the throat.
I mean, it's a good option when the batter's standing up to a quick bowler, isn't it? Because it's a really, really hard job now for Mooney. 147 for 3, Beaumont to 78. Sutherland in again. Slower ball. Larup high in the air. Should be caught at long on. And is. Well, on the rebound. Brilliant work from Georgia Vol at long on. She was very tight to the boundary sponge. The ball was hammered down the ground. She caught it, then she had to let go of it as she could feel her back foot going backwards onto the boundary sponge, and she just let go of it, just pushed it a yard or so away from her. That gave her the time to get back in position, take the catch. They will check it, but I'm pretty sure back of the hand slower ball from Sutherland has done the job here. Beaumont was looking to get after Sutherland all over, and that is really good work, really good timing from Vol. She's done that to perfection. Beaumont's got to go for 78, and England lose their fourth. They're 147 for 4.
Yeah, frustrating, that one there for Tammy Beaumont, but it was the back of the hand slower ball that's done it. She's gone pace off for 3 deliveries. She's gone pace on, for 3 deliveries, then gone pace off, and Tammy Beaumont's seen that it's in the slot and seen that it's there to hit, but the timing isn't quite there because it is so much slower. It was only 87 kilometres per hour, and a good catch, as you say, from Georgia Vol, who, tracking back, takes it, touches the boundary sponge, but thrown the ball in the air.
It was so close to being a 6 for Tammy Beaumont. She needed a tiny fraction more, another 6 inches or so, and Vol wouldn't have been able to take the catch and not come back.
Quicker ball would have gone for 6.
Yeah.
But that's what Annabel Sutherland does so well. It's the changes of pace.
Well, you could sort of feel that the game was afoot in that over, couldn't you?
Something was brewing. It felt like Beaumont was going, okay, this is my over, now's my time to go.
There'd been 74 balls without a 4. Then there was the 4, which may or may not have been. And then the wicket.
Right. Emma Lamb is the new batter. Facing up to Sutherland. She taps the ball, first ball into the offside, straight to short extra cover, and now the field will close in with a short extra cover. There's a short mid-wicket suffocating the new batter.
But what we do know, Annabel Sutherland's 14th wicket of this World Cup. She's now up top all by herself.
Thank you.
By how many is she clear?
She's one ahead now of Deepti Sharma.
Well, that's a big blow for England and a big wicket for Australia in this game, as Sutherland is in to complete the 35th over, worked into the onside of the pads by Lamb. She'll take the single as it goes out towards deep square leg. A wicket taking over. Sutherland does 2 for 23 from 6. England 148 for 4. Dunkley 14, Lamb 1. Batter to go. Tammy Beaumont for a very well made 78 of 105, but now big questions going to be asked of that middle order. Alex Harley, then it will be Henry Moran.
It is indeed. Still a lot of work to do for England going into the latter stages of this game. You think 250 isn't going to be enough on this surface. It's a very good surface to bat on, so England have got to find a way of scoring up and around 280, but to get to 268, they've got to go at 8 and over from here, so they're going to need some big overs at some point in this game.
Is Emma Lamb somebody that can start quickly? I mean, the thing is, it's not her role. She opens the bat. You said it, Tyler.
Yeah, she can start quickly, but normally there's only 2 fielders out. So it'd be interesting to see how she goes here. I know in the warm-up games she did very well in the middle order, but she's got a huge opportunity now to get some runs under her belt.
Do you know Chris Rawson, by the way?
No.
He's currently parked up eating a sandwich in your home village, apparently.
Reed?
Yeah.
Ah! Alright, Chris.
Here's Sophie Molyneux. Tossed up and defended by Lamb. Back to the bowler.
I would say I hope you've got it from the bakery I used to work at, but it's no longer a bakery.
Is it not?
But the Fuzzy Duck next door, I wonder if he's got it from there. Chris, let us know if you got a sandwich from the Fuzzy Duck. I used to go there every day.
This is defended from deep in the crease by Lamb. Into the offside it goes. What's their speciality?
Sandwiches.
Is it?
Well, there's 2 sandwich shops next door to each other.
High stakes.
Yeah, the Fuzzy Duck was a bit more like premium. The bakery was like pies, sausage butties.
So you went from Sellingham to Bollingham. Here is Molyneux. This has worked into the leg side.
You are so predictable.
Midway through the 36th over, England 149 for 4 as Emma Lamb gets her second run. Fuzzy Ducks. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Their chicken tikka sandwich. Coronation chicken, sorry.
You're talking. Molyneux into her 6th over. 1 wicket so far, tosses it up. It's Dunkley, who's been patient, very patient, for her 15 off 38. We'll see England bring up their 150. 150 for 4, 2 balls left of the 36th over. There we go.
As a family, we used to go every day. We used to have a tab, and Dad would pay it off at the end of the month. And we got banned.
Did you?
Yeah, we ended up racking up quite a big sandwich bill.
Did you?
Yeah. No more fuzzy duck. Make your sandwiches at home.
Here is Molyneux bowling onto the toes of Emma Lamb, who's going to whip that down towards fine leg. Chase on field and won't stop it. A boundary for England. Their second boundary in the space of 8 balls. 154 for 4.
Well, Emma Lamb there, just clipping the ball as it's angled down the leg side. So many times you see that go straight to short fine. But somehow it's gone finer of Kim Garth, who can't do anything about it. And this outfield we know is lightning fast. Once it beats the inner ring, quite often it does go for 4.
Well, Molyneux will walk in again, round the wicket, into bowl, and Lamb is forward very correctly in defence, pushing the ball back towards the bowler. End of the over, a relatively profitable one for England, who gets 6 from it. 154 for 4, 36 overs gone.
Yeah, you mentioned it was their second 4 in 8 balls. It was also their second 4 in 83 balls as well.
Right. We'll be keeping an eye on whether she's able to accelerate quickly. Billy on the email. Thank you for distracting me from my attempt at doing university work. I'm just wondering how Alex functions without breakfast. Surely. He's asking the question about Dunkley and Capsey stepping up as well. Surely time for them to step up. But more pertinent to his initial concerns is your breakfast.
My lack of breakfast. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's not. I just don't like hotel breakfasts. They're the same every day.
Here is Annabelle Sutherland down the leg side. There's half an appeal for a caught behind by Mooney, who's kept so well standing up. She's the part-time keeper.
Whereas like Australia is right in my wheelhouse, because it's like go out for brunch. So I'm like an 11 o'clock girl. But hotel breakfast normally finish at 10.
Yeah,
and it's just
outrageous.
Eggs and toast and
Lovely.
beans. No, not for me.
Lovely, what luxury. Dunkley, who rides the bounce of that and will get a single into the onside. King can't pick up cleanly at mid-wicket. England 156 for 4 as Dunkley and Lamb's partnership just looks to give England some sort of foothold.
No, I'd rather pay for food that I want than eat food that I don't like and not pay for.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Morning, Henry and team, says Mary in Plymouth. Interested to hear you sport Wrexham. No, Oxford, the other ones tonight. 156 for 4. This is a short ball which is ducked out of the way of by Emma Lamb and well taken above her head by Beth Mooney. Offside taught Heather Knight, says Mary in Plymouth.
Well, that's your claim to fame.
That's forget the football. This is much more. So proud. I lived in Trinidad for 4 years. And my first one is the Christian name's Richard Vivian. Very good. Driven beautifully by Lamb and well stopped at cover by Litchfield. They'll get a single from the deflected little push from the fielder. So there you go, 157 for 4. Thanks for the commentary, says Mary. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for teaching one of England's finest, Mary. She's also really clever, isn't she?
Heather Knight, yeah.
Yeah.
I think turned down a place at Cambridge.
There you go.
And you don't get offered a place at Cambridge without knowing a thing or two.
Well, I definitely didn't get offered one.
You didn't ask for one, though, to be fair. Dunkley drives, will beat Litchfield this time, will not beat the dive of McGrath, who goes sprawling across the turf. England will get 2 more. They've just found a way of picking things up a little bit in the last couple of overs, Alex. 159 for 4.
Yeah, can you turn those good balls into singles? Keep rotating the strike. It's a beautiful shot from Dunkley between extra cover and mid-off, but a good bit of fielding from McGrath. shock. The Aussies doing good bits of fielding.
Yeah, they set the standard, don't they? Though they didn't in game against Bangladesh early in the tournament. 159 for 4. Dunkley angles that ball away, and on this occasion Molineux doesn't stop it at backward point. One more added. 159 for 4. But you can rest assured they would have had extra time making up for it in training the next day.
Yeah.
160 for 4, sorry. One ball left of the 37.
So Faye Dunkley on to 19. That's our highest score of this World Cup.
It's come from 41 balls. Sutherland, at the end of her mark, comes bustling in towards us once again. Emma Lamb with a slower ball bowler. Oh, it's an absolutely brilliant piece of bowling that is too good. So the England batter gone for 7. Back of the hand, slower ball. As Lamb came lunging forward, the ball missed the bat, hits the stumps, and England are 5 down. 160 for 5.
Of course it's Annabelle Sutherland, and of course it's the back of the hand slower ball. It's brilliantly executed. She absolutely nails it. It just sticks in the surface ever so slightly. But Emma Lamb lunging forward, as you say, should be keeping that out. And Annabelle Sutherland with a huge smile on her face. And rightly so, she is on absolute fire in this World Cup. And England's middle order, questions are going to be asked again.
Lamb goes for 7. Alex Hartley, are you having a break?
I am.
Is that what you're standing up for? Righto, thank you very much indeed. So, England 5 down. 160 for 5. And Fionn Wynn's going to join us again, BBC Sport cricket writer. And Fionn, we said earlier on how much of a joy it is watching Alana King bowling. It's a joy watching Annabelle Sutherland as well.
Oh, it's a middle overs masterclass, isn't it? I know she came on in the power play and made that impact earlier, but since then, how she's mixed up her pace, bowled into the surface, kept the batters on their toes with some shorter stuff, and then the slower ball, which I mean, it was a very obvious slower ball. Whether it did stick in the surface, or I can't see how Lamb didn't pick it because it was so much slower. But we've been saying how she's had trouble against spin. Well, maybe the seamers just need to bowl really slowly as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite pickable from even here, wasn't it?
It came down with snow on it.
It's easy for us to say, I suppose. Molineux to Dunkley, who gets squared up. There's an appeal for LBW. That didn't look like it was doing the right things at all to me. And indeed, umpire Kim Cotton not having a bar of it. So Dunkley's there, 19 off 42. Lamb has departed, and Alice Capsey joins the action, with England having to find a way of getting that scoreboard moving at the moment. They're not getting enough runs, I don't think. Here is Molineux, a little bit quicker, flatter. Dunkley will get one into the onside. 161 for 5. And frustration for England's middle order. At the moment, doesn't look like it's going to be necessarily quietened unless we can see a flurry from these two.
Yeah, pressure on Alice Capsey. She's played a few decent knocks, but as we've said, coming in at 7, she's been in all sorts of different positions, often having to rescue England. The other day having to go from ball 1. Now again, you would say it's another bit of a rescue mission again.
This is played aerially. Catch it is the cry, but it drops 3 or 4 yards short of Phoebe Litchfield, who's Ash Gardner, forgive me, at short cover. And in comes Molineux once again. Defended back up the track by Capsey. She'll take a couple of balls to see herself in. Leon says 248 my prediction for England's score. I think they'd take that at this point.
My word, yes, they would.
Molineux round the wicket, driven back at her by Capsey. No run. England's projected score at the moment, they'd need to go 8 and over for 258. It's 161 for 5. What's that stat you've got there from
Sutherland has taken 7 wickets with slower balls in the competition so far, conceded just 15 runs. It's a pretty decent weapon to have.
It certainly is. Here is Molineux, goes quicker this time, mixing those paces up. And one will be taken into the onside. They'll turn for a second. That's good running. Dunkley again calling through And Capsey picks up 2 runs to conclude the over. 163 for 5.
And we sit here in our air-conditioned box saying how easy they are to pick.
Exactly.
Let me give you Annabelle Sutherland's figures during this World Cup. New Zealand 3 for 26, Pakistan 2 for 15. She took 5 for 40 against India, 2 for 41 against Bangladesh. And today she's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 29. Top wicket taker in the competition now with 15 wickets.
Ahead of Dipti Sharma's 13. Dipti Sharma and Colby in action tomorrow. Massive game between New Zealand and India from Navi Mumbai. So keep an eye out for that. We'll be bringing you full commentary as we have for every ball of every game of this tournament. We've even talked when there's been not much going on in Colombo. So England's projected score, if they went to 6 and over, 235. 8 and over were taken to 259. I just don't see how they're getting 8 and over at the moment. Alana King's got 2 overs left. She's so far.
Well, they're going to go for
1.
2, yeah.
She's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 13. She's coming in from the far end, the leg spinner. Bowls to Dunkley, and there'll be no run there. I think she's deserved more than just the 1 wicket, let me say. Dunkley 20 off 44. Just shy of 12 overs left in this England innings. Asked to bat first by Australia. Tossed up, and Dunkley hits that well, but God, what a piece of fielding. And that's the reserve, Georgia Vole, who's taken a stunning catch already and then has just saved probably 4 actually at mid-wicket. Now the dot ball, 146th of the innings. King walking in towards us in the yellow of Australia. Bowls to Dunkley, who wants a single. That's nicely judged into the offside drop and run. 164 for 5.
We were actually saying, I think we said it at breakfast this morning, that it just felt inevitable that Georgia Vole would do something.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah, whether it'll be 150 or a screamer to take a really important wicket. We're all getting carried away thinking there's no Healy. Is this England's chance? No. Well, we don't know yet. There's a long way to go, but there was just a sense that she would make her mark in some way because their depth is just staggering.
Average turn today for Alana King, 4.6 degrees. I don't think I've ever seen that. King bowling to Capsey, dropping the bat on the ball and not finding a run. I think it's more than double what anyone else has managed in the game. England don't have such resources in terms of a leg spinner.
Not only degrees of spin, the control she's shown to bowl 8.4 overs for 14 runs.
Yeah, she's a staggering talent. 164 for 5. There's a straight mid-wicket, they've got a deep cover, deep mid-wicket, long off. And it'll go out towards that deep cover, and with a cry of yes, Capsey will pick up a single.
This is where it becomes so interesting to see when you consider, you would say King is probably Australia's best bowler or their most threatening wicket-taking bowler. Sophie Ecclestone is that for England. How will Australia play her? Because England have been very defensive against Alana King, partly because of how brilliant she's been, but just be fascinating to see how different those approaches are going to be.
It's cool in the air, and the cry of keeper as the throw comes in to Beth Mooney. Oh, this could be tight. Capsey a little slow setting off and didn't put the dive in. Kim Cotton is initially, I think, saying she's home, and maybe we aren't going to go upstairs. Maybe it isn't as close as I thought, but there was just a little moment where I thought there could be trouble.
I think this is close. I think actually saying that Australia are all going back to their fielding positions. Maybe it's not.
I
think it's already been given not out, isn't it?
I think it has been given not out, but I'm surprised Capsey's not dived there. I really am.
Yeah, it's we've seen it a few times now from England's field. We saw Tammy Beaumont put in a brilliant dive. Yeah, she's comfortably home in the end, but we saw Tammy Beaumont put in a fantastic dive earlier, grazing the elbows and the commitment to get to the crease. And Sophie Ecclestone was caught short against India as well.
By the way, Alana King, 9 overs, 1 for 16. 3 came from that one. That was quite expensive.
Yeah, what's she doing? Get her off.
Here is Gardner. Quick ball first up and a stumping. There goes Dunkley. She's out for 22. And it's Ash Gardner, such a long time tormentor of England with the spin. And She gets her first wicket of the day. It's Dunkley who's gone for 22. England 166 for 6, speared in. And as Dunkley came down the track to meet it, as soon as she missed it, she ended up sprawled, desperately trying to get that bat back in behind her. But by that point, Beth Mooney had long since removed the bails and was on her way past her to celebrate.
Well, if King doesn't get you, Ash Gardner will. It's been a masterclass from Australia here throughout these middle overs. Sutherland, King and now Gardner. They've had England tied in knots, going absolutely nowhere. And even though we were saying how positively England started through Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones, ever since then it's slowed right down and they've just squeezed England ruthlessly. And the pressure told on Sophia Dunkley there, 22 from 48. You could see her really battling against how she wanted to approach the innings. And again, England's middle order is really struggling against the spin.
And so Dunkley goes, Charlie Dean comes in at 8. And now England really are under the squeeze, under the pump of this Australian side.
Charlie Dean's played some really, really important innings for England throughout this World Cup. She's been a bit of the glue for England at number 8 in a really strange way, but she's got just over 10 overs to bat now.
And there's an appeal for LBW from Beth Mooney. It didn't look a bad shout, was probably going down the leg side. It was not a million miles away from being an awkward one, but I don't think there was quite enough going for it. Gardner will walk in past umpire Kim Cotton again. And Dean wants a single into the offside. She'll call through Capsey and she'll get that run as well. England 167 for 6.
Yeah, Charlie Dean's importance to this England batting lineup. We've mentioned 5, 6, 7 a lot today. Between them before today, they'd hit 111 runs. Charlie Dean herself has got 98.
Gardner walking in to bowl to Alice Capsey, who's on 3 from 6. Capsey whips the ball through mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, she hasn't got the explosiveness of, like, we've seen so many runs from number 8s, haven't we? Nadine de Klerk for South Africa and Risha Ghosh for India. They're playing those kind of finisher, really dynamic, high strike rate roles. Dean's more of an accumulator, not flashy. He's got a very simple game plan, but it has been effective.
Whip towards middle wicket from Dean.
But it is a concern how much England have needed it.
I think you make a good point, though, isn't it? Your engine room is what provides you with the power. She's not that.
No.
And she shouldn't be asked to be that, really.
No.
Dean defends, and there's no run. Her role should be one of accumulation and support as opposed to having to actually find the run scoring. Daniel Norcross is standing by to take up commentary with England. 168 for 6. And 10 overs left in the innings. Careful as you go, everybody.
Yeah, Australia turning the screw with 10 overs to go. This is what they do so well, is when they sense an opportunity or when they sense any sign of kind of vulnerability, they're just ruthless. And England up the strike rate a little bit, but it's that with 44 for 3 coming from those previous 10 overs, so they're going to have to go at a little bit more than that from these final 10 if they're going to post to something that is going to challenge the world champions.
Alana King is going to bowl her last over. 1 for 16 from her first 9. Tosses up, defended on the front foot. There's no run. Can you believe, I mean, we couldn't believe it at the time, that Alana King didn't play in Australia's T20 World Cup side last year in Dubai and Sharjah? And guess what? They didn't win. She's in now, and Capsey goes back into her crease and punches off the back foot. She'll just get the single out, the sweeper and the offside. It's kind of, it was baffling at the time, and it's even more insane now. They went with Georgia Wareham as a general rule, didn't they, in that tournament? But then when you see her here, you think, in T20 cricket as well, it's just a nightmare because you've got to attack her.
But you can't.
Well, every time England have tried. Yeah. In fairness, they haven't actually tried very often.
No.
They've sort of gone for the path of least resistance. We've not seen any reverse flicks or ramps or sweeps or any improvisation, as Dean is on strike now, and she's beaten by a sharply turning leg break into the gloves of Mooney. Brilliant bowling again. I mean, that's the figures tell you one thing, and then I don't know how many times she's beaten the bat now.
She could have easily had 4 or 5 by now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would require batters to actually lay about on it.
That's true.
A lot of the time, which they're not capable of doing. As this is guided away, and it's, of course, brilliantly fielded at short third. Fantastic diving effort. Prevents more than a run. It would have been 4 otherwise. It was looked quite nicely played, this, by Dean. She waited for it, and then played a sort of late cut. But
no. Nothing's getting past.
None shall pass. 170 for 6. King bowls a penultimate ball, and that is again crunched off the back foot by Capsey. A little too short that time from King, and she's able to get the single. Capsey.
There's an argument in terms of what attacking looks like. If you think that if you can take Alana King for 40, and then maybe you could pick another bowler to go after, you've probably won. You see teams do that to Sophie Eccleston quite a lot.
Tossed up, last ball, driven along the ground by Dean, past the left hand of King, up to mid-off, long off. 172 for 6. King finishes 10 overs, 1 for 20. The figures there rather ruined by an over that went for 4 singles.
Too expensive. It's just you just can't get away with that at this level. But no, in terms of, you quite often see teams do that to Sophie Eccleston, where they say, right, if we can finish her spell 0 for 40, 1 for 40, we've probably done all right there, and then you can maybe pick another bowler to take on.
But they've not tried anything different, have they? We haven't seen, try to manipulate the field, try to maybe a reverse, just to try to move the backward point around a little bit.
And the conditions haven't really allowed, as in she's got a lot of turn, so it has been risky to sweep her, of course. But also, who else do you attack? That's the other thing.
Ash Gardner, full, driven up to mid-off. There's no run. Chris Edwards thinks that it's time that we got some other players in the middle order, which is an idea. Andrew is in sunny Leddlethorpe in Lincolnshire and listening in the sun and enjoying it.
In the sun?
In the sun, in Leddlethorpe. Ow! Tucked into the onside, ball on the pads, and Dean gets a single to short square leg. And Nick Bailey, he says he's enjoying himself, but he'd like to hear his thoughts on, here we go, if Australia women played Australia women, would the bowling or batting dominate?
That is a very good question,
isn't it? Fall on the pads again, worked into the onside, run the first quickly as Capsey. She's dynamic, she wants a second, but Dean says no.
Maybe we should do an experiment to get Australia's batters playing 10 overs of Alana King and see what would they do.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch, wouldn't it? What's the play? Yeah, but then that would give the game away. They're never going to let us see.
No, it's all hypothetical, Daniel.
True.
Don't be boring.
Now reverse that's a genius shot from Dean, because what she's done is she's missed it completely, and that is going to get I say missed it completely. She got a little bit of under edge on it. She's got 4. It's not where she was intending. She's very happy for it to go there. Gardner saw. I think that the reverse was being played. I still don't quite understand how the umpire thinks that she's got anything on that, but maybe there was a touch of under edge. It's gone between the legs of Mooney and straight down to the boundary for 4. 178 for 6. Gardner in again, down the wicket. Then Dean can only just get roughly to pitch the ball and push it into the offside. There's no run. Picked up in the covers.
Because even if you say, let's say one of the other bowlers is expensive on their day, so Kim Garsman quite expensive, they've got about 4 other options, so she never even has to bowl her full 10.
Well, we've only had 6 of the 8 used today. Taken on the full this time by Dean as she advances on Gardner and pushes it down to long on for another single. 7 off the over, relative riches. 179 for 6, and this after England started so brightly. They were on 55 after, I want to say 7.3 overs, or 52 off 7.3 overs, and then there was a long period of dot balls at the back
55.
end. It was 55, and then there were 15 balls at the back end of the power play where nothing happened, except a wicket then fell. Beaumont was going quite nicely. She made 78 earlier, started brightly, got a little bit becalmed, then got back into her mojo. But when Knight and Siva Brunt were out soon after each other at 90 and 105, the England innings just really went into a torpor, Dunkley ending with 22 off 48. Lamb wasn't able to get going, 7 off 10, and now Capsey and Dean are just trying to get England to something defendable. Start of a new over, short, pulled out towards deep backward square leg, fielder in pursuit. Oh, nearly manages to claw that back, does Gardner, but in the end, she just gets a hand on it and it rolls onto the boundary sponge for 4. 183 for 6. It was short, banged in by Sutherland. Quite well played by Dean, who got down on one knee and went after it, and Gardner got enough of a hand on it, you thought, but in the end, not quite. And it dribbled back onto the sponge. So a couple of boundaries in quick succession. Dean carves this away through backward point. It'll only be a single. This throw comes in on the bounce. Yep.
Yeah, just another word about Alana King in this World Cup. She bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. It's not her most miserly spell of this World Cup even. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18 against Bangladesh.
Wow. Yeah, she's hard to get away. No denying it. Dean has moved to 14 with that 4 and a single, brings Capsey back on strike. Sutherland bowling. She defends a fast, full, straight ball. Sutherland's been speedy today. She's picked up 3 wickets as well, 3 for 34.
Oh, when Beth Mooney was stood up to her, that was something special.
It was great theatre, wasn't it? And then she bowled the bouncer and Mooney
up over her head.
Oh yes,
and also just made it look so easy.
Sutherland once again down the leg side, flicked away. This should be 4. It will be a rare loose ball down the leg side. Didn't get up, and Capsey swiveled and pulled it away. Goes into double figures. She's on 11. England 188 for 6. There's 7 overs remaining after this. 10 and over is a bit of an ask, but were they to do that, could get England up to beyond 250.
Yeah, just a fraction too short, and well watched by Alice Capsey. Didn't have to move her feet too much, but just putting the bad ball away, which is the most important thing.
Fuller driven back to the bowler, no run.
Was it Nick asking about Australia versus Australia?
Yeah.
Was it Nick?
Nick Bailey. Yep.
Nick Bailey. When we were
Where are you getting Nick Bailey? Is it Nick Bailey? Oh, you're on a different Nick. You're reading from a different Nick.
Yes, that was a Nick Bailey who asked that question. Yes.
When we were asked before the tournament who we thought might be top run scorer, I thought I might go a bit different and go for...
Waited and crunched through backward point. That should be at least a couple. Chases on. And Perry does eventually manage to get round to stop that. He laboured out there at deep backward point, but they're digging a couple.
Perry,
190 for 6, 11 off the over, by the way. 11 off that over. Absolute riches. Sutherland 3 for 40 off 18, 14. Capsey 13. Sorry. You were saying?
I thought I might go for Georgia Voll. I thought she might have a great, and then thought,
she's not going to get
she might not get. She might in the tournament with no runs.
You went for Wolfie in the end, didn't you?
I did.
She's catching up.
She's coming slow.
She's finding some good form.
I also went for Alana King, and without realising how unlucky she would be in terms of picking up the edges and things like that.
She just bowls too well to take wickets, is the conclusion I've reached today. Charlie Dean and Capsey here trying to get England up some kind of total. The first ball of a new over from Gardner squeezes off the outside half of Dean's bat to short third. There's no run. Dean, who's put in some notable performances with the bat in this World Cup so far, and 24 have been put on between these two as she just taps a full ball back to the bowler Gardner. Fields in her follow through. That's the other thing they've done, isn't it? Field, they've just saved 4s, they've saved 1s, and the bowlers have been tiggerish off their own bowling. Full toss, hammered down the ground, 1 bounce, and thrown in by Sutherland, just the 1 run. 191 for 6. By the way, who was talking about Paternoster lifts, by the way?
Not me.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
Were you? You a big fan?
Henry was, I think.
Because Nick Clooney went to Sheffield University in the early 80s and had a Paternoster lift and used to race it up the stairs. Full driven into the onside, but without timing, there'll just be 1. Yes, just 1 more for Caps. He takes it to 14, 192 for 6.
Yeah, believed to be the largest of its kind in the world.
What, the one at Sheffield University?
Yeah, apparently.
Really?
Yep. There was one at Leicester University.
The things you know.
Well, no, we looked it up earlier.
Right.
It wasn't the knowledge of football league teams with X in their title, which we had earlier.
Oh yeah.
It was.
I've got the ones that end in E as well, because that's always a fun one. We've already had one of them in Port Vale, but there aren't many that end in E. Full driven, but straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. over rate's rather good, isn't it?
A lot of spin.
A lot of spin.
A lot of dot balls.
A lot of dot balls, yeah. But they also had Shoot, Garth and Sutherland to bowl quite a few overs as well, so, you know, it's been good dynamic stuff from Australia. Now taken on the full and manoeuvred out towards deep mid-wicket. Perry makes her way to her left and they're going to get back for 2 to pick the fielder there. Another couple to the total, 192 for 6. Dean with that moves to 17, Capsey 14, 6 overs remain. England 194 for 6, so they'll be eyeing up 250 if they can get there. There's no king left. There's a couple of overs available from Gardner, and 250 would be just under 10 and over to get there. 3 overs are left from Molyneux. What do they do here? Because the pitch looks like it's taking a bit of spin, Fiona. Are you sort of would you be thinking, I actually quite like a bit of Molyneux and Gardner to take us through? Molyneux, Gardner, Sutherland?
Yeah, because Sutherland can mix it up with her pace. We've seen her get a bit of deviation, but she's going to... How many Sutherland got left? She's got 2 left. So you'll probably go with that for now, and then Gardner to whiz through at the end.
Well, 2 there, and maybe...
Yeah. Molyneux's got 3 left. Megan Shoot's only bowled 4.
Full slashed away through backward point for 4. Capsey taking advantage of that just over-pitched and rare delivery into Aussie wide from Sutherland, and she flung her hands at it and took England to 198 for 6. Capsey to 18 off 17. The partnership now 32 in 30 balls. Doesn't sound magnificent, but in the context of what went before, it's a change of pace.
And they haven't bowled particularly well to Alice Capsey. She got off to a bit of a flyer, but she had a few short balls, a wide one there to put away. Sutherland really frustrated with herself. She knows she's gifted one there.
How will she respond? Slower ball, whacked away to deep backward square, 1 bounce 4. Successive boundaries for Capsey. And that attempted slow, well, it wasn't an attempted slow ball, it was a slower ball, but it just didn't come out right. It was taken on the full, a kind of hoiky sweep, which gets England beyond 200, 202 for 6 now.
Yeah, again, poor bowling's gone full toss, just helped on its way by Alice Capsey, who's off to a flyer. England going along quite nicely now.
Yeah, helps Alice Capsey to her highest score of this World Cup.
22, Dean on 17. After England collapsed to 166 for 6. This partnership now worth 36. Here comes Sutherland again. Capsey defends. Back to the bowler. There is no run. It's a better ball, full and straight. 4 in the ring on the offside. A short mid-wicket and then a long leg, deep square, long on and a deep cover. So Capsey, where's she going to look for? She's hit 1 through backward square on the offside and backward square on the leg side. That's where there have been gaps. Can she go up and over the offside? Tough shot. Instead she cracks this, but straight to backward point. There's no run. She shakes her head, annoyed with herself there. Wanted to get that one away. 2 more balls left in this Sutherland over. It's been an amazing display of bowling from Australia after a little bit wayward to start with the new ball, but they've been relentless for the most part, their lines and lengths. Capsey gets struck on the pad trying to turn the ball into the onside. It plops out into the offside. Beth Mooney does the fielding. There's no run. Decent crowd for a game not involving India. I mean, there aren't a lot of England and Australia fans here. I did see a couple of people dressed up quite elaborately in of a white suit with a cross of St George.
There's a flag over there. There's an Aussie flag.
Yes, I always get it mixed up with the New Zealand flag. It's basically the same, isn't it, with 1 extra star, pretty much.
I wouldn't want to say.
Fun with flags. Pushed out to the offside, fielded at short extra cover, single to finish the over, 9 from it, 2 fours off the first 2 balls, then Sutherland came back well. She has 3 for 49. Capsey 23 will have strike at the start of the 46th over. England 203 for 6 on a pitch that I feel is harder to bat on, wouldn't you say, than the game we saw here 3 days ago? But at the same time, you're going to have to be disciplined in how you bowl.
Yeah, it's definitely trickier than the surface against India. That came onto the bat much quicker, far less spin on offer. So there's definitely something for England's bowlers to work with, and their spinners have been their saviour pretty much throughout a lot of this tournament. And, but yeah, as you say, anything wide, the outfield is really, really quick, and pace on the ball has been a lot easier to play.
Molyneux is going to replace Gardner. Now, she could just bowl out at this end, the 46th, 48th and 50th, if that's the plan, because she has 3 up her sleeve. We'll wait to see. Capsey on strike, comes down the wicket and punches the ball just a extra cover, but it's sufficiently to Litchfield's right there for them to be able to get through for a run. It brings Dean up back on strike, Capsey on 24 from 23, playing the sort of knock that England needed when they lost their 6th wicket. Emma Lamb, the score on 166. Mooney's kind of directing traffic a little bit here. Molyneux's come to have a chat with McGrath.
Phoebe Litchfield's having a dance.
She is having a dance, isn't she? She's thoroughly enjoying herself. Slightly reminiscent of Hasib Hamid in the field. If you've ever watched him in the field, he's forever doing little dances.
Really?
Yeah, keeps himself going.
Is he light on his feet? Has he got Strictly in him?
I think he has.
Oh yeah?
I think he has. I've not seen this series. It's a great shame being out here. Tucked into the onside again, quite straight. It's going to roll up towards Sutherland at long on. Just a single. 205 for 6. So I'm completely, I don't know the narrative at all.
No, me neither.
You neither? No.
Not been keeping up with it.
My wife's been watching, but she's not filled me in this year. So be it.
Have to get you on there then, Daniel.
I don't think so. That Molyneux bowls a flatter, quicker ball, which has worked into a little gap to the right of long on. They've run one, or there might have been a second. Dean thought about it, but took one look up, saw who the fielder was. It was Sutherland.
I think Neighbours' bad boy Paul Robinson has had to withdraw with injury.
Has he?
He got injured.
No, not Neighbours' bad boy Paul Robinson.
That's him.
I didn't know he was a
Could they
bad
get Jack
boy.
Lasseter in to replace him? Or one of the Alessi twins?
Well, yeah, or both.
Or both. Yes, together. Sweep out towards deep mid-wicket where Gardner is patrolling. One more to the total. 207 for 6 singles off the first 4 balls of the over.
What would your dance be, Daniel? What do you think you'd be best at?
Oh, I think without a doubt it'd be the...
I think you've got a Charleston in you.
The jive for me.
Oh, the jive.
Yes, Charleston or jive, either of those.
You are very light on your feet.
Jaunty 1920s, 30s numbers is me. Molyneux, another flat ball down the leg side. This could be wide, so there's nothing on that. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Wait to see the signal. Oh, a bit of bat again, says Kim Cotton. Capsey will take that, moves to 29. Must have just got a little tickle of an under edge. We've seen a couple go down that direction. Slightly ill directed. Oh yes, she's got a good chunk of that actually. And the scream of anguish from Molyneux, who thrust her retroussé nose to the skies with anger and fury. 211 for 6. She's in again. Down the wicket comes Capsey. Sees her coming. Drops a little bit shorter. Takes a single up to Sutherland at long on. She moves to 30. England 212 for 6, 4 overs to go. The partnership now 46 off 41, digging England out of something of a hole. But is it enough? Thoughts from field when before we go for the double change. Henry Moran's going to come and replace me, and Alex Hartley will take him through the end of this innings.
Yeah, 4 overs to go. It's been nice and proactive from Dean and Capsey. Dean in particular again playing another really important cameo, and Australia have just let things go a little bit to Alice Capsey, but a little bit too wide, so she's raced to 30 from 26. So a huge last 4 overs now for England. If they can get up to 240 or so, they'll be thinking that's a very good recovery.
Thank you, Freon. Sutherland starts a new over and it's cut away nicely by Capsey. Under dark skies here in Indoor, whose Development Authority building is gleaming down from the distance over to our left. 213 for 6. Alex Hartley joins us. Alex, you seemed a little frustrated at the back of the room.
I just think England are in such a good position post power play to get that 280, maybe even more on the board. As obviously Australia have bowled incredibly well, but maybe the conservative approach.
Dean will clip down the ground for 1 run. 214 for 6.
Was maybe taken slightly too literally. I understand that Alana King bowled incredibly well, but just feel that 250 isn't going to be enough against this Australia side.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, does it? It just... I don't know, on a good batting track you feel the sky's the limit for Australia. You really do have to sort of blow them out the water. Capsey is trying to do just that. Well, that's a good looking shot. She's going to get a 1 bounce 4 over mid-wicket. This is as well as I can remember Alice Capsey playing for England. She's on 35 from 28.
Yeah, it's really nicely played that from Alice Capsey. Taking on the back of the hand, slower ball from Annabelle Sutherland with the slog sweep. There is no deep mid-wicket. And I think Alice Capsey's one of those, she's actually looked in decent touch throughout this World Cup. Against India, going for the reverse sweep, being caught in the covers. I could forgive her for that because there wasn't long left in the game. You get that over, it goes for 4. Pressure back on the bowler. Well, she's done exactly that here, putting the pressure on Sutherland.
Sutherland runs in. Capsey waits. She goes hard at that again, but on the bounce it'll land at the feet of Megan Shute down at long leg. So just the one added. 219 for 6. England in the last 30 balls have scored 41 without loss.
Yeah.
Which is much more like it.
Picked up that run rate.
When the previous 4 brought up the 50 partnership between these two.
Well, these two have got to try and go at 10 runs and over.
3 to come after this. Sutherland bustles in once more. And Dean plays a lovely ramp down to fine leg for 4. Well, these two are really showing some innovation, some ambition, and some much needed scoring of boundaries for England here, with a ball left to the 47th over. This over has gone 11414.
Sounds like a phone number,
doesn't it?
Charlie Dean's been excellent throughout this World Cup for England with the bat in particular. She's really showing the all-rounder that she is. Talia McGrath, if she had a beard, she was stroking it just as thinking. Do you know how men do?
Yep.
They stroke their beard as they think. Well, she's just stroking her chin.
I know what you're saying. If she had a beard, she'd be stroking it.
But instead, she's stroking her chin.
Yes. 223 for 6. And Dean gets in a bit of a tangle as an appeal for LBW from Beth Mooney behind the stumps, but nothing doing. So Sutherland will finish with a slightly expensive over, 11 from it, but still ends up with 3 wickets for 60 runs from 10. A return that sees her become leading wicket taker in the tournament. Phil?
Yeah, she bowled 10 overs, as you say, a complete spell. First 5 overs went for 16, which means her second 5 went for 44.
Whoa. Well, England have managed to try and at least muscle their way towards something competitive. They can go 10 and over and breach 250. It'll give them something to bowl at, Alex.
Yeah, it will. It will give them something, but they've got to try and get that 250. This Australia side, yes, they're missing their captain and their opening bat, but they've replaced her with a pretty good talent in Georgia Vault at the top of the order.
Molyneux's got 2 overs in theory that she can still bowl, and she's coming in now. Figures of 1 for 40. Left arm spin. Coming to meet it is Capsey. Bunting it down the ground for 1 run. 224 for 6 into the 48th over. By the way, thank you to Hypercourse, who has let us know that Alana King's 1 for 20. In terms of economy rate, I'll give you the exact numbers. Don't want to get it wrong. Here's Dean to meet the ball, and it's dropped into the pitch by Molyneux, who saw her coming, and 1 is taken down the ground. 225 for 6. Alana King's 10 overs, 1 for 20, the most economical 10 overs bowled by an Australian bowler in women's ODIs against England since Lisa Sthalekar, 1 for 19.
Well, BBC's Lisa Sthalekar now.
Clipped away, nicely timed by Capsey, up towards wide long on for 1 more. She moves to 38. England 226 for 6. That was in the 2013 World Cup. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 19.
Bowling.
Yeah.
That was a low-scoring thriller at Brabourne, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, England. Well, it's an amazing stat that I read earlier. As in is Molyneux, reverse sweep attempted, nicely played by Dee, but there is a fielder at deep backward point to field and pick up. 2-7 for 6, 4 singles to start the over. England have never beaten Australia at a neutral venue in an ODI at 16 attempts. Nada. Molyneux bowling, appeal for LBW, and up goes the finger. And so Alice Capsey's been given out. She'll surely review it, because you might as well, but she's been given out for 38. And,
review it.
Well, you might as well. Is she going to?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has. So that feels sensible. England have still got 2 reviews to go, but Kim Cotton's finger was up, pointing immediately as if she
we got
was
a player review for LBW.
so
originally
certain.
given out. I have checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen. Yeah, take it forward. Yeah, ball is passing close to the bat. Can you give me the outrage, please?
Is it sliding? That's the question here, isn't it? And we can see off stump, we can see middle stump, and a little bit of leg stump.
She was trying to play that slog sweep that was so successful in the previous over. This time, ball skids a little lower.
Oh, she's halfway off here, Alice Capsey.
You shouldn't think she's hit it. No, she's a very good poker player.
I'm just going to walk off.
Yeah, outrage coming up. Pat line as ball passes the bat. We can move on to ball tracking, please.
And then it hits. Yeah, it's out. I'm sure it is. It's hit that back leg, that braced back leg.
Clipping leg stump.
I think it might be doing more than that out. Here's ball tracking.
Ball tracking coming up. Original decision now. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Kim, you can stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen, make the signal.
So 38 from 32 from Alice Capsey, who has contributed there and has done her credentials no harm at all in a partnership that was worth 61 or 52 comes to an end. That was a good partnership, however.
Yeah, happy with that. And I think Alice Capsey then just looking for the boundary, so you can't really blame her. Molyneux, a canny bowler, had just gone for 4 in the over, so England really needed a boundary. Alice Capsey is a decent knock to get England up and over 220.
Yeah, falls 6 short of her highest ODI score for England, but it's her highest score of this World Cup and her highest score away from English soil.
So she's never got a 50 in ODI cricket. No. How many innings?
44. Innings 25.
That is extraordinary, isn't it? Sophie Eccleston comes to the middle and she always walks out dragging her bat a bit like a disobedient Dasher not wanting to go on a walk. Sophie Eccleston, who can hit the ball a long way. Waits for Molyneux. Doesn't hit it a long way on that occasion, just as far as the fielder Vole, who's taken one brilliant catch already today. She'll be opening the batting for Australia, deputising for Elisa Healy, but the end of the 48th sees England at 2-2-7 for 7, 4 from the over, the wicket and the dot. And so England will need to go at over 10 and over to reach 250. An innings that started very quickly indeed, but then just really suddenly and dramatically tailed off at the back end of the power play. Australia finding a way of drying up the run scoring, and then they've had to squeeze on ever since.
Yeah, at one stage the run rate was up and above 7 and over for England. And then Australia have brought themselves back into this game so well, as they do on many, many occasions. Never really let their heads fall, never really feel like they're out of the game. But Alana King, unbelievable with the ball, getting 1 for 20. Felt like she could have had about 22.
I agree with you. So Ash Gardner, who's picked 1 for 31 so far, is going to be bowling to Charlie Dean under the floodlights. This is in the air, cries of catch, and it will be caught. Catch taken by Phoebe Litchfield at cover, and Charlie Dean chastises herself, having given the wicket to Ash Gardner. England lose an 8, 227 for 8. Dean spooning the catch to cover, and she's gone for 26.
Yeah, Charlie Dean not happy with herself there. Ash Gardner, first ball on the stumps. Dean looking to go into the leg side. Back twists in her hands as she makes connection with the ball. A little bit of a top edge, and it simple catch like cover for Phoebe Litchfield. And England, for not the first time in this competition, are in real danger of being bowled out after having such a great start, such a good platform.
And moments like this, you just think what might have been for England, because they had a fabulous platform, as you say. But Australia find a way. And look, this is not a game that will define England's World Cup.
No, they're already qualified for the semi-finals.
In the last 5 overs, they've batted quite nicely, gone at 7.5 and over. It's just the fact that players have got in, and only Tammy Beaumont's 78 of 105 has been a big contribution. Ash Gardner to bowl to the rare left-handed England batter, Lindsay Smith. And Smith will get 1 down the ground. Tapped up towards Long on, Sophie Eccleston will be on strike, 228 for 8, with in theory 10 balls left of the innings. During the break, we'll be hearing a chat that I recorded with Beth Mooney of Australia and Visakhapatnam. Hearing all about that extraordinary recovery from a broken jaw.
Yeah, you forget about that, don't you?
Yeah.
She played 10 days later in a test match?
With a titanium plate in her chin, having only been able to eat mashed potato and drink milkshake.
To be fair, I love mashed potato.
Here is Gardner, and that's nicely run down towards short third by Sophie Eccleston. That was a quick ball, goodness me. Score stands at 229 for 8. Yeah, she will reveal it all, but it's remarkable to have suffered that sort of injury and be back playing. Lindsay Smith, who will be opening the bowling, you'd have thought, for England in around about 40 minutes or so. 230 for 8 now as she gets a single into the onside. What do you think par is here, Alex?
270?
That's a loose delivery, which will be signalled wide by umpire Jackie Williams. 231 for 8 now.
I think England were probably about par against India the other day, maybe just above.
Here comes Gardner. Eccleston swings for the hills but gets nothing on it. Brilliantly taken by Beth Mooney, who's been immaculate with the gloves today.
It's well bowled from Gardner as well, who's bowling those wide Yorkers out of the arc or the hitting arc of Sophie Eccleston.
2-3-1 for 8. 7 balls left of the innings. Here is Gardner to bowl her final ball. Still the little minute modifications to the field being made by Australia, who've got a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, as Eccleston will drive through the offside and find a gap for 4. Well, she didn't have much room to work with, but she did manage to find that gap, and a little punch of the gloves of Lindsay Smith, and valuable runs from the bat of Sophie Eccleston. 2-3-5 for 8.
Really nicely played from Eccleston. Ash Gardner again going for that wide Yorker. Doesn't quite get it wide enough, so Eccleston, it's not quite on the wide line, but brilliantly played. Square of the wicket. Everybody in front of the wicket was out. Extra cover mid-off. So anything square and through that inner ring would have squirted away for 4.
But she gets 4 runs. 2-3-5 for 8. By the way, on BBC Sounds, 3 things for you to get stuck into once the entertainment from here is done for the day. From the Ashes, Stuart Broad, brilliant interview, looking back at his amazing Ashes career with Stephen Schimmel. Got a new no balls with Ewan Kate Cross. There's also building the combined Ashes 11 with Michael Vaughan, Phil Tufnell and Glenn McGrath.
Do you know what really surprises me about that? That Glenn McGrath just didn't pick Australia's starting 11.
Yeah, I know.
I thought this is going to be so predictable, and he didn't.
Lindsay Smith on strike. Molyneux to bowl, and Smith will get 1 into the onside. They'll push hard for the first, turn for the second. Yes, no, maybe. Oh, going to be a run out, I think. Throw comes in, and goodness me, all right there, Sophie. No need for that. as the throw came in, she's not so much thrown the stumps down as taken a personal savage response and revenge on them. I mean, the wicket is, I think, as emphatically confirmed as is humanly possible. She's run out Lindsay Smith, and England are 2-3-6 for 9.
Well, Lindsay Smith wanted the second. Eccleston, yes, no, sends Lindsay Smith back. And yeah, Molyneux, I don't know what those stumps have done to her, but she throws the ball as hard as she can from about 3 yards away. Had that have missed the stumps, it might have even gone for 4, but it clatters middle stump, and Lindsay Smith is out by a country mile.
That is the sort of way that you might throw a foam ball at a sibling. Do you know what I mean? Like, get away! Oh dear, it's amused the Aussies, I tell you, in the dugout watching the replay. 2-3-6 for 9. Or a bread roll. Possibly. You know.
I don't think I've ever thrown a bread roll at anybody.
Have. Bet you have.
I don't know if I have.
No? Alright. 2-3-6 for 9. England in danger of not batting out their overs as Lauren Bell walks to the middle. And Molyneux has Sophie Eccleston in her sights. Can England find a boundary or two just to give them little bit of impetus at the end.
Well, Eccleston's got to face all remaining balls here for me, because she is a boundary hitter.
Molyneux to Eccleston, and she will get one into the leg side. I'm not sure Lauren Bell is quite such a boundary hitter, but England move to 2-3-7 for 9.
Australia have bowled out the opposition 16 times. The last 19 times they've bowled in ODIs.
Wow.
I'd love to know what Beth Mooney's saying behind the stumps here, because I remember once going out at number 11, Beth Mooney was like, oh, here she is, the best batter in the team. I was like, mate, come on, you know I'm going to get out.
But you didn't.
I did.
Worked into the onside by Lauren Bell for a single. 2-3-8 for 9. What,
it was a WBBL game.
Right,
yeah,
you
big bash.
Got that. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I think I got 4 ducks in a row.
Well, they say you should try and do that.
Well, I was on for a bunch of ducks. Got dropped at deep mid-wicket. Don't know what I was doing trying to slog one to deep mid-wicket.
I don't know what you're doing. Managed to get it that far.
Me neither.
2-3-8 for 9. Molyneux to Eccleston, who, somehow sees the ball go towards short third off what or whom or how, I don't know, but buys a signal, so must have come off Beth Mooney to end up there. 2-3-9 for 9. 2 balls left of the innings.
Yeah, Eccleston stepping right outside the off stump.
Here we go.
Hit that into the onside.
Oh, there's the stump cam of Molyneux throwing the ball down. It's vicious. 2-3-9 for 9. Lauren Bell waits. Wide stance, and here is delivery, which she's driving towards cover. Misfield. We'll see England pick up 1. And so they will bat out the 50 overs.
First time that word has been mentioned on commentary today. Misfield.
Yeah.
There's been a couple, hasn't there? A couple.
WinViz, apparently, according to Edwards, says England are still favourites, apparently. No, says Field. She's wagging a finger at me.
Has Edward made that up himself, or? Let's have a look. Fion's going to log in, let us know.
Here we go. Final ball of the innings. Sophie Molyneux into bowl, and Eccleston swings into the leg side, and she's going to get 4. So England will finish on 244 for 9. Eccleston 10 off 7. And an innings that started so brightly fell right away, but has at least had a few flourishes towards the back end. We'll see Australia set a target of 245 from 50 overs to inflict a victory on England that would not eliminate England, anything like that. Both these sides are qualifying for the semi-finals. However, it is an innings that I think England will feel they could have scored more from. Yes, there you go, Fion. 53% England's favour, according to WinViz, which I'm not quite convinced by, Alex, I've got to be honest, but there we go.
No, me neither. Me neither. But you never know. A few early wickets put Australia under pressure. England obviously have to back themselves. England have to have the confidence going into the second innings. For me, I think it's a below par total.
Are we misjudging it because England started so quickly and so...
No, I think... No, I don't think we're necessarily misjudging it. I don't think it was... Well, it wasn't easy against the spin, and England have got some brilliant spinners in Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Lindsay Smith, so there's not forgetting that at all. But having watched the game here the other day on a different surface, different soil. Oh, it was red soil, this one's black soil. The black soil tends to keep the pitch together a little bit longer.
Well, we'll be getting some mid-innings reaction from Alana King in just a moment, chatting to Ishigua. And
I stopped then because I thought it was about to start.
Well, I know. I don't think we're too far from it, but we will be hearing from her in just a moment. By the way, a little stat for you. England have never lost a World Cup match in which they have posted 240 or more in the first innings. I suspect that run, says Hypercourse, dating back to 1973, will come to an end today. Well, we shall wait and see. Australia have not managed to bowl England out, and they've not managed to keep them under 240. So 245 will be the target. Opening partnership that offered much and promised much between Beaumont and Jones really started quickly. 55 runs at a run a ball, but it was the 61 runs off 52 towards the back end of the innings between Charlie Dean and Alice Capsey that was the big contribution. That really was the one that it felt gave England a little bit of a shift in mentality. So, down there on the boundary edge, let's hear from Alana
England's
King.
nemesis once again. What was the key for you today?
Pretty simple, Ish, just keeping it really simple. Keep the stumps in play as much as possible and try extract as much spin as I can, and I'm happy to play that role for this team and create chances, and just really happy how the ball's been coming out the last few games.
Did uneven bounce come into play for you as well today?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Did uneven bounce come into play for you as well today?
Yeah, just natural variation out of the pitch, and we've seen that across all the games that we've played. So if we keep the stumps in play as long as possible, I think that's going to give us every chance to have every mode of dismissal for us.
Must have been nice to pull things back as well and be the chief person in action for that when England got off to such a great start.
Yeah, they got off to a fly. I think we probably just missed our line a little bit in the power play and freed their arms a little bit, but as soon as the middle overs came through, we just tried to hone in on the stumps and do what we do best, and great partnership bowling, and we pride ourselves on that. Probably got away with us a little bit at the back end, but it's a great pitch, and I'm sure that the batters will look to get the job done.
Nat's always a big wicket for you. How nice was it for you to get her today?
Yeah, she's a special player in any team that she plays for, so she's a big wicket, and I was happy to see the back out of her. We know how damaging she can be. She's got us in the past many times before, so for her to have little impact in this game is a good start, but the job's not done. We've got to get the runs now.
Feeling confident with this chase, especially with the dew coming down?
Yeah, it's not as dewy as we thought it could be, but the communication between the bowlers and the batters will be happening right now, and no doubt there's plenty of time, and we've got a great batting lineup, so we bat all the way down, and hopefully I can put my feet up.
Well done once again. All the best in the second innings.
Thanks, Ish.
Well, there we go. Alana King, who finished today with brilliant figures. 10 overs, 1 for 20 amongst an Australian bowling lineup that had contributions throughout, really, either with economy or wickets. Annabelle Sutherland, 10 overs, 3 for 60, tournament's leading wicket taker. Sophie Molyneux, 10 overs, 2 for 52. Ash Gardner, 9 overs, 2 for 39. And Megan Shute and Kim Garth at the top of the order. Well, they're a little expensive, with England managing to get that quick start. So, in terms of England's batting, Amy Jones made 18, first wicket to fall. Helen Knight out for 20 LBW to Molyneux. Siva Brunt disappointing today, 7 from 14 from the England skipper. Tammy Beaumont, a return to form for her, 78 from 105. Emma Lamb struggles in the middle order, continued, bowled by a slower ball from Annabelle Sutherland, 7 from 10. Dunkley made 22 off 48. Capsey, fine knock from her, 38 off 32 with 5 fours. Charlie Dean made 26 off 27. Lindsay Smith 3 from 3, and at the end there Sophie Eccleston a couple of boundaries. She was 10 not out. Lauren Bell 2 not out. Alex Hartley, just before we hear from Beth Mooney in our exclusive interview with the Australian keeper batter. What's your anticipation of how this will go second innings?
Yeah, look, I think England are going to have to be on top of their game to take wickets and put Australia under the pump. Australia will know that if they stick around, they can chase this down. As Alana King said, there's plenty of time out there, and yes, there is.
It is time for Australia to try and chase down 245 against England at the Women's World Cup. Fionn Wynne is going to be joined in just a moment by Daniel Norcross. Phil Long is here as well. Phil, England's innings rather fell away.
Did fall away, didn't it? Yeah. England were 55 without loss after 7.5 overs. They were 55 without loss. At the end of the power play, 15 successive maiden balls. It kind of took the sting out of England's chase. In the end, 61 off 52. Capsey and Dean helped England to 244 for 9.
Here comes Bell with the first ball of Australia's innings, and it's tucked away down towards the deep long leg boundary by Phoebe Litchfield for a single. And it's Litchfield and Vole. Today there's no Alyssa Healy opening the batting, so the young prodigy Georgia Vole is getting her chance at the top of the order.
It's a look into Australia's future, perhaps.
Yeah, well, yes.
Definitely Litchfield, I mean, she's very much the present. She's been doing it a while, but could Georgia Vole stake a claim to be her next long-term opening partner?
Well, Elise Perry's waiting in the wings. We could see the past, the present and the future all together as Bell comes running in towards Georgia Vole, right arm over the wicket. Slip in place, and she carves this away out towards the backward point. A really good bit of fielding will prevent a boundary. Emma Lamb down there. And that was absolutely crunched. That's a sign of intent. That's your first ball in the World Cup. Thanks very much. Thrash it away for what could easily have been 4.
Yeah, they've opened together 3 times in ODIs, Litchfield and Vol. Partnerships of 58, 130 and 48.
Not bad, you'd have to say. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Phoebe Litchfield, of course, famously from Orange in New South Wales. And she waits. And it's bowled! A delighted Lauren Bell hits the timbers, and Litchfield has got to go. A beautiful delivery that has knocked Stump clean out of the ground, and Australia have been, well, lost a wicket in the very first over. They're 2 for 1. Litchfield goes for 1, bowled by Lauren Bell, and this is a gorgeous ball. It's beaten the outside edge and knocked the off stump clean out of the ground.
Yeah, what a moment for Lauren Bell. The celebration says it all, the fist pump, and it's not too dissimilar from the ball that Amy Jones got off Annabel Sutherland for England's first wicket. Just a wobble seam, a bit of nip, and between the defences of the left-handed Litchfield, who's been in very good form and also has a brilliant record in this part of the world. So for England, that is a crucial early breakthrough. We were saying they're probably a bit under par. Early wickets would be the key, and Lauren Bell has delivered immediately.
Just saw there, Sophie Eccleston was mimicking Lauren Bell's wicket celebration.
Elise Perry under pressure now.
Well, very much so. She's come out, she's doing a little bit of shadow batting. Just trying to get her eyes attuned to the situation. And asked to come out to bat much sooner perhaps than she was anticipating. She waits as Bell runs in towards her. Perry crouches and then tucks this off her pads nicely. It's a wayward delivery from Bell, and all Perry had to do was just get a little bit of bat on that and take it down to the right of long leg for 4. She's underway straight away. Australia's 6 for 1.
Yeah, just pure class and experience from Elise Perry there. Just under pressure, early wicket, gets a freebie on her pads, no hesitation in putting it away.
Bit of a gift that, right on the knee roll. And Bell doesn't want to be doing that. To Perry, we know what she's been capable of over the decades. As Bell is at the top of her mark, just starts at the edge of the inner ring, if you like. She's in now, full, guided away to backward point, straight to Lindsay Smith along the ground with the front foot. There's no run. 6 for 1. Australia. Just seeing the replay of that ball, absolute beauty. And little criticism of Litchfield. Didn't have quite the full face of the bat. Slightly, the bat turned ever so slightly and slightly angled, and clattered into off stump. And Bell leapt in the air with delirious delight. Here is Bell. The hop, the skip, the jump into Perry, who defends. Back up the wicket towards Piapsi at short extra cover, end of the over. First one gone, a breakthrough in it. Phoebe Litchfield the one to go, bowled by Bell for 1. Vol has 1, Elise Perry has 4. The target 245 for victory, which doesn't feel anything like enough, but it was pointed out to us that England have never conceded that score in a World Cup match. Australia have only scored more than that against England twice, is that correct?
Yeah, twice to win, yeah.
Well, WinViz now has England 67%.
I mean, I do feel that that's slightly ski whiff.
Yeah, Fionn WinViz says differently.
I think Fionn WinViz is probably a bit more accurate, but the reason being, of course, and it's tough for WinViz. We got to spare a bit of thought for WinViz because they use historical data, of course, to make their predictions, and with the women's game changing as quickly as it does, that historical data isn't always a guide to current performance. Now, Lindsay Smith, who's been so effective with the new ball, is going to come in, right, left arm round the wicket to Vol, tosses one up, and Vol is already aggressively hammering that down to Capsey at mid-on, but can't beat the fielder.
I think we've pretty clear intent from Georgia Vol already, isn't there? She's immediately down the pitch to the spinner. She smacked her first ball from
Lauren Bell, and only a good bit of fielding prevented her from getting a boundary.
Now, one of the bigger things about that wicket of Litchfield is Smith is in flatter ball, pulled out towards deep square leg on the bounce. Emma Lamb runs round. Fields to get back for just a single, through for just a single, I should say. 7 for 1 Australia. Is that England have struggled bowling at left-handers, and VB Litchfield is one of 2 very prominent left-handers in the top order for Australia. Of course, Beth Mooney is carded to come in next. And getting rid of her is a big, big blow. And so, yeah, everybody's kind of mimicking the Lauren Bell celebration.
It was a very justified celebration, in my opinion.
I would say so too. Smith into Perry, too short, and it's flicked away with a lot of bottom hand out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Perry just bunting that ball out into space. 8 for 1. She has been so effective as Lindsay Smith early on. She was instrumental on this ground 3 days ago. She's in now to Volt, who comes forward more watchfully, defending this time, straight to short extra cover where the Knight does the fielding. 4 in the ring on the offside from backward point, cover, extra cover round to mid-off, straightish mid-on, a short straightish mid-wicket at a fine leg. This is driven back firmly by a Vol for 4 in the air. It wasn't far from Lindsay Smith, but not close enough for her to hope to affect the catch. And Vol she's come out with an absolute determination to get after England in the power play, not let Lindsay Smith settle. It was tossed up a bit, and that has been walloped with, again, a lot of bottom hand.
She's definitely looking to be the aggressor, isn't she? Georgia Vol got quite a clear, she must have had quite a clear message to see if she could take down England's spinner early.
You say take down England's spinner as this is pushed up to mid-off, there's no run. It's almost like she's having a go at Jackie Williams, because that was very, very close to the umpire's head, and only a smart bit of evasive action from the veteran umpire kept her intact there. 6 off the over, 12 for 1, 6s off each of the first 2 overs. Vol 6, Perry 5. She'll have to face up to Lauren Bell now in a moment, but I think this could be quite a fun power play, judging by the way Georgia Vol's attacking it. And it's just giving England a bit of a different dimension, having Lindsay Smith bowling at the top of the order. She was very effective at the death as well against India, bowling a crucial 48th and 50th overs, nervelessly spearing the ball into the pads from over the wicket. And she starts up with a new ball. She tends to try and swing the ball back in through the gate to the right-hander, as Bell is in now to Perry, who pushes defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Straight to Dean at cover. She's just in front of square at cover. Lindsay Smith's just backward of point. And then there's Capsey at extra cover. Eccleston in a familiar position at mid-off, loping watchfully. Then Dunkley, who you often see out the boundary, she's at a straight mid-on. Nat Silverbrunt in a short mid-wicket. Heather Knight at slip. Emma Lamb down at deep third. As Bell is in full, flicked away out through mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4. No chance for Tammy Beaumont running round to her left. And Perry has started well. A couple of boundaries on the pads. That's where you don't bowl to Perry. And so far, Bell, after bowling that absolute pearler to Litchfield, has just got a line wrong. That was on leg stump and very full, right in the pads. And in the power play, there's no protection out there. 16 for 1.
Yeah, just the calm and composure you need from your number 3, isn't it? Early wicket.
She's seen it all. As Bell is in, this is defended into the offside. Picked up a short extra cover. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, is she too long in the tooth? No, I'd say it's experience, invaluable experience that you get from someone like Elise Perry, who's been around since almost the dawn of civilization, it feels like.
Well, especially when you're not chasing a huge target, so somebody like a Georgia Vol can be a bit more aggressive, and Perry can kind of be the calm and maturity at the other end.
Here is Bellas on the pads again, too wayward, but gets away with it this time as the ball just trickles into the onside, and Silverbrunt's quick to the ball, and there's no run. She cut something of a maternal figure in this outfit, does Perry.
And Beth Mooney.
Absolutely. With a scattering of young guns up the top, the likes of Litchfield and Vol, and then I suppose Sutherland, McGrath. Bell in again, gets tall and pushes the ball into the offside as Perry just finds Capsey. There's no run.
I feel like Annabelle Sutherland's just got head girl vibes, hasn't she?
Yeah.
That girl in school who was good at everything, reliable.
Yeah. She could run the tuck shot as
well.
well.
For her age.
Yeah, with good accounts.
We're a rare breed.
you a head girl. Goodness me. Bell runs. And Perry gets on down the leg side. It'll be a wide. Bell's lines here are not right to Perry at all. And now Perry's not happy with her bat here. She's like, well, she didn't hit the ball with it, so I think she wants another bat.
Yeah, if you can't hit it for 4, it's clearly not good enough.
It's not good enough. Get me another bat. It might be a bit clicky actually. I think her handle has gone. So she was very quick to signal. The ball went down the leg side. She couldn't catch up with it, but I think in playing it, she might have realised that the handle's a bit loose. So
she's got a variety. Look, she's got a few to choose from.
You said she'd been around since the dawn of time, Dan. It's not quite true, but only Mitali Raj has scored more ODI runs against England.
Is that right?
How far away is she?
She's a long way.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mitali scored 2005 runs against England. Next on the list is Elise Perry on 1,134.
Goodness me.
Mitali was around since the dawn of time.
Yes. Well, I was sort of thinking really of the dawn of this new age of women's cricket, really, as it's become professional and moved into this space where we see bigger scores, more dramatic cricket played on bigger grounds, more coverage. And Elise Perry has been there from the beginning of that. As of course, there might very well be her last 50 over World Cup. She'd love to go out with a bang. Full ball, flicked away through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more. And once again, Bell straying on the pads. She bowled one glorious ball to Litchfield, but to Perry, she's just feeding this little tuck into the onside. And Perry is very gratefully accepting. 21 for 1, 3 overs gone. Perry, 13, 3 of those in boundaries.
It's almost as if he had such clear plans for the left-hander because it's something that England do so infrequently, that just kind of maybe let it slip against the right-hander. Just again on the pads, 3 of those clips now for Elise Perry, beautifully timed as well, so the change of bat hasn't hindered her too much.
Right. I think I saw something just crop up on my screen and then disappear, that this is Elise Perry's 30th match at Women's World Cups, the most by an Australian player, as Lindsay Smith starts a new overs. Bowled her! Vol going for a huge yahoo. She's not just bowled her, Vol has then ended up in a commando role, and somewhat humiliating dismissal, off stump clattered, and both Aussie openers are now out. 1 for Bell now, 1 for Smith, and Australia are 21 for 2.
It's a horrible shot, isn't it, from Georgia Voigt? You could see she was trying to take the attack to England and to Lindsay Smith in particular. It's just a wild sweep across the line. It's just skidded under the bat from Lindsay Smith, the sort of dismissal that we've come used to seeing from her, just angling in. And just a bit unnecessary, having taken those boundaries off Lauren Bell. And you go talking about Perry's experience. That's inexperience there, isn't it?
Well, it's resulted in a furious bout of gum chewing from Alyssa Healy, the skipper, the injured skipper, and Georgia Wareham and Darcy Brown. Everyone's chewing on that bench, and I think partly because they don't quite understand it. It was a wild, frenetic, ugly hoik, and I mean the innings itself, before she got out, you would say was full of intent and taking the attack to England. That shot was sort of what can happen if you don't temper that intent. And Lindsay Smith, who more often than not has been firing the ball into the stumps in this World Cup, will be delighted to have picked up another wicket. It brings a left-handed Mooney to the crease, and Smith, it looks like, is going to continue from round the wicket to the left-hander. She's done this before to left-handers and keeps a slip in Heather Knight with a backward point, a cover and extra cover, long off. And the deep mid-wicket, the two boundary riders, mid on square leg of the short fine. Smith into the left-handed Mooney, who defends solidly on the front foot and pushes it straight to Nat Sciver-Brunt. There's no run, so I think we may be in for a slightly different passage of play now with the old hands Mooney and Perry together. And Smith is in again. This is tucked into the onside, finds that big gap, and Eccleston has to move methodically to her left to collect the ball. They take a single. 22 for 2 halfway through the fourth over. We've seen numerous replays of Ball's dismissal, and it does end in something akin to humiliation, poor thing.
She actually starts it out quite well, though, in terms of how she gets up. It's not how she, you know.
The fall wasn't great.
No.
Tossed up and driven up to mid-off, but straight to Eccleston. No run. She lost balance. I don't know if you ever remember the time, dear listener, when the referee, who was he just given a tiny push by Di Canio, was it? Di Canio? And then he fell backwards about 4 or 5 steps. There was a bit of that going on. As Smith is it again. That's played forcefully off the back foot by Perry, but straight to Knight at short extra cover, no run.
You know, we were saying the other day how if Smriti Mandana could do anything elegantly,
yes,
she'd have done that fall elegantly.
Yes. Perry goes back into her crease and defends the last ball of the over. Back to Lindsay Smith. There is no run from it. 4 overs gone. Australia 22 for 2. They've lost both openers. 1 to Bell, 1 to Smith. Perry has 13 off 13. Mooney 1 off 2. 223 more needed from 46 overs. Bright start for England, but as we know, a long way to go in this very deep Australian batting order. More thoughts from Phil Long, and then it's going to be Henry Moran.
Yeah, you started to mention it, Dan. Ellyse Perry in her 30th World Cup match today. It's now the most for Australia, overtaking Alex Blackwell. It's got a long way to go, though, for the top of the list. Debbie Hockley, who appears in a lot of World Cup lists, batting and appearances, made 45 World Cup appearances.
Well, England with early wickets. They needed them, Fionn. I'm worried about your headphone situation. It seems to be causing you all sorts of drama.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tangled. But it's okay, don't...
You sure?
Yeah, I will suffer in silence, as I always do.
As you always have to around us. Right, well, let me move over.
Maybe just a little shuffle might be okay, other than that.
Okay, 22 for 2 is the score. There's a slip in place, and Lauren Bell is going to be bowling to Beth Mooney. Kicking up her heels, Bell runs in now, and full delivery is driven quite magnificently down the ground, but that is a lovely stop from Dunkley, who moves in turn very neatly to her left at mid-off. So, I wonder what old Winvis says now. He inexplicably, to me at least, had England as favourites at halfway.
Had them 67% when Phoebe Litchfield got out.
I don't really get that, but anyway.
I was just saying, it's all about Fionn Winvis.
Stop it. Right. Lauren Bell again, running away from us, this time to the right-handed Perry. Still that slip.
Oh, Dan's taken a tumble.
Oh dear. You're right there, Daniel. Just about. 23 for 2. The target 245.
I think this
seconds after saying how unathletic George Vole was, seen Dan.
Dan measured his length at the back of the box. 23 for 2. Lauren Bell, who...
I think this tour is ageing down a bit, isn't it?
Running in now. And left alone by Perry, who's happy just to say that was a good enough ball. I'm going to leave it well alone. So 2.5 overs bowled by Bell. She's picked up 1 for 16. If you want to see the replay of that, BBC Sport website and app, it was some dismissal. Spectacular. Really one of those moments under the floodlights when the bails light up and the stumps are rocked back, where cricket can look more dramatic almost than any sport on the planet. Here is Lauren Bell running into Ellyse Perry, who jabs down on that into the offside. Built for these situations, Perry, really. Phil Long, remind me of that amazing run she had, Perry, in one-day cricket. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, let me look that up. It was amazing, yeah. Not out in a long run of runs.
Well, 2 early wickets for England obviously is very good news. But Beth Mooney and Ellyse Perry average 63 together in ODIs.
Which is less good news. But that could all change.
12 partnerships of 50 plus.
Bell, full delivery, which is dug out by Perry. And just the one run from the first 5 balls of the over. Australia needing 222 from 45.1 overs. And Lauren Bell, who has, in the last couple of years, put on a yard of pace, isn't she? You're a fast bowler, Phil. Talk me through. No, you don't give me that.
Let's not use the word fast.
A seam bowler.
A dibbly-dobbler.
Lauren Bell, to conclude her over, is running into bowl to Elise Perry. And that is again just jabbed down or towards Charlie Dean on the offside. 1 from the over, that's all. 23 for 2 Australia after 5. They require just shy of 5 and over, and a further 222 runs for victory. So go on, what's she done technically that has increased her pace, do you think?
She's much more upright in her bowling position when she's in the crease, coming through the crease, and it kind of has not eradicated, but she hasn't got that extravagant in-swing that she was first kind of known for. That was her big weapon, wasn't it? She was hooping the ball into the pads of the right-handers. But what it has done is it's allowed her to just inject a little bit more pace, and she's now using the wobble seam much more effectively and bringing the ball both ways. It's worked really well for her. She's been, she's been England's best power play bowler now for the past few years, and evolved into the leader of the attack. Kate Cross making way, and she's really stepped up in that role.
Well, someone else that has during this tournament is Lindsay Smith, and she's in now with her left arm spin, and Mooney drives down the ground to the fielder, protecting the long off boundary. 24 for 2 as Capsey throws the ball in. 38 from 32. That's who it was. Di Canio. The referee was Alcock. Remember?
Paul Alcock, yeah, that's right.
Paul Alcock. Yeah. Yes, that was it. He fell in stages. Here is Lindsay Smith, and Perry is chipping the ball straight back to her. England have got a third, and Elise Perry has just plonked the ball back into the hands of Lindsay Smith, and Australia are rocking. England have got 3 early wickets, and they are huddling together in celebration because they have got 3 big fish back in the hutch, and Australia find themselves in a spot of bother.
England can't believe it, and Lindsay Smith looks incredulous as well. It's really, really uncharacteristically soft from Elise Perry, and that reaction is also not something you see from her. She is so visibly frustrated, tucks her back under her arm and marches off. She was timing the ball nicely, but just back in her crease, bit of a leading edge, straight back to Lindsay Smith. And 24 for 3 Australia. We said England were below par. We said Winfizz was all over the place. England couldn't have started much better.
I'm not sure my aunt's ever been giddier. This is incredibly exciting from an England point of view, and Alyssa Healy, no wonder she is sitting in the dugout, the Australian captain, injured, and she is chewing gum more furiously than I've ever seen her chew gum. To our listeners on the ABC Listen app in Australia, let us know what you think of this. TMS@bbc.co.uk on the email. Annabelle Sutherland joins the action at 5. 3 wickets inside of 6 overs. Here is Lindsay Smith to Annabelle Sutherland, who plays very correctly into the onside. Remind me of Sutherland's figures this tournament. She struggled a touch, I believe.
Yeah, she's made 5-1 and didn't score in the last outing. She didn't bat in one of the innings, and one of them was rained out. 6 runs across 3 innings.
Forward comes Sutherland, clipping down the ground for 1. Now Beth Mooney is the one they want.
Yeah,
they'll be greedy if they can be, England.
Yeah, she's the glue in this Australian batting lineup, isn't she? And she said to you, Henry, in that interview, she loves these situations. She enjoys it when it backs her to the wall, and she's tasked with this kind of responsibility. So as long as she's out there, England won't be getting too carried away.
Well, as Lindsay Smith walks in again, Australia are under pressure, driven down the ground. Now David has called me up and saying 3 big fish back in the hutch. It's like to be referred to the RSPCA. I know, David, I appreciate it'd be rabbits that go to the hutch and fish that would go to the pond, but you know what I mean.
We knew what you meant.
Here is Lindsay Smith bowling to Sutherland, forward in defence. She's had a phenomenal tournament, Lindsay Smith, and she's taken 2 for 10 from 3 overs so far. And what a story as well, because this is somebody that got England opportunities 7 years ago, and then fell right away from England's selection, has fought back.
Yeah, really benefited from playing under Charlotte Edwards for a long time regionally, hasn't she? And she's got that attitude that you can imagine somebody like Charlotte Edwards just loves in her team. She's a competitor. She's electric in the field as well, and you'll always see her kind of fighting for every single ball.
I think she really does drag up everybody else's fielding, and I know you've made that point as well, that there's just a sort of different vibe amongst the England fielding unit. Here's Lauren Bell. There's a slip in place, and Beth Mooney waits, the left-hander. Bell, full delivery, which is dug out into the onside towards Alice Capsey. Robert on the email. England aren't favourites until Megan Shute walks out to bat.
It's a fair point. We've been here before, haven't we?
And that's when Australia would be 9 down.
Yeah.
They're such a good team, Australia. 219 runs. They've still got this partnership. Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath, Sophie Molyneux. There's a lot to come. We're bringing you every moment of it from this Women's World Cup. Lauren Bell running in once more. Full delivery, which is dug out down the ground, and that's a good piece of work from Dunkley again, moving to her left as Mooney takes the single. 27 for 3. The email jar says, going for a walk and listening to the match in Sutton Coldfield. A certain beer doesn't do starts for England against Australia, but if they did, game right back on. There we go. Lauren Bell, end of her mark, standing right on the edge of the circle. 2 fielders in the deep, standing at deep third and backward square leg. Sutherland is waiting and working the ball to mid-wicket when that Siva Brunt, the England captain, will be feeling a lot happier about life than she would have been at the halfway stage, with England posting 2-4-4 for 9. And she walks back to the end of her mark now, does Lauren Bell, who got the party started from England's perspective. As Phoebe Litchfield was dismissed for just 1. Bell again, running in. Past umpire Cotton, a little bit shorter this time. No is the cry from Sutherland, who's 1 from 5. Australia 27 for 3. Elise Perry playing her 30th match at Women's World Cups, most by an Australian player, surpassing Belinda Clark and Alex Blackwell. Amazing numbers. It's an interesting stat in terms of how Lauren Bell has changed as a fast bowler, and you mentioned it, Fionn. But she's in now. And this is crisply played to mid-on, but no run. Between 2022 and 24, just 2% of her deliveries were out-swingers in the first 10 overs. Since 2024, that's gone up to 40%. I mean, that's not just a coincidence, that is a new skill developed.
Yeah, and it's a clear plan as well in terms of offering just a bit more variety, because as much as that in-swing was her threat, probably got to a point maybe where it was getting a little bit predictable, and also she struggled to control it as well. Quite early on in her career she bowled quite a lot of wides.
Bell to Sutherland, who jams down on that, goes out towards the offside. There'll be no run, so 24 balls now since we've seen a boundary, and just the 1 run from that over. Thank you to Fionn Winviz over there, who is going to have a little bit of a break, and Alex Hartley, who's coming to join us. As Fionn's picked up the dinner packet, and she's disappointed by the lack of weight to it, because Alex,
it's the worst dinner I've ever been provided, is what that is. It's not dinner. Hopefully there is food on the way, because if that's our food, we'll be asking for our money back.
27 for 3. Lindsay Smith has taken 2 wickets.
Not that I'm not hungry.
No. She's walking in now, past the umpire, and tapped off the toes by...
On the dot.
On the, as you called it, Alex.
We've got some food. Yes, yes, yes.
27 for 3. Lindsay Smith walking in, slip in place, Mooney on strike. And Mooney clipping the ball aerially, but there's such control, there's no danger to the shot, because there's a fielder in that direction, but well out in the deep. What have you made of the start?
It's the dream start for England, isn't it? The absolute dream, getting 3 big guns early, putting Australia under pressure. We were talking at the halfway stage, where England, to win this game, they have to take early wickets, and they've definitely done that now.
Sutherland waits, the right-hander. She's driving through the offside for 4. Lovely timing, doesn't bother running, no need. And the first boundary in quite some time. We'll see Australia move forward to 32 for 3. Just leaning on the ball as much as anything, but it's a lovely shot.
It is a lovely shot. Just in the slot from Lindsay Smith, outside the off stump. Beautifully driven back down the ground for 4. That's your margin for error. There isn't much when you're playing against the Australians.
Smith to Sutherland, drops it too short this time, gets away with it a touch perhaps because the ball goes straight to Nat Sciver-Brunt at mid-wicket. England at this point, thank you Phil for pointing that out, were 55 without loss, Australia 32 for 3, but it was those middle overs where England almost went backwards, where Australia came back as this is defended, no run. You've got a ball left of the over, 32 for 3, the required rate's just nipped over 5. Which won't be intimidating Australia one bit, but what will be is that England have made early inroads. Sutherland looking to find the offside again, can't do so. And the over comes to an end with Lindsay Smith's 4 overs thus far yielding 2 for 15.
Yeah, she's bowled brilliantly throughout this tournament so far, hasn't she? Lindsay Smith. It's hard to see or think of a side without her in it now.
I agree with you. I think she's become a key component of everything England have done well actually at this tournament, and not everything has been done well, let's be perfectly honest, but there have been moments where they have really managed to knuckle down and get through some awkward passages, and that is the mark of a side that is just moving in the right direction, I think.
Yeah.
Nat Sciver-Brunt's going to have a bowl. She's not been quite as effective with the ball as she would have wanted in the competition thus far. And under the lights of indoor.
Well, we did see in the first innings those slower balls were hard to face.
Mooney on strike. And keeper up to the stumps is well taken by Amy Jones, who won't be quite as chirpy, I imagine, as Beth Mooney is. She's a quieter character, is Jones.
And she starts with a cross-seam ball, and it just goes away from the left-hander. Annabelle Sutherland it was in the first innings with all her variations.
Sciver-Brunt runs in, and Mooney will work the ball off her pads towards Dunkley at square leg, but there's no run.
And when you're facing Sciver-Brunt, you can expect the cutters, the back of the hand slower balls. Very rarely will she bowl the same delivery twice.
Yeah, it does feel she's been slightly underwhelming in this tournament, but she's actually got 6 wickets at 20.3 apiece, economy of 5.3.
Full delivery from Sciver-Brunt. 1 run will be taken to the left of Alice Capsey, who tumbles at mid-wicket. Decent stop. 33 for 3. Target 245.
Last game she bowled 8 overs, the most she's bowled in an innings in this World Cup. Obviously the most she's bowled since she came back to bowling full time, as it were, for England in ODIs.
Simon's listening, enjoying the cricket in Gower.
Simon says.
Very good. Here is Sciver-Brunt. Sutherland defends. Commentary the other day, you mentioned Phil Long's pencil sharpener, which was like no other in the world. Could somebody describe what makes it so special?
Well, it's so special, he doesn't ever need to use it again because he's sharpened all his pencils. I reckon they'll do him for the rest of the trip.
And beyond, he's not even got it out of his bag today, look. Sciver-Brunt bangs it in short. That's not a great ball. It's helped away into the leg side. Fielder dives and won't be able to stop it. A combination of 2 fielders and some boundary sponge. We'll see Annabelle Sutherland picking up her second 4, 37 for 3, and she'll be annoyed with herself, the England captain. It was a loose delivery halfway down the track and helped away for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit too short from Sciver-Brunt with a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. Charlie Dean with the half effort.
And more work for the fielders on that side of the ground, because the ball is just going to head that way into to the leg side, 6 from the over. And we've got 1 ball left of the power play. So 2:07 needed from 41 overs. With Mooney on 7, Sutherland on 10. The wickets that have fallen: Litchfield for 1, Vole for 6, and Perry for 13. If you want to see the best of the action, the BBC Sport website and app, the place to do so. So go on, this pencil sharpener. What's so special, Phil?
I don't think there's anything special about it in particular, just unusual that I was using one, and we pointed out that everybody's got 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 amongst in the house, but could you lay your hands on one?
Well, it looks like you've had that a very long time.
But do you know what? I bought that, I think, on the way to, I can't remember where it was. It was a game this summer. I bought it, so no, it's not done the rounds very well. It's travelled around, didn't you, with me, so you know.
Well, here's something interesting. Sophie Eccleston coming on to bowl inside the power play. The last over of the power play coming on a little bit earlier than she has done in the previous games. Let's see what purchase she can get out of this surface. She's got a slip-in play, which could be pivotal here.
Feels like a big moment in the game. How will Eccleston exploit the conditions? She's in now to bowl to Sutherland, and that beats the dive of Siva Brunt, who's not even going to turn to look at where the ball's gone. She's so annoyed with herself, but some good work in the deep from Charlie Dean will probably save a run. It's only the 1 run. I think that's our first 3 of the day, Phil.
It is our first 3 of the day.
41 for 3.
Sorry, Henry, I was also checking. Yeah, England have used this exact same lineup of bowlers against South Africa and against, I think it was Bangladesh, where Bell and Smith have opened with the first 8 overs. Nat Sivarunt with the 9th, and Sophie Eccleston with the 10th. They've got a plan.
Beth Mooney normally has a plan.
Well, this is the matchup. Eccleston to Mooney.
Over the wicket, the left-arm spinner Sophie Eccleston to Mooney, who defends. Respect shown from Mooney, who will know that Eccleston is the big threat.
Also played a fair amount of cricket together for Manchester Originals.
Eccleston walking in. Bowls, and Mooney will slash through the offside and get 4. There was a backward point. There was also quite a square cover, but Mooney manages to thread that needle and get to boundary.
Well, that's where she went wrong against the left-handers in the previous game. Eccleston wide outside the off stump. This time it's just inside the wide line. It's brilliantly played from Mooney, but a bit of a freebie from Eccleston.
Eccleston again, looking to try and get it a bit straighter. She does, and it's defended by Mooney. 7 from the over so far. Australia need 200 exactly now from 40.2 overs. Amazingly, England was still at 55. I mentioned it about 10 balls ago, but they just stopped scoring runs at this point in their innings. Eccleston bowling to Mooney, who drives down the ground.
What we did see in the first innings, just how difficult it was to score when the ball was straight and the ball was hitting the stumps.
Sutherland taps her bat, the right-hander, tall figure out there in the middle, took 3 for in the first innings. She waits for Sophie Eccleston. A little bit pace off, big appeal for LBW. England like it. Umpire Williams is not interested as a firework goes up in the distance high above that stand. And Eccleston is putting her arms out saying, well, what's wrong with that?
If she's got to have hit it. It's hit her in front of all 3.
They're going to have a look. Unless she has hit it, that looked pretty adjacent to me. Umpire Williams was not to be moved, and almost up with the appeal went that huge red firework in the distance.
For LBW, given not out.
Here we go.
Delivery. I'm looking at the split now. Yeah, take it forward. Yeah, I can see clear deflection from the ball. Bat on.
She's middled it.
Ball, yeah. You can stay with your original decision, Jackie.
Good decision from the umpire.
Stand by.
England burn a review.
You're on screen, make the signal.
Well, there we go. End of 10 dramatic overs. 46 for 3. England lose a review, but they've got 3 early wickets. Australia need 199 to win. Mooney's on 12. Sutherland 13. 46 for 3, Alex Hartley, as Daniel Norcross prepares to join you.
Well, there's a big inside edge. So big that they didn't even need Snicko or whatever it's called these days. I can't remember what they call it. As Henry tries to climb out of the chair. Shovel it this way, there we go. But England, as you say, burning a review. Sutherland knew that she'd hit that. She didn't look phased whatsoever. And after the power play, England are on top, Dan.
Well, they are, but you never feel like you're on top against Australia until you maybe get them 9 down, needing 80 off 7 overs. Here's Siva Brunt starting a new over. She's in to left-handed Mooney, who drives rather stabbily up to Bell at mid-off, straight to the field and no run. Sorry, I'm just making my way gradually to the chair.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
It is. That's why I've left mine up here today.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't know how you've not just joined me up here.
Oh, I don't know. It'd involve moving things, wouldn't it?
A chair.
A chair, but yeah. I can get in. I mean, I'm cosy now.
Oh, okay, well, I'm glad.
Siva Brunt off this quite economical run. He's in, right arm over to the left-handed Mooney, who goes back into a crease and finds a little gap to the left of Lindsay Smith at point. Goes out towards Tammy Beaumont, sweeping, and they take a single. Bit of a concern, I would say, for England is the way Eccleston has not quite worked out how to bowl to left-handers at the moment. She was given the run around by Smriti Mandana. She hasn't started too well against Mooney. Loves bowling at right-handers, of course, as Siva Brunt is in to the right-handed Sutherland, who defends back to the bowler. There's no run. 3 wickets to have gone down. One a spectacular ball from Bell. It almost seemed to sort of swing in slightly and then went off the seam and hit the off stump.
Yeah, it was a beauty, wasn't it?
What a gorgeous. You love balls like that. Eccleston in again, flicked away off the pad. Eccleston, Siva Brunt out towards Charlie Dean, coming in from deep square leg. 48 for 3, just one more to the total. Sutherland to 14. Bowl played a shot of indescribable horror.
And then ended up doing a backwards roly-poly.
It was quite fun, that bit.
Yeah.
And then Elise Perry, well, just threw the shot a bit too early. Fold down the leg side, wide's going to be signal. Good take from Amy Jones. Getting the leading edge back to Lindsay Smith. Hasn't been her day, really. Out there patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary for 50-odd overs, and then...
Thanks for coming.
A bit of that. 13 off 19 for Perry today. But there's so much batting to come. Gardner, McGrath, Molyneux, King. Floated up on off stump, defended to short extra cover. There's no run. And then Kim Garth is at 10. I mean, she has been at 9. She's had a big innings this World Cup already, isn't she, Kim Garth?
Yep.
Alana King got a run of ball 50, batting at number 10. So they do bat very, very deep. Siva Brunt is in, has worked away off the pads busily by Mooney. The 50 is up in the 11th over. 50 for 3 after 11. Sutherland 14, Mooney 14. It's a functional pairing, this one. Sutherland a bit more elegant, perhaps. Mooney, she's just sort of at you, isn't she? She's like a sort of snarling dog. Just...
Mooney's one of those that always seems to accumulate runs out of nowhere. He's such a good batter. You know, can bat anywhere in the order, really. At this stage, England were 56 for 1. This is where Australia really put the squeeze on England.
Yep. And it's there's something about the way Mooney's going to address this. You think he's going to be different the way England do. You're going to look up and find that she's scampered her way through a couple of 2s here, pierced the gap there. Won't be all about 4s and 6s and the like. Reminds you a little bit, for those who can remember, of Michael Bevan back in the day, another left-hander who was mastered white ball cricket.
Well, a change of field for Sophie Eccleston to left-handed Mooney. There's a deep point.
And a short third and a backward point. So it's similar field to the one she had for Smriti Mandana.
Just says to me that she doesn't quite trust herself outside the off stump.
That's sort of exactly what it says, isn't it? And there's a great big gap between extra cover and backward point. So if Mooney just wants to take the run, she can. She's in, and then she works this past the diving Short mid-wicket, Nat Sciver-Brunt, and up towards deep mid-wicket for a single, but Eccleston, I fancy, doesn't really mind that. Wants to bowl at the right-handed Sutherland if she can.
Sophie Eccleston's taken 135 ODI wickets at 19.2 apiece, but against Australia it's 21 at 33.7 apiece.
Oh. Well, they are different gravy, aren't they? Now there's a slip in for Sutherland. Backward point, deep point, and a short catching extra cover. I like this. It's tossed up and flicked away into the onside, but can't get it past Emma Lamb, who's up inside the ring at short square leg. There's no run. Decent crowd in today here in the Holdcar Stadium.
Yeah, happy with it. That first tier's pretty full.
It's where everyone wants to be, isn't it? The sort of the middle bit.
Well, you get a good view.
Tossed up again. Forward comes Sutherland slightly suspiciously. Just pushes to point where Bell's fielding.
Because what you don't get from that tier is the fence that you sit behind on the bottom tier.
And you'd have to get all the way up to the top either. So it's a perfect compromise. In comes Eccleston again. That's really tossed up, and the thick edge squirts straight to Bell at backward point. She looked to drive that. Eyes lit up, did Sutherland, but then it just dipped on her slightly. Deceived a bit in the flight. No run. Eccleston looking for England's fourth wicket. In she comes, and Sutherland just defends carefully into the offside, picked up by Amy Jones, who runs around from behind the stumps.
Yeah, nicely bowled this from Sophie Eccleston. As you say, she wouldn't have minded that single off the first ball. Now she can really settle into a spell.
Here she is to complete the over, and Sutherland just defends the ball back to the bowler. No run from it, 9 from her first 2. Australia are 51 for 3 after 12. Mooney 15, Sutherland 14. The batters to go Litchfield, Vol and Perry.
We mentioned at the start that Australia seem to lose their captain and wicketkeeper and highest run scorer, and don't really seem to miss Alyssa Healy that much. The one place they have missed her today, 3 of their 4 power plays in this World Cup have been 81 for 1, 82 without loss and 78 without loss. Today, 46 for 3.
On a pretty decent deck, isn't it?
Yeah, it all started with that ball from Lauren Bell. Really set the tone, didn't she? Getting Phoebe Litchfield with a brilliant delivery.
Worth checking that out on the BBC Sport website and app. A lovely ball as Sciver-Brunt starts a new over. Ball come back into Mooney, who just pushes it to point. Can't beat the fielder. Sciver-Brunt is sort of acting as the 5th bowler in tandem with Alice Capps, who didn't quite work out that way against India, did it? She ended up bowling, I think, was it 8? 8, yeah. And picked up a couple of wickets. She's in once more. This is driven quite expansively by Mooney. Again, with the angle that Sciver-Brunt's bowling, it's quite a dangerous shot, but she gets it through the gap in the offside out towards Dean, sweeping on the extra cover boundary. 52 for 3 with that single. Brings Sutherland on to strike, who hitherto has had pretty modest returns in this World Cup, but she's not looked bad today. Feet are in good working order as she comes down the wicket. Just to prove that, pushes the ball straight to Alice Capsian on the ground at short extra cover.
It's good pressure this by England. And Australia will know that they're not really under scoreboard pressure as of yet. So if they can build a partnership here, they'll feel pretty comfortable moving forward.
Sutherland drives to mid-off, where Eccleston does the fielding.
Whereas England will know the more dot balls, the more pressure that puts on Australia, the higher the run rate goes. If they can get it up to 6s as soon as possible, will be a real win. But also knowing that these two out there in the middle probably want to keep rotating the strike.
Yeah, the left-hand, right-hand combination particularly. Got an incredible stat about Beth Mooney and Nat Sciver-Brunt. Say incredible. It's driven. Oh no, Alice Capsi's misfielded there. Ball that maybe just bobbled on the crease line in front of her. She's fielding on the square there at short extra cover, and it just bounced through her hands, but Bell's able to tidy up and they take the single. Beth Mooney has dominated her matchup with Nat Sciver-Brunt over the years in ODI cricket. From the 135 balls bowled to her in 10 innings, Mooney has scored 112 runs and never been dismissed.
There we go. Well, things can change.
Silverbrunt in forward in defence comes Mooney, taps the ball just down in front of her, and that is the end of the over. Just the 2 singles from it, 53 for 3. Australia rebuilding, England just holding in. The partnership 29 now from 47 balls. We've yet to see Charlie Dean. I think she might prosper perhaps against the left-hander, but the problem is, we talked about this in this World Cup, England's bowlers don't bowl at left-handers. I mean, who are the left-handers in county cricket? Tash Farrant, but he's been injured this year
Jones.
as well. Eve Jones, yeah. Think of any others, really? I mean, when you get to play the 100, you'll get a few, because you get some overseas left-handers, but really not many, are there?
No, there aren't many. Tash Farrant famously batted in the nets for England before the Sri Lanka game.
Got a bruise for her troubles as Eccleston starts a new over. Sutherland drives purposefully along the ground up towards long off. They take the run, 54 for 3, Sutherland to 16. Brings Mooney back onto strike. Now, when Eccleston became thoroughly peeved by Mardenez, she ended up almost giving up and coming round the wicket to her. She's still staying over the wicket.
Oh, it's too early to be doing that now, though.
You'd think, yeah. Tosses one up. This is driven nicely by Mooney along the ground. Good use of the feet, gets the pitch of the ball and takes it up to long off. Precise position where Alice Capsey took that match-changing catch to dismiss Smriti Mandanaik a few days ago. After which point, India crumbled. Eccleston's in. Again, driven in that gap between extra cover and mid-off up to long off. Another easy single.
Eccleston's got to be happy with that. Singles down the ground, because Australia get it slightly wrong, it'll go to mid-wicket extra cover. There's your dot ball. You can get 2 or 3 dot balls in the over. England will take that.
Goes back round, over the wicket I should say. The left-handed Mooney, who drives and finds exactly the same gap. So far we've had 2 drives up to long off by the left-handed Mooney and 2 drives up to long off by the right-handed Sutherland. 57 for 3. There's a pattern developing here, I think it's safe to say. Short extra cover there, catching cover. Nat Silverbrunt hoping just maybe a little bit of drift, a bit of turn. Back into a crease. Oh, goes Sutherland and punches off the back foot. The ball was in the air, no more than a foot to the left of Eccleston.
Was that a catching opportunity?
Well, I don't know if she saw it. I mean, because she hasn't moved. Let's see this again. Punched off the back foot. Sort of back at her, but there's, maybe her weight's on the wrong foot. It goes up to mid-off or long off, and they get a single. Last ball's a dot ball as Mooney just defends, but 58 for 3, 14 gone, 5 singles in that over. Sutherland 18, Mooney 18. Look, you tell me, when you come into your follow-through, if you're maybe your balance has gone to your right foot, perhaps, and the ball went to her left, but there was a really sort of...
I don't know if sometimes,
a bit firmly,
sometimes those ones that are a little bit further away from you are almost easier to get. I don't know whether it's that awkward position. It was definitely half a chance.
It was in the air and it was low. She would have had to get very low and she would have been plucking it an inch or 2 off the ground.
It would have been a great catch.
It would have been, but it was almost like she was surprised by it and maybe it was hit a bit more firmly. We're giving it credit for. Silverbrunt's going to continue her 4th over in this spell. She's starting into Sutherland, who gets struck on the pad, but the ball's going down the leg side. It's more of a hopeful inquiry than a full-throated appeal.
It was, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Yep. I'm just seeing Vole and Litchfield on the bench, and then they look frighteningly young, don't they?
Oh, it's because they are.
There's 15 years of that. It's driven back up the wicket. There's no run. Obviously there could be other players that are going to come through in Australia to threaten them at the top of the order, but 2 very fine players starting their careers and haven't had a good day today. Litchfield 1, Vole 6. Litchfield undone by a beauty, Vole undone by impetuosity, perhaps, as Silverbrunt's in. This is driven firmly by Sutherland. Short extra cover. Capsey Fields, no run.
I think as non-Australians we were holding on to the when Lanning and Healy and Perry have gone, it'll be different times, but
no, Sutherland, Litchfield, Vole. Gardner's got another 8 years. McGrath. Here's Siva Brunt. Oh, goes for the flippy ramp. And she hasn't timed that particularly well. It was quite an unusually played ramp, this one, because she's skipping across a crease. And then got into something of a tangle and just managed to get bat on it, flip it up in the air. It didn't go awfully far back, and they've only taken the single. It wasn't enough on it to make it to the boundary. Fielders converged. Yeah, the ball just kept following her. She was never quite in the position she wanted to be in to play the shot.
Squared herself up a little bit, didn't she?
59 for 3. Siva Brunt in, it's cracked away off the back foot, but there is cover out there in the form of Charlie Dean. Square cover, deep square cover. 60 for 3, 1 ball remains in the 15th. This partnership now 36 from 58 after that early clatter. And we're 24 for 3, Australia. This partnership just putting things back together. Last ball of the over is worked away just past a diving short mid-wicket. They'll get 2 because there's Beth Mooney out there and Annabelle Sutherland for that matter, both very fine runners. The ball goes out towards deep mid-wicket, throw comes in. 2 off the last ball, 4 off the over. Australia 62 for 3 after 15. And I thought it was time for me to come. It isn't quite, is it?
Oh, I think we got the double into after the end of the over.
Yeah, we're going to have the double change.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, well, you've made it easier for Fionn, whereas I'm going to make it as difficult as possible for Henry by leaving the chair here. Yes. We do our strange dance of almost like capoeira.
That I don't know what
it's a Brazilian street dancing.
Right, okay, interesting.
You're not familiar with Brazilian street dancing?
Of course, yeah, I am. No, I'm more of a two-step girl.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a dad dancer.
I'm not a dancer at all. I mean, I've cleared many a dance floor.
I reckon those hips don't lie down.
True. Back in the crease goes Mooney. I thought she was going to cut it, and in the end she decided to pull it out to Lindsay Smith at deep mid-wicket. A short ball from Eccleston, which once more gets Mooney off strike. Gets Sutherland on the strike. The field will move around for the right-hander.
It did look very cuttable, that, didn't it, from Mooney, but last-minute adjustment.
She comes, Eccleston's flatter and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. There's a fielder out there, but that's hit with such ferocity and timing and power. Dunkley stood no chance. He's a little bit wider at mid-wicket, and that was hit through a very straight mid-wicket onto those practice pitches. And has bounced up and over the advertising hoardings. It was hit so hard. A poor ball from Eccleston just dragged her length down. Should be annoyed with herself. 67 for 3.
But a lovely shot from Sutherland, who clears that front leg, whacks it into the leg side.
There aren't many who hit the ball that hard.
Her and Siva Brunt.
I was thinking exactly
very,
that.
Very similar.
This is slower, tossed up and defended well by Sutherland to short extra. Siva Brunt fields. Yeah, those two are the ones who hit it with that lightning pace, aren't they?
Well, they both just pick up length so well.
Slip still there for the right-hander. Again, tossed up more, pushed into the offside. Go for the single. The throw comes in from Smith. It's not a very easy one for Amy Jones to take, and they get a single. 68 for 3. 6 off the over so far. Just a couple of balls left in it. Left-handed Mooney now on strike. Australia comfortably rebuilding. Phil Long preparing a stat so that we can make the double change. Yes, please. Pulled and gone! Mooney goes! Super catch from Nat Siva Brunt. They were short, banged into the pitch, and Mooney has just whacked that straight a yard or so to the left of Siva Brunt, who has dived two-handed and taken a very sharp catch. And a partnership that was threatening to take the game away ever so slowly from England has been broken. Mooney, the big wicket, the left-hander, goes for 20. Australia is 68 for 4. Coming to the end of the 16th over, and Drinks come on.
Oh, brilliant catch from the captain, Siva Brunt. Beth Mooney's probably thinking it was there to cut. I probably could have hit that into the offside, but she goes to play the pull shot. And as you say, it's not straight to Siva Brunt. It's a good catch from Siva Brunt, and England, they need to not get ahead of themselves here, but they've got Australia in a spot of bother.
They have. You can take a break. Fionn Wynn's going to come in. The tail is There's only been set 245, which didn't feel like enough by England. Well, early wickets, the wickets of Litchfield and Vol early on, then Perry spooning a leading edge back to Smith, who has figures of 2 for 15 from 4. Got England in a very strong position. Australia were 24 for 3, but Mooney and Sutherland, they didn't look in any bother at all, and it really wasn't a great ball from Ecclestone. It was a bit of a drag down. She struggled bowling to left-handers in this World Cup, but sharp catch, and a 4th wicket goes down. Fionn Wynn. This game is very definitely on. Drinks are on the field. Your thoughts? And then I'm going to get out of the way for Henry Moran.
It absolutely is. It was, as Daniel, you were saying, it was a partnership that was just growing, that was just kind of settling into a rhythm. And again, Australia's depth is going to be tested. We have seen them wobble a few times during this World Cup already, and somebody, at one time it was Beth Mooney, another time it's been Ash Gardner, somebody always tends to dig them out of trouble. And who will it be today, if anyone?
Well, Beth Mooney, for me, and we heard from her during the interval, the first thing I asked her was that, you know, every single member of the Test match special team, you're pretty much the first pick to have it aside because of the reliability. You can build an innings, you can adapt to any situation. But 20 from 30, and now out, along with Perry being dismissed for 13, to have just 33 runs contributed between two players that you look at as the real linchpins. That feels like a massive, massive couple of breakthroughs for England. And as Ash Gardner comes to the middle to join Annabelle Sutherland, there is a cat that has met a load of pigeons.
Wondered where you were going with that.
If you want to get in touch, join us on the conversation, tls@bbc.co.uk. I'm going to use this chance, just while we have a moment to catch our breath, to point you in the direction of BBC Sounds, the Test Match Special podcast, because there are 3 episodes. Once this is all done today, you can get stuck into, if you can't get enough of your cricket. First of all, from the Ashes, we had a little bit of it during the break, but chat with Stuart Broad. It is wide-reaching and fascinating, talking about Ashes tours, his Ashes experiences, some incredible stories alongside Stefan Schemmelt, and it is, I have to say, an hour of your time well worth spent. We've also got building a combined Ashes 11. Michael Vaughan, Phil Tufnell, Glenn McGrath debating their combined Ashes side, and there's a new episode of No Balls, the cricket podcast with Alex, and also England fast bowler Kate Cross. So lots for you to enjoy on BBC Sounds, and just finally on the BBC Live text page right now, loads of you are there joining the conversation. Mike Peters helming the ship, and you can join the conversation and watch the highlights as the game goes on as well from there. So lots of ways to enjoy things as Sophie Ecclestone prepares to bowl to Ash Gardner, and Gardner is defending back up the track. Phil Long.
Sophie Ecclestone's 11th wicket of this World Cup. Annabelle Sutherland and Dipti Sharma, the only 2 players ahead of her. More remarkable.
And also England fast bowler Kate Cross. So lots for you to enjoy on BBC Sounds, and just finally on the BBC Live text page right now, loads of you are there joining the conversation. Mike Peters helming the ship, and you can join the conversation and watch the highlights as the game goes on as well from there. So lots of ways to enjoy things as Sophie Ecclestone prepares to bowl to Ash Gardner, and Gardner is defending back up the track. Phil Long.
Sophie Ecclestone's 11th wicket of this World Cup. Annabelle Sutherland and Dipti Sharma, the only 2 players ahead of her. More remarkable, it's her 32nd in World Cups in only her 14th game.
Amazing. Rufus, our stats man, back at base. You're our stats man here, Phil, but Rufus, our stats man back at base, had just put out there that since the start of 2022, Beth Mooney had averaged 112 against left arm's finger spin. No player has a higher batting average against that particular type of bowling.
But I asked,
yes,
so I had an instinct. What was it against Ecclestone specifically? And before that wicket, which I'm claiming as my wicket,
you bowled beautifully.
Yeah, was 109 runs, 129 balls, 3 dismissals.
There we go.
So I'm taking that. You're very welcome.
Yeah,
England fans.
Annabelle Sutherland waits for Charlie Dean, the off-spinner, and it's driven back towards Dean, who gives it a little bit of flight and air and dip and fizz as Nat Sciver-Brunt mixes up her resources. I have to say, it was a very good catch from Sciver-Brunt. It's an absolute screamer. Exposing the stumps is Sutherland, with just a degree of risk as a single is taken into the offside. High five between Emma Lamb and Sophia Dunkley. 69 for 4 Australia, needing a further 176 to win. Required rate 5.23. England's catch efficiency is better than anyone else in the tournament by a mile, and that, we've criticised their fielding in the past, and huge credit for that. Deep in the crease and defending into the onside.
Their fielding in general actually had a few blips over the summer, didn't it? It was still something that they were ironing out and trying to overcome, because it was definitely a weakness.
Charlie Dean bowls. This again goes straight to mid-wicket from the bat of Ash Gardner.
They've clearly worked extremely hard on it, and practicing under the lights and all these things which maybe they're not quite as used to, but the body language is brilliant as well. They're really working together, working as a unit in the field.
Dean a little bit quicker this time, driven towards Dunkley, who again fields nicely, and it's one of those areas that takes work, but when you can see the rewards of those efforts, quite so obvious as we are at the moment, it does make all that work feel worth it. Oh, that's a good ball from Dean. It skids on, and Amy Jones does a nice job in whipping the bails off. And they might be tempted just to have a look at this to see if the foot went up briefly. I don't think it did, probably. 69 for 4 after 17 overs. Australia seeing just one run coming off the 17th. We're at indoor, Phil Long.
Yeah, I know you used the word the fielding efficiency, but that's exactly what the fielding's been, efficient.
Yeah.
There's not been outstanding things happening, you've just kind of not noticed it, haven't you, which is just always a good sign.
Indeed, and I think that's always what you want, really, isn't it? It's like a good umpire, a good referee, often a good goalkeeper in sports. Some things need just to be a little bit quieter, I think, is the thing. Sophie Eccleston's going to bowl to Annabelle Sutherland with a short cover. Got quite a straight long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. It's a slip as well. And here comes Sophie Eccleston. Bowling to Sutherland, who's going to pick out that fielder at deep cover. Tammy Beaumont, who got her biggest score of the tournament so far, 78 off 105 early on today. George on the email. It's Staines upon Thames. You never hear Staines described as Staines upon Thames. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Henley upon Thames, you go.
Kingston upon Thames.
Yeah, Staines upon... Anyway. Listening to the cricket from our back garden with my wife Katie, spreading a ton of topsoil. A ton. Eccleston, a little bit quicker, defended by Gardner back up the track. In an attempt to level it enough for a decent 22 yards. For my daughter Mia to practice on. She's not yet 2.5. Has already had bat and ball in hand and has a ticket booked for the T20 World Cup next year. In England, of course, next generation incoming. Driven into the offside and parrying the ball is Lindsay Smith to take the heat from it and prevent the boundary. One taken, 71 for 4. 22 yards. Did you play garden cricket as a kid?
No.
No?
Well, I didn't really have a garden big enough. We had a park, like basically right behind our house. That was, I guess that counts.
This comes off the outer half of Sutherland's bat towards Lindsay Smith at cover, and one run will be scrambled. Eccleston's into her 5th over, sorry.
No, you're quite lucky if you've got a garden big enough for
22 yards?
Yeah.
And a run-up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely are. Glad George is putting in the hard work, though. This is good. 72 for 4. Eccleston round the wicket, bowls a quicker, flatter ball, which Gardner has to get the bat down quickly on, and Eccleston, who knew that was the wicket-taking delivery, if you like, that was the set-up ball that she was hoping to try and profit from. Hands on her head, but 3 from the over with the ball left of it. Eccleston with shirt untucked and the long sleeves at the far end, hair in plaits, is moving in now. driven by Gardner, confidently out to deep cover for 1. 73 for 4. And Australia need 172 from 32 overs. So, which way is this game going? It is worth trying to describe some of the permutations in terms of what this might mean, Phil, depending on who wins in semi-finals.
Good luck, Phil.
Yeah, thank you for that, Henry. Well, this win will send England top.
If they were to win it.
If they were to win it.
But if South Africa beat Australia in their last game, would they go top?
Yes, because they've got the half kind of point, haven't they? But then, of course, if England were then to beat New Zealand.
Yeah. I forgot England had another game as well.
So that sorted that out.
Yeah. So actually there's still quite a lot to go.
Full toss is drilled past Heather Knight, who gets a hand on it, so 1 run is all it'll be. England on 91% on WinFizz.
As regards to semi-finals, all we have to remind people, if India qualify, they will play in the semi-final at Navi Mumbai.
Yes. Here is Charlie Dean bowling to Sutherland, who's very correctly forward in defence. They'll know they can catch up Australia with the required rate only at 5.4. It's not a huge ask. This game is fascinatingly poised, it really is. Drilled down the ground from Sutherland for 1 more. Charlie Dean has bowled 8 balls so far and just, forgiving 9 balls, just 3 runs conceded. Staines was Staines when I was growing up, says Ruth. Here is Dean, and crabbily across in defence is Gardner, pushing into the offside. But it seems in 2012 they wanted its name to reflect its position on the River Thames, the same way as Kingston Sunbury, so it was changed. But it'll always be Staines to me. Thank you, Ruth. Here is Charlie Dean, back towards her, and just a little suggestion she might shy at the stumps and a smile on her face. She's got a very dry sense of humour as Charlie Dean, and I think she was just being a little bit naughty there in threatening to throw down the stumps. 1 ball left of the 19th over. Here is Dean, and that almost gets through, very nearly. Gardner just gets that bat down in time to play it right in front of her pads. She was deep in the crease. If she missed it, she was gone. But she doesn't, and it's 76 for 4 after 19 overs. England at this point were 91 for 2, but about to go on a serious go-slow. Australia, meanwhile, it's 22 balls since a boundary, and the required rate's up to 5.45.
No, they won't be panicking though, will they? They've been in these situations before, Australia, where the top order has slumped to a bit of a collapse, and they've got so much depth. Gardner's already got a century to her name in this tournament. Sutherland has been struggling a little bit, so she'll be grateful for this time in the middle, but still plenty of depth to come. England can't afford to take their foot off the gas yet.
19 overs gone. By the way, England have taken more wickets with spin than any other side in the tournament. 30 wickets, an average of 15.3, which is going some. We're going to see Sophie Ecclestone continuing. Long on and long off her out is as deep mid-wicket, and we've got a deep cover as well. Still that slip waiting. As Gardner wants 1 into the offside. She's going to have to be quick here. No, Lindsay Smith doesn't pick up cleanly.
Yeah, pressure on the fielder there, set off straight away. Rare fumble from Lindsay Smith, but that probably would have been home anyway.
So 77 for 4. Talia McGrath, standing captain, is padded up at the far end, leading an Australia side that not lost a World Cup game in 8 years. Oh, getting tangled up there is Sutherland. Leading edge, drops well short of Smith at cover. That's the 50 over World Cup, I should add.
McGrath herself got a 3 out of 3 record as captain in the ODI side.
Sophie Ecclestone's into her 6th over, 1 for 25 so far. And it's going to be pushed towards Siva Brunt, waiting at short cover. Another dot ball. 1 from the over so far. England doing a good job at building just little bits of pressure. Dot balls adding up. Here comes Sophie Ecclestone again, round the wicket. Sutherland will drive towards Siva Brunt once more. Sutherland 30 from 46, Gardner 5 from 14, Australia 77 for 4, chasing what felt like a modest target of 245. Sophie Eccleston, far end of the ground. Deep breath and in past the umpire now. Quicker ball this time that Sutherland's onto and will whip towards deep mid-wicket for 1. Just the second run from the over with a ball left of it, 78 for 4.
Yeah, Australia will know, however, from England's innings that, you know, a quiet passage in the middle won't be too much of a problem. They can catch up later if they need to. It might get a little bit easier maybe when Sophie Eccleston's got fewer overs left.
Tossed up and she has to wait a while, does Ash Gardner, as the ball dips right in front of her. It's defended, and Eccleston really varying the pace in that over, as slow with that final ball as 73.8 kilometres an hour, right up to 91.4 the previous ball. That is a massive difference, as we see 20 overs reached with Australia 4 down, 78 for 4, needing 167 from 30.
Yeah, 32 from those 10 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. Maybe more importantly, just the 1 boundary.
Well, game magnificently poised. You will not miss a ball with Test Match Special as we go through this tournament. Every ball of every game, including tomorrow's blockbuster fixture from Navi Mumbai that sees New Zealand taking on India, who have lost their last 3. They wouldn't be eliminated if they lose, but they'd be under all sorts of pressure. Here is Charlie Dean, and taking a bit of a risk is Sutherland, but getting the reward. She gets 4 runs through the offside, and after 28 balls without a boundary, there is one. Driving past unclear cover. If she'd missed it, it was a stumping.
Yeah, valuable boundary for Sutherland and for Australia. We were wondering how they would play Sophie Eccleston, would it be similar to how England played Alana King in terms of just seeing her out and maybe they could target another? I wonder if Charlie Dean will be that bowler.
A little bit quicker this time, and Dean is there to field off her own bowling. 82 for 4. Australia needing a further 163 from 29.4 overs. Sutherland a key component as this is driven down the ground up towards Eccleston at long off. 1 taken. There's a decent crowd in. This end of the ground's actually opened up more than just the middle tier. Here's Charlie Dean. That's not a great delivery, and it's helped round the corner, and Ash Gardner says thank you very much. It was flatter leg side-ish and just whipped on its way past Lauren Bellett's short fine leg for 4.
Yeah, the first boundary was a great shot and use of the feet from Annabelle Sutherland. That was just helped on its way by Ash Gardner, and Charlie Dean knows it as well. She knows that's a poor ball. Gardner didn't have to do much with it. Once it was past short fine leg, it was going to run away to the boundary.
So Dean to try again. 9 from the over so far. Charlie Dean is tossing it up and fields nicely off her own bowling. There will be a single, but just the 1 run. Ash Gardner, in terms of matchups, we always speak about this.
We love a matchup, don't we?
Off spin, the best matchup apparently. Who has struggled over the past couple of years, average of just 25 of off spin, the lowest of all the spin types that she faces. She's at the non-striker's end at the moment, as here comes Charlie Dean, and that's hit with vicious timing, but straight to the hands of mid-wicket, and there'll be no run. 21 overs gone. I am moving with 10 coming from that over, and Daniel Norcross is standing by to take up commentary alongside BBC Sport cricket writer Fionn Wynne.
I'll just jump in there very quickly, Henry. Yeah, 10 off the over, as you mentioned. It's the most expensive over of the innings so far.
Yeah, loose ball in there from Charlie Dean to Ash Gardner, but again, just testament of the depth that Australia have. But it has been a fantastic start from England, and it's very much still in the balance. So is Daniel Norcross as he shuffles into his chair.
Yay.
Got there in the end.
I did with time to spare. Lindsay Smith's coming back into the attack. 2 for 15 in her first 4. We've still not seen any of Capsey. So we've had 5 bowlers used, but no Capsey as yet. The overs have been spread around a bit. 4 each for Bell, Smith, Sciver-Brunt. 3 for Dean, 6 for Eccleston. So she's out of the attack now. And Smith's just making minor adjustments to that field, getting her backward point in just where she wants her. Eccleston taking her time to get there. And the Smith is in. This is pushed nicely along the ground by Gardner up towards a straight long on. Alice Capsey fields 1 more to the total. Sutherland's had no runs in this World Cup, so of course when Australia find themselves in bother, it's time for her to play a masterclass, and she's batting very well here. 36 off 51.
It's that thing, isn't it? We've been saying it for so long. Somebody always sticks their hands up.
It's on strike now. She comes down the wicket but can't get to the pitch of the ball. Smith maybe saw her coming and dragged the length back a bit. It's pushed back to her. She's a bowler of drift. Lindsay Smith, not one of extravagant turn, sometimes any turn. She runs her fingers down the ball. This is folded the inside half of the bat to seize the ball, squirt its way to Sciver-Brunt at a very straight short mid-wicket. It's almost a mid-on. There is a long on as well, so just a little gap between her and bowler. Smith in again down the wicket, in the air for a little while, but perfectly controlled shot down to long off. Brings up another run, another partnership developing here. Many of you listening in from various parts of the world. Full ball now, it's driven high in the air. Fielder will not quite get there, and actually she's going to miss it altogether. It's going to be 4. Charlie Dean making a bit of a mistake there. It was chipped down the ground. It's sort of bounced and bamboozled Dean, who came running in at an angle from long off. It was hit very straight by Gardner. For a moment Dean thought she was in business. It's hit that sort of advertising thing that sometimes it hits that on the full and it can bounce a bit, but she didn't judge the bounce, put out a right hand. Capsey was trying to back her up from behind and put the dive in, but couldn't get there. 94 for 4 as back in her crease goes Gardner and whips it away through deep backward square leg. Bell's chasing after it. She should just be able to keep it in. She does, quite spectacularly in the end. All of her 6 foot plus having to reach down and flick the ball back, but they've come through for another 3. 9 off the over. 97 for 4 Australia, 22 gone. Sutherland 37, Gardner 18, and this partnership now up to 29. And you always feel when you're watching Australia, you go, oh, here we go.
Yeah, a couple of productive overs there. The one from Charlie Dean, I think she was torn between whether she should stop the boundary or go for the catch, and I think as a bowler would you always rather your fielder probably go for the catch?
Well, you would if they catch it, and then if they don't, you wouldn't.
Yeah, true. You don't really
like
win
that.
either way, do you?
No, well, you win if they catch it.
I think in this situation where England need wickets, you've got to go for the catch.
Dean into Gardner, it goes back in a crease and pulls this round the corner, but Bell's good, getting down to her right to field and stops what would otherwise have been 4. They do take a single.
19 runs off the previous 2 overs.
Yeah, just a bit of momentum coming into Australia's batting here. Sutherland 37, Gardner 19. Sutherland on strike, just clips the ball back to Dean. There's no run.
I think I'd call it the advertising carpet.
Carpet, yes. Well, I'll go with that if I can remember. The advertising carpet. There's a couple of them at each end. Dean in, tosses that up and forward. In defence comes Sutherland and just angles the ball to backward point straight to the fielder. There's no run. In the 23rd over, moving up close to halfway. Dean moves in, again tosses her out, it's driven firmly down the ground, but Capsey, who's basically going from long on to long on, does the fielding. They take a single. It's a testament actually to how much Capsey's worked on her fitness, that you wouldn't necessarily have had her down for long on to long on a year ago, would you? But she's a different Alice Capsey these days, as Dean is into Gardner short, pulled around the corner, but won't beat the fielder down there. Tammy Beaumont tidies up at deep backward square, 1 more to the total.
No, as you can see in Alice Capsey, a really, significant improvement in the field as well, in terms of how many runs she saves out there. And running long on to long on in India is not
it's not fun.
Desirable job.
Down the wicket comes Sutherland, but she drives it and can't beat Knight at short extra cover. End of the over, just the 3 singles from it. The 100 came up with the last single, 100 for 4. Sutherland 38, Gardner 20. Paul Simpson's been in touch because people have been talking about paternoster lifts. He says that the engineering department at Oxford had a paternoster. 2 young blades went round the top and came back standing on their heads. True.
I don't know what a pattern.
Well, we must know what a paternoster is by now.
Sorry, I won't ask.
So it goes in the motion I'm showing you there.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a lift. You step into it, it's permanently moving.
It's permanently moving.
Oh, that's a bit freaky.
And they've stood on their heads to then fool people. The top, it's kind of gone over.
Yeah.
I can't picture it, sorry. I'm just confused.
Smith's going to start a new over into Gardner, who comes down the wicket and drives past a diving short extra cover, but won't beat long off. Throw comes in on the bounce. They just take the single, 101 for 4. Gardner and Sutherland now moving along pretty comfortably, finding gaps, using their feet, not letting the bowlers settle. Smith staying round the wicket to the right-handers. This has been swept. Oh, that's been swept for 6. That's gone all the way. You could tell the moment it left the bat. A wonderful shot from Sutherland down on one knee, and that wasn't top edge. That was right out of the middle and out over deep backward square. A beautiful shot. 107 for 4. Sutherland now starting to motor. She's on to 44.
That's up there with the shots of the day. Just manipulating the crease perfectly, shuffles across her stumps and right out the middle of the bat. There is nothing streaky about it, and it's cleared the boundary by some distance as well.
10 metres past it. And Smith is into her again. She goes back into a crease and carves it through backward point. Beaumont's going to have to get round. She does, and get back for 2. I'm contractually obliged to mention long levers when people play that shot, and Annabelle Sutherland has long levers, but she's timed that as well as you could hope for, really.
And just watch how still her head is. She watches the ball right until the last second, until it's right in the middle of the bat.
And now she's down the wicket, but Lindsay Smith pounces on that like a cat on a mouse. There is no run. Pouncing away to her right for her own bowling.
Yeah, under a bit of pressure now, Smith. She hasn't been under the pump much during this tournament.
Flatter and a goal. This time she can't stop it as it goes past her right hand and up to a very straight long on. Capsey Fields. 110 for 4. 135 more needed. They're almost halfway to their target. We're about an over away from halfway through the innings. So stabilising partnership, this one. Smith is into Gardner, punches off the back foot, gets it past the left hand of short extra cover, and they'll take a single. Are you off?
I think I am, yes. Alex is primed and ready.
Well, if you're off, does that mean I'm off? No, it doesn't. No,
Henry's not going anywhere.
No, it's not the double change, right. Well, Field's going to take a break. With Australia 111 for 4, 11 off the over, and a partnership now developing, 43 from it. The last wicket went at 68. The first 3 had gone, with only 24 on the board, but Australia are regrouping comfortably, and England desperately need a wicket.
Yeah, 33 runs coming off the last 4 overs. 10, 9, 3 and 11.
Thank you. Alex Hartley's back. And yes, sorry, I need to press that button.
Thank you. You need to turn me on.
I do. Lauren Bell's coming back into the attack.
Yeah, England.
Because England want a wicket, I guess.
Yeah, want a wicket, want to break this partnership, and then they will be on top of this game. Just this partnership is starting to look dangerous, isn't it? Annabelle Sutherland, well, a class player like her, a score was only around the corner, but if England can dismiss her in the next 2 or 3 overs.
Well, she's batted really gorgeously. That 6 in the last over was something else.
What a shot.
Different gravy. Bell just... No, she's indicating she's fine with the field as it is. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point. She's into Gardner. Gets one down the leg side, and she's been a bit guilty of that today. Bell just straying a bit down the leg side, wide as signalled. 112 for 4.
There wasn't very many wides in the first innings from Australia. Was it just the one in the end, or did they bowl a couple towards the end?
There was one for quite a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
3 in the end. There was 1 in the last over.
Yeah. I knew it. I just knew it.
I knew it. Bell trying to start this over again. That's more like it's full and it's on off stump, pushed up to Knight at mid-off. No run. England in search of a wicket. Sutherland batting comfortably and using her feet, being quite proactive, trying to ensure that the bowlers are always never able to settle into a particular line or length. Smith's come back in the attack after picking up a couple of wickets, and it almost feels like they've deliberately targeted her. As Bell runs in again to Gardner, drives firmly, finds a gap between extra cover and point up towards Dunkley, sweeping. 1 more to the total. An exuberant Carlos Brathwaite is in the box next to us.
His voice carries when he raises it.
Doing some running repairs.
Just getting dressed.
Yes.
It looks like if a lady was to have to sort her bra out and pull bra straps up from the inside, it's what it looked like, wasn't it?
It looks exactly like that. Yeah. Bell in. It's driven along the ground up to mid-on, but Capsey's up inside the circle for... Eccleston's up inside the circle for Bell. There's no long on and long off for Bell at this stage. The fielders in the boundary at deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg, long leg probably, and a deep square leg.
Well, what England will have learnt from the last game is just stay in for as long as possible. Target the stumps. Because anything can happen towards the back end of an innings.
As we discovered, yeah. Bell in, defended back to her by Sutherland, right out of the middle of the bat on the front foot. Again, no run.
Change of field here. Third's coming up inside the ring and mid-on's going back. Maybe a slower ball.
I was going to say, what is the thinking when that happens? You see it happen so often at the back end of an over.
Well, the pace taken off, so if it's going to get edged, it's only going to go to short third. It won't race to the boundary. But also it gives you the protection deep here in case she gets hold of it.
In comes Bell. Well, there's pace on there, and it's driven straight up to Eccleston. At long on, just as well she was at long on, because actually been at mid on, that probably would have beaten her and gone down to the boundary. It was a lovely straight drive.
And also the thought process of getting out of your over. So the option now is just for Gardner and Sutherland to hit the ball down the ground, and you get out the over by not conceding a boundary.
1 ball left in it, 3 have come from it so far, including a wide. 114 for 4. Bell in, that's driven firmly up to mid-off, but Knight's quick to the ball. And a dot ball to finish. 3 from it, 114 for 4. We are halfway through Australia's chase of 245. We need another 131 from 25 overs, so the wide rate's ticked up a bit. It has been higher than that, but this partnership is just putting pressure on England. 46 from 56, Sutherland 48, Gardner 23.
Yeah, halfway mark, as you mentioned, 114 for 4. At the same stage, England were 108 for 3.
Was it the 10 overs when they only scored about 23 runs or something? Quite preposterous. Alana King was in the middle of...
Yeah, they went from... at the end of 20, they were 98 for 2, and at the end of 30, they were 124 for 3.
26 for 1 in those 10 overs, and King had bowled 5 overs, 1 for 7. England had no answer to her at all. There were no reverse sweeps or any kind of tricky shots. Now Dean has swapped ends, so she's going to come in from the far end, and this is chipped over extra cover for 4. Right, I say chipped, brought Sutherland to a half century, firmly struck up and over Helen Knight, and that is not an easy shot off an off spinner. You're heading against the spin, and she's gone inside out off the off spinner. And Annabelle Sutherland is looking ominous here for England. Fabulous shot, 118 for 4.
Oh, just comes down the pitch, gives herself room, and it felt and looked like a chip, but on the replay it came straight out the middle of the bat, up and over extra cover for 4. A little raise of the bat because she knows it's definitely not job done yet.
Dean into her, she comes down the wicket again, but she won't beat a sprawling, diving Nat Silverbrunt, who's very straight at short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Well, with the first ball going for a boundary, it puts Charlie Dean under pressure for the rest of the over.
Sutherland waits. Dean is in. Again, good use of the feet. She just clips the ball out to Dunkley at deep mid-wicket to move 5 or 6 yards to her left. Takes a single, 119 for 4.
You said yards, very funny then. Yards. 5 or 6 yards.
A lot of words. Get through a lot of words in a day.
It's true.
Dean in. Gardner shovels this around the corner down to deep backward square leg, where Lamb does the fielding. They take a single.
On the same sort of thing, I was having a stroll through indoor yesterday. Somebody asked me where I was from. England. Yeah, but what city? I said, I'm from Leicester. He went, Leicester?
Leicester?
Yeah.
Did you say what you say to everybody about this? As this ball's worked into the onside, a diving Silverbrunt can't stop it. It goes out to Dunkley and they take the single. There's Leicester, and then there is, as Phil Long would say, Leicester, the most underrated city in the UK.
Okay, interesting.
One of England's 2 great cities, arguably.
Where's the second?
Well, the capital, surely.
Oh, right, you're allowing that. Dean tosses one up. There's driven through cover without timing, being pursued by Beaumont. There's nobody out there sweeping. They'll get back for a couple as the throw comes in on the bounce. 9 off that Dean over. Australia, 1, 2, 3 for 4. 26 overs gone. They're now just over halfway. They need another 122. And I've got an email here that says, question for Alex Hartley. So it might be worth reading. Al, it's not quite happened as I'd hoped today, but I was looking forward to seeing how Lindsay Smith and Sophie Eccleston would cope with bowling lengthy spells at Phoebe Litchfield and Beth Mooney, the 2 Australian left-handers. You did refer briefly to how Sophie has struggled a little bowling at them and how generally they infrequently have this challenge, as there are few left-handers in women's cricket. Can you offer any guidance on how slow left-arm bowlers should face this situation? I note, and you might differentiate on how Eccleston and Smith are quite different types of slow left-arm bowlers. I should acknowledge that my question is partly informed by a friendship with Fran Jonas, a New Zealander, who has met and somewhat struggled with this challenge in recent years when bowling to these Australian tyros. Your thoughts in reply on air will be very welcome, says Tim Ford, as a new over begins down the leg side wide. Bell, the bowler, again, just drifting to the pads and beyond.
I firstly love Fran Jonas. I think she's going to be an exceptional bowler. But I think it's just volume, bowling at left-handers for as much as you can. And also if you're in the nets, you don't have any lefties to bowl, like getting somebody to stand as a left-hander, so a mitter or a batter just to stand or shadow bat as a lefty.
Bell in again. Sutherland drives through the covers but picks out Dunkley on the boundary. One more.
But the thing is, both Beth Mooney and Litchfield are so different. You know that Litchfield's going to play the reverse sweeps, the sweeps and the switch hit, so you've got to keep things simple and keep the stumps in play. But also if you're going to be defensive either to both of them, just target their pads and bowl at leg stump. That's what I would do. Shut off one side of the ground, or try to.
That's your answer, Tim Ford. Bell into Gardner, who uses her feet and then pushes the ball into the offside, the left of Dean at short extra cover, and they get a single. Alex Carter has been chuckling at the notion of WinViz, as in
Fionn WinViz.
Fionn WinViz. And has started to think about similar TMS themed cricketing terms. So he's gone for, or she, Alex Carter, I don't know. Phil Long on. Yeah.
Phil Long off.
Or Phil Long off.
Which people might prefer.
Not us. Bell in again, good use of the feet. Lovely shot's going to bring 4 to the right of extra cover, to the left of mid-off. That is a sumptuous shot again from Sutherland, who is playing, well, by far her best innings of the tournament, but one of the better innings you could wish to see. She's really in good touch now and has moved to 59. Australia 130 for 4. You don't get much better than that. She's advancing on a seam bowler and has picked a tiny narrow gap between those two fielders.
Yeah, and with that, because of the use of her feet, it brings Amy Jones up to the stumps to try and keep Sutherland in her crease. What a brilliant shot.
Absolutely magnificent. Bell in once more. She stays where she is this time and finds the gap again, but this time to the left of extra cover, takes a single out to Dunkley. He continues this, Alex. Phil Long on, Henry Moran out. And Daniel Norcross seam.
Norcross what?
Cross seam.
Cross seam.
Cross seam. Exactly. There's more paternosters. Whoever started the paternoster the chat, I mean, I'm leaving all that to Henry. He started it. He invaded Poland. So Bell into Gardner, who cuts and gets it away for 4. Between point and short third, too much width. It was in the air for a while. If she hadn't got that in that gap, fielders would have been in play because it was at catchable height, round about chest height. But the last 30 balls have now brought 41 runs. Boundaries are coming at an alarming rate for England and a very pleasing one for Australia. 135 for 4, and the required rate is now down below 5. It's 4.75, and Australia are cruising here as Bell comes in to complete the over, and it's guided to backward point. And there is no run. 12 off that Bell over. Australia 135 for 4. They need another 110 from 23 overs, with Sutherland on 60, Gardner on 31. I feel like every game has seen an Australian get 100. It's just a different one each time. Gardner, Mooney, Healy. Is today Sutherland's day, Alex Hartley, and then it's going to be Henry Moran.
Well, for all those listening on BBC TMS, they'll be hoping not, and all those on the ABC will be hoping so. But these two are building a fine partnership out in the middle and just starting to accelerate a little bit more. When are England going to bring Sophie Eccleston back into the attack? That would be my question. I'd love to see her back into the attack and just trying to slow things down again for England.
Well, they've got to do something, because this partnership's worth 67 off 69 balls, and the last 30 balls, as Daniel says, yielding 38 runs, and they're flying, are Australia. And it's just, you do find that every time you think, 4 down, and then England fans will be looking at it and then thinking, yeah, this is on. But as one email said earlier, you almost need them to be 9 down before you feel confident. This is defended this time, as we see Charlie Dean kicking things off from the far end of the ground in the haze of indoor, haze that is increasing all the time, as occasionally you hear the most enormous boom from one of the Diwali fireworks. A little bit quicker down the leg side. That's missed pretty much everything. Lauren Bell sprint to her right to pick up. And what's that going to be signalled as?
It went through Amy Jones, went through her leg, stayed low.
Let's have a look at this. And just down under her gloves, weirdly.
Through the batter, through Jones.
A bye is taken, 136 for 4. Here is Dean, and whipped away through mid-wicket. It's going to pick up pace across those practice pitches, but Dunkley is there to shuffle to her left and pick up.
It can't be a great place to field that on the practice wickets. To the left and the right, actually. They're both sides of the ground at the far end.
Here is Dean. Ball's a little loose, really. It's on leg stump, and Sutherland can just ease it into the leg side for one more. 138 for 4. As we see, 107 required from 134 balls. It's amazing how the shift in momentum can happen quite quickly, Alex.
Yeah, but either way as well. 1 wicket here does bring Talia McGrath, but then you open the door again.
Oh, there's an edge, and that did turn and bounce, and there's no slip in place. England have had a slip for much of this innings, but this time it whistles on through where one would have been standing and down to the boundary below us. And that did turn, and it bounced, and it was quite dramatic as it did so.
Yeah, it's just squared Ash Gardner up that delivery from Charlie Dean. Had it have hit her on the pad, it probably would have been out LBW, but as she's looking to turn the ball into the onside, it takes a thick outside edge. Easy for me to say.
Here is Charlie Dean round the wicket. And forward comes Gardner, back towards Dean, who rolls over commando style. I really recommend. Cricket occasionally is the most elegant sport on the planet. I should say 28 overs gone, 142 for 4, 103 needed from 132. Occasionally you will see a shot like Annabelle Sutherland through the covers of the most exquisite balance, timing, elegance, joy. And occasionally you'll see something like Georgia Vole roly-polying backwards, having been bowled. and it was one of the least graceful things I have ever seen in my life. And it's available to watch on the BBC Sport website and app. Not because she's not a fabulous athlete, but sometimes if you lose your balance, you can be the most athletic person in the world, you look
silly.
You look silly. So if you want to do that, then do head to the BBC Sport website and app. So 142 for 4, 28 overs gone, 103 needed. Here comes Nat Sciver-Brunt, drilled through the offside, square of the wicket, chase for Dunkley, who will get there to prevent the boundary but not prevent the second run.
64 from the last 8 overs.
Ooh, so that's 8 and over by my maths.
Good maths. Quicker than what my maths would be.
You're very good at maths, though.
No, I just like numbers. I'm not that good. Yeah.
Here's Sciver-Brunt. Nudged into the onside by Sutherland, who now moves on to 64. You like numbers, but you're not very good at working with them.
Yeah, not terrible. Famously bad at time zones.
Oh, what, working out how far ahead somebody is?
Yeah, doing the podcast becomes quite tricky with me and Crossy trying to do the time zone maths.
And when you've got a guest as well.
Oh yeah, no.
In another time.
Yeah.
Sciver-Brunt bowls and jamming the ball into the offside is Gardner for 1, 145 for 4.
The clocks change in the UK, don't they, the night before the final?
Oh, see, that makes it even more confusing.
Or is it this weekend? It might be this weekend.
I think it's this weekend.
This weekend. Well, from that point onwards, Al, if you've got an analogue watch, all you need to do is turn it upside down and it will tell you what the time is in the UK.
I've got a digital one, though.
Sciver-Brunt bowls, driven down the ground for 1 more. It's all looking very easy at the moment for Australia, who need fewer than 100 runs now, 98 from 128 deliveries.
Yeah, if I turn mine upside down now, it says it's 80 minutes past 83.
Yeah, that's not working.
No.
So what is it? You turn your watch upside down?
Yeah, so it's 5.5 hours difference. You turn it upside down, it tells you what the time is in the UK.
Striking the pad of Gardner. They'll run through for a leg bye. Throw comes in from Amy Jones, who can do nothing to stop that leg bye being taken. And the required rate's down at 4.59, 147 for 4.
I think Sophie Eccleston's going to have to come back into the attack now. Bring on your strike bowler, the best bowler. See if you can break this partnership.
Sciver-Brunt. Oh, is there appeal for LBW? Is there? No, that must have come off an inside edge because it looked pretty good to me. For a moment, England thought they had that wicket. Not quite. And so Australia find themselves after 29 overs at 148 for 4.
Yeah, the off-cutter from Sciver-Brunt. Thick inside edge onto the back pad. Ever so close for England, who are building pressure in parts but are leaking runs every now and then. 6 and over is more than the required rate, so they've got to try and find a way of finding more dot balls, and it is going to be Sophie Eccleston.
Well, you called for it, and there are 4 overs to be bowled by England's left arm spinner, and she replaces Charlie Dean at the far end of the ground. So why is it necessary now? You just bring on your best bowler.
Just bring on your best bowler. You need a wicket. Got to break the partnership. Who do you turn to in any scenario where a partnership needs breaking? And it's the world's best bowler.
Yeah, makes sense.
And she's going to bring square leg up and have a deep cover, which Sophie Eccleston is quite famously hard to sweep. But Ash Gardner does like taking her on, doesn't she? It's like the battle of the egos, this one.
Eccleston tosses it up, nudged away. I say that, it's much better timing than a nudge as Ash Gardner whips the ball through square leg for 4. And the strike rate of Gardner is what's causing England such harm at the moment. She's going at 110.5 as she moves to 42. Full toss. And the pressure all on England's bowler at the start of the over.
Pressure on Eccleston now for the remaining 5 balls. It's not a good delivery to start the over.
93 needed from 125. Eccleston to Gardner, who defends this time.
Much better. Much better. On the stumps, little bit of bounce. Tiny bit of hold from Eccleston.
Gardner, who has worked hard out there. A partnership now worth 84 from 83. She comes forward and drills that through the offside. Chase on in the deep. And Charlie Dean will field. Interesting what Michael Vaughan was saying on social media around about half an hour or so ago. And it's clearly a game that has changed just a little bit since then. But I think the point still stands. I'll bring you exactly what he says in just a moment. Here is Eccleston's another enormous boom from somewhere. Eccleston appearing now from behind umpire Williams to bowl to Sutherland. Forward to meet it, getting a single up into the onside. 154 for 4, chasing 245. The job Charlotte Edwards has done with the women's team is incredible. They look so much sharper and game aware.
I agree. I do agree.
Do you hear that? I almost felt that.
Do you know what? So it's like the horns. You don't really hear them anymore.
Eccleston bowls and almost off her feet in trying to play that through the offside is Gardner, who then punches her bat, having missed out on a run.
I think a big thing that I've noticed a difference of, attitude's probably the wrong word, but heads aren't dropping at any stage in a game. It's almost like they believe that they can stay in a game right to the very end.
Eccleston bowling to Gardner. He'll get a run into the onside, just tapping the ball in front of square leg for another single. The over comes to an end with 7 from it. And Eccleston with just 3 remaining has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 33. And Australia need 90 from 120 balls. 155 for 4, having been at one stage 24 for 3 and then 68 for 4.
Henners, look at that big difference. Overs 21 to 30 for Australia. They've scored at 7.7 and over, and overs 21 to 30. England 2.6 and over.
Wow. Well, there you go. At this stage, England were 124 for 3, Australia 155 for 4, and that's also the point. Is it's not like England were more wickets down, so had to be cautious.
No, they just struggled in that middle period. I know Alana King bowled 5 overs, 1 for 7, but it just felt like there wasn't much rotation of strike.
Kicking up her heels is Nat Sciver-Brunt, running in now past the umpire and nudging the ball into the onside is Gardner. Enormous bang somewhere or other.
Yeah, the rotation of strike, England faced 169 dot balls in their innings, and I know we're only 30 overs in, but Australia have faced 91 dot balls.
Yeah, it really is telling, isn't it? These sort of stats just really reveal so much. Work down the ground for one more, just keeping it ticking over oh so easy. And England are finding getting this partnership broken very difficult indeed. It's not going to determine their tournament, this, because they're through to the semi-finals already, but what you love.
Just in the youngster Georgia Voll.
Here's Sciver-Brunt. That's nicely bowled, but very nicely played from deep in the crease from Gardner, who's seemingly effortlessly moved to 46 or 44.
Talking to Elise Perry in the dugout and giving her the bird.
No. Well, there you go. No respect shown to the elders. Sciver-Brunt running in. Full loopy delivery, which is missed by the England captain, but her former skipper Heather Knight is there to mop up behind her. 87 needed from 116 deliveries. Just every so often there will be a boom from somewhere in the surrounding area that you can feel in your chest. And I don't know, are these just sort of firecrackers of some description?
Yeah, but they are firecrackers
deluxe.
And then some.
Worked away behind square on the leg side for 4. Not a great ball that from Sciver-Brunt. Sat up, and Sutherland was there to gobble up the chance and whip it away down to that boundary in the distance. Charlotte Edwards will be feeling that this game is slipping from her side's grasp. 162 for 4.
The only thing Charlotte Edwards will have to remind herself of having the England team, we were here 3 nights ago, weren't we, when Smriti Mandela and Harmanpreet Kaur looked set to take India home.
Sciver-Brunt bowling, pushing off the back foot is Sutherland, down the ground towards Sophie Eccleston, who fields below us in the haze that is generated by these crackers. I mean, what the difference, I suppose, in this circumstance is that it was a run of ball as opposed to 82 off 140.
Yeah.
End of the over, 31 gone. Partnership's worth 95. Gardner on 46. Sutherland on 72. 82 needed from 114.
But they've got to believe England here. Break this partnership, which has been a brilliant partnership under pressure. Sutherland and Gardner, when they went out to the middle, having lost early wickets, Australia, which is very, very rare for them, but it has happened throughout this World Cup, so they've been in these situations before. But England have to believe, break this partnership. You bring Talia McGrath, you get another one, then you're into the tail. Sophie Molyneux. Who else is left of Sophie Molyneux? Alana King, who's got 50 in this comp, run a ball 50. Kim Garth and Megan Shute.
Everyone apart from Shute, you'd say, is probably a more than handy batter for most sides.
Oh, Garth's had some handy knocks, hasn't she, already?
Yeah. Eccleston from the far end. To bowl to Sutherland, coming to meet it, back towards the bowler, and there'll be no run. Eccleston with 2 overs to bowl after this one. It's 163 for 4. Look out for a TMS podcast after this game reflecting the action. Edge, if there was a slip in place it would have gone to hand. Instead, down towards the boundary for 4 more. Sutherland to 76, and she gets the reward for the commitment to the stroke. And she cutted it hard, and Amy Jones stood no chance as it flashed past her big keeper's gloves.
Probably too straight to be cutting, or too full, to be cutting, but gets away with it, as you say, no slip in play. Does turn past the outside edge as well.
167 for 4. Eccleston bowling to Sutherland, looking for a run through the offside, won't find it. Siverbrunt fields. The MPCA scoreboard, which is manually operated.
I haven't even noticed that.
It's a belter, isn't it?
Oh, how have I missed that? Too busy watching the action.
Here's Eccleston. Nicely angled into the offside for a single by Sutherland, and with that, the 100 partnership. That's what you can hear the cheers for. Is an Australian flag over to our left that's waving with a kangaroo on it. 100 off 97 balls, and it's turned this match around, Alex.
Yeah, it has. It's been a brilliant partnership from these two out in the middle. Have just absorbed so much pressure.
Eccleston tosses it up, and Gardner, riding the bounce, slashes the ball to deep cover where Tammy Beaumont will field, losing a towel in the process. Smile on the face of Gardner. 169 for 4, ball left of the over. Australia all smiles in that dugout now, having been very concerned early on in the innings.
They look a lot more relaxed now, don't they?
Yeah. Here is Eccleston. Forward in defence solidly is Sutherland. 6 from the over. The last 30 balls continuing the momentum, 34 without loss from them. And Australia needs 76 from 108 deliveries. Daniel Norcross is standing by to take up commentary.
We're going to have the doublé.
Are we?
Yeah.
Double trouble. Right then. I'm going to move after some thoughts from you then, Alex, and then Daniel will step in here.
Yeah, brilliant partnership. 100 partnership up for the two out in the middle, Sutherland and Gardner. They were under pressure when they got out there, but the way that they've gone through this innings, they've capitalised throughout the middle, and you can see now that the Australian dugout is far more relaxed than it was an hour or so ago. Nat Siverbrunt, Sophie Eccleston having a chat, talking about plans, what's next, where do they go next? Do they bring Eccleston out of the attack and bring in somebody else?
I'll tell you where they go next. They go to Guwahati for a semi-final. As Siverbrunt starts a new over, it's driven through the offside first ball from Gardner for a single. Because Australia are now cruising this, and yes, I know there was the miracle of indoor a couple of days ago, a few days ago, but this just feels different, as Henry pointed out. It's well under a run a ball required. As Siverbrunt is in, it's worked into the onside, up towards deep square leg. And they take a single, 171 for 4, Phil.
Australia's first 100 partnership for the 5th wicket against England in the World Cup. Or in World Cups, I should say.
They not normally get that far down.
Yeah, that's right.
Siverbrunt in once more. Pulled away down to deep back of square leg. It'll be 4. England bowlers from this end, both Lauren Bell, the seamers, and Siva Brunt, have been guilty of just losing their line down the leg side quite a bit. And it's been whipped away on this occasion. Gardner moves to 52 from 47 balls. When she came in, Australia was 68 for 4 and they were in trouble chasing 245, but a partnership of 107, better than a run a ball, has not just stabilised the situation, it's put Australia in a very, very strong position to go back to the top of the table with just South Africa left to play for them. Siva Brunt in short again, same place, same shot, and it's going to be the same result. 4 more, and Siva Brunt shakes her head, just lost her line, lost her length again. And this is a little bit of the problem that, well, there are many problems that everybody experiences when they face Australia. You can't afford to be loose, but you can't afford to be that loose with almost anybody, really. It's too short, it's waist height, and it's down the leg side.
It's just 2 freebies from that Siva Brunt, and she's furious with herself. Ash Gardner probably can't believe her luck.
In comes Siva Brunt once again, full lofted back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce 4, 3 consecutive boundaries, and now Gardner is speeding Australia to victory. They just need 62 from 103. It's a very relaxed dugout now, and well, after the excitement, the early part of this Australian innings, this partnership is just sending Australia to victory, and you would think probably a semi-final in Navi Mumbai against India, because India, I think I'm right in saying, you've got 2 bites at the cherry as Siva Brunt is in, worked into the onside to short mid-wicket, no run. So to run you through these options, end of the over, 183 for 4, 14 from it, Sutherland 78, Gardner 60. If India beat New Zealand, I'm not quite sure I can see how they don't then automatically finish 4th, because they will then be up to 6 points. New Zealand will only have 1 game left to play, and India will have had 3 wins to New Zealand's 1. Is that correct, Phil?
That's right, wins before net run rate, so that those washouts that New Zealand had over in Pakistan will come back, I'm not saying to haunt them, but certainly hamper their progress.
And then, so let me give you scenario 2. If India were to lose to New Zealand tomorrow, but New Zealand then lost to England, and India beat Bangladesh, then India would again be level on points and have 1 more win, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So the only way India are out is if they either lose both games or lose to New Zealand and New Zealand beat England in Vizag, which is coming up on Sunday. Different time for you all to get your heads around as Capsey is into the attack. First over that she's bowled is pushed into the offside no run. If that game's on Sunday, am I right in saying, Phil?
You are. We've spoken about Sunday, actually.
We have, but you know, it's more alarming for people at home than it might otherwise have been, because that's when the clocks go back. So if you want to catch that game from the beginning, Capsey is in. This is played off the back foot by Sutherland, back to Capsey. There's no run. It'll start at 5:30 in the morning. 5:30 in the morning. I've got to say, I'm now looking at my analogue watch. And forward in defence comes Sutherland, pushes it back to Capsey, no run. So I suppose, is that 5:30 when I turn that round? 11 o'clock. Oh, I suppose it is 5:30. How weird.
And of course, 5:30 in the morning, I always think for the older generation, that's an early start, and for the younger generation, it's a late night.
Yeah, for me in the middle, I just don't know. I don't know what it looks like. 5:30 in the morning. Short down the leg side, played out towards deep square leg. Emma Lamb there thought she might have been in business for a moment, because it was slightly false shot, a rare false shot from Sutherland, getting a top edge, but it bounced a good 4 or 5 metres in front of Lamb, running in off the boundary. 184 for 4. The first run off Capsey. Gardner now on strike. 3 in the ring on the offside, long on, long off, back, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And Gardner gets a quicker ball, which she just pulls round the corner down to Lamb at deep backwards ground for that single. 185 for 4, 60 now needed from 97. It's now below 4 runs and over.
Sometimes you just have to sit back and appreciate what you're watching, don't you? They are, I know, they haven't won yet, but this partnership, in the same way as watching Alana King bowl, for example, it's just a delight sometimes.
Back into her crease goes Sutherland and punches a ball that wasn't that short, but to the right of short extra cover up to wide long off for a single. 3 singles to finish the over. 186 for 4, 59 needed from 16 overs. And yeah, this has been as beautiful an innings as you could wish to see from Sutherland and Gardner as well. I mean, just some of the shots that Sutherland's played will stick in the memory. That drive through extra cover, that swept 6 as the drinks. I say drinks and bananas and bits of fruit and whatnot.
That lofted drive from Gardner down the ground of Natsima Brunt in that previous over, you just have to admire it. And they almost play us for fools sometimes, don't they? And they've done it quite a lot in this World Cup, where they lose 3 or more early wickets, and we every single time we go, is this it? Is it happening? Is this the day where somebody doesn't step up and save Australia? But
why would we think that when they were 115 for 8 against Pakistan and still put on 106
but we fall for it every time.
Yeah.
And it's just so impressive how and we saw it during the Ashes as well, how somebody will always dig in if they need to, or take the attack when they need to, which is what Ash Gardner's done, go through the gears. And I don't think England have been they've taken their foot off the gas a little bit. There've been a few too many boundary balls per over in the past 10 overs or so, but they've just been fantastic.
And the person who's saving this game, Annabelle Sutherland, at the moment, 80 off 95, also the leading wicket taker in the tournament.
And she bowled spectacularly today. Bowled a couple of delicious balls, picked up a few wickets.
At the other end, Gardner 61 off 51. What was it in the Ashes Test match? It's at Trent Bridge. They bat, they bowl, they field.
Those quite important things to do in cricket, but the thing is they all do it, possibly from Megan Shute, but they pretty much do.
England haven't dropped any chances today because they haven't been given any, so you can't, it's not quite like looking back at the Ashes where we thought England let that one go, or had they taken this catch or whatever. That period in the middle where I think it was 21 to 30 overs, England scored 26, Australia scored 77.
We're not seeing much in the way of dew, so I don't think we can put anything down to that.
No.
Not really seen. I mean, there are towels out there, but we've hardly seen them being needed. We've looked at the wheels of the little camera robot camera. And
nothing happening now, is there, in terms of popping the rope round? Or
a team outplays you sometimes, and when it's a team as good as this, it can happen.
Well, a partnership is outplaying England's bowlers, and there's a partnership of bowling really between Sutherland and Alana King, wasn't there, in the middle of England's innings, and they've just been exceptional. Whether England would have been better off, I mean, they didn't get the choice, but whether they'd be better off chasing, you don't know. I think part of it is that in 50 overs, if you've got that many bowlers and that many batters, you can come back. So Australia struggled a bit, didn't they? In the first 10 overs, their bowlers didn't quite hit the marks. Well, the first 7.5 overs, and then they found the right combination, and that put the brakes on England's innings. And similarly with the bat, if this was a 20-over game, and we saw they were vulnerable in the last T20, sometimes it's harder to come back from 24 for 3, 68 for 4, but when that 4th wicket went down, there were still so many overs left, and really class players can build partnerships.
Yeah, and it's not as we said, it's not a tournament-changing result for England if they lose this game, but it's a reminder of what they're up against in terms of what may await them, or may await whoever joins them in the semis and the final.
It's a reminder of what awaits the world, because whoever plays Australia are going to have these issues to deal with, aren't they? And India found it when they got themselves in a strong position, up to 290 odd at Vizag for 4 down. Do they lose 6 for 36? And actually 330 seem to be chased with ease. Lindsay Smith is going to resume after the drinks break. Swap of ends. She's at our end, the pavilion end, if you will, with Australia needing 59 from 16 overs. Very comfortably placed. Sutherland on strike on 80. She'll be eyeing up 100 here. And Smith is going to star around the wicket to her. She comes forward and just pushes defensively the first ball to Heather Knight. No run, determined not to let drinks break get her out. A little reset, she can afford to do that. They're so far ahead of the game here, Australia. Back into a crease goes Sutherland, pushes once more tonight. Can't beat the fielder, there's no run.
You were saying you don't head too early to Vizag tomorrow, is that right?
No, it's not too early, no.
Midday-ish?
What time did you leave? Because you presumably got loads of various methods. As this is going to bring a single back into a crease, went Sutherland, and this time got it past the right hand of Knight at short extra.
I'm on the 6:05 from Indore to Nagpur.
Is that a train? A train? A train, okay. Not a bus this time.
No, but then there is a bus then, the overnight bus then from Nagpur down to Hyderabad.
So how long does it take to get to Nagpur?
It's a quick one, takes about 8 hours.
8 hours, okay.
Yeah, instead of 12, really, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Tossed up, and down the wicket comes Gardner, and drives up to Capsey at long off for a single.
Are you on the HS2 equivalent?
Well, it's the Vande Bharat, which is one of the new kind of the quicker trains around India. So
you love a train, don't you?
Yeah, I do love a train, yeah. But then it'll be on the sleeper coach from Nagpur down to Hyderabad.
It's now driven again past the right hand of Knight, who's spending so much of today just on the ground, trying to dive to stop balls that are close to her. So that gets you to Hyderabad, and then you've got to get from Hyderabad to Visakhapatnam. Yeah,
so the day after tomorrow, I'm on the 3 o'clock in the afternoon, gets into Visakhapatnam just before midnight.
That's a train again,
Another train, yeah.
Another train, right. Pushed into the offside, this time to the left of Knight. She fires at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Gardner's home. 4 singles to complete the over, 190 for 4. 55 needed from 15 overs, Sutherland 82, Gardner 63.
And then, like all of us, need to look at the logistics for where we're going and when for the semi-final, because I think there's only 2 clear days between New Zealand and the Guwahati semi-final,
isn't there?
So, well, I'll tell you what we will know is that if India beat New Zealand tomorrow, and assuming that in Australia complete this victory, which is looking highly likely, England will be in Guwahati. So you could know tomorrow.
Yeah, and
you can find out on your train.
Yeah, I think the 2-day turnaround means it might have to be a flight.
Oh, Phil, I'm so sorry.
I am.
You are letting the team down.
Well, it is quite a long way.
By being there.
It's quite a long way to Guwahati, as the song goes. Driven in the air, but through the covers for 4. Gardner, it's a packed offside field. I don't know quite how she's found that gap, but she has. There's a point, a cover and an extra. And the first ball of Capsey's over, she's, well, walloped around about waist height through the covers for 4.
She's a bit like Natsiva Brunt-Ash Gardner in the sense that when she hits the ball, you think she's just from another planet sometimes.
Yes.
In terms of the strength and the speed that it pings off the bat.
Capsey into again, shorter, that's whacked out to the leg side boundary between mid-wicket and square leg. Capsey just overcompensating after that short ball, and she has larruped this Gardner. The end is coming quickly. Gardner to 71, just 47 needed now from 88 balls.
I told Alex Hartley that we would swap back so that I could go and write my report.
I think it's time you start, because I reckon you might only have 6 overs.
I said we'd swap when they get to 200, and I didn't expect them to get to 203 balls, so I'm sorry, Alex.
Yeah. Well, I think this game's going to be done in about 6 or 7 overs. Capsey and again, short again, out towards exactly the same place. It's 4 more. 3-4 to start the over. The Australian 200 is up, and Gardner is in danger here of getting to it. 100. Let me just work this out. Can Gardner and Sutherland get 100? There's 43 runs needed for them both to get exactly 100, and there are 43 runs needed for Australia to win. It would be quite the manufacture here if somehow, I know you've got a little bit to play with if the scores are level, but if Sutherland and Gardner can make their way to 100 each, they'd be deserved hundreds as well. They've played quite superbly. Capsey into Gardner on 75, who drives for a single up to wide long off, 203 for 4. Hello, Alex.
Hello, that was a quick turnaround, wasn't it?
You've not been gone long, have you?
No, I went and sat next door next to Tash Farron and said, sorry, I've got to go again.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised Fionn hasn't written this about half an hour ago, but Just fill in the numbers. As Capsey's in again to Sutherland, who drives along the ground, will take the single. She moves to 83. So we've seen here, Al, that they can both get 100, exactly 100 not out, and win.
I don't think they'll
perfectly.
be thinking about that, though.
I don't think they will, but we're allowed to.
We are allowed to,
Yeah.
and that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, we can afford to be a bit more generous towards the Australian women's team. This is driven up to wide long off for a single, because the agony hasn't been going on since 1878.
It does just show how good of a start England got, that both of these batters in a run chase of 145 are able to get 100 each. 245, sorry.
Yes, exactly. 205 for 4 at the end of the over. 40 needed from 84. Sutherland 83, Gardner 77. And that Capsey over cost 15.
And was the most expensive of the innings so far.
I felt it might be. Lindsay Smith is going to continue. Going to bowl her 8th over here. 40 needed. I mean, we're looking at about 5 overs, but the way they're batting, if that.
Yeah, England just got to take this as deep as possible.
Right, Smith is just moving Dunkley further round at deep extra cover. Gardner on strike on 77 from just 58 balls. Goes into a crease and punches into the offside, and Knight goes down an instalment, stops the ball at short extra, and they run. My goodness, we've seen a masterclass in this partnership. 137 from 124 balls. Smith in, round the wicket. This is played off the back foot, and Smith dives over that ball and rolls up to Capsey at long off. Pings the throw in to the keeper. 206 for 4. Sutherland back on strike, 83 off 100. She came into this innings with very poor form in the competition, but found her feet quickly. So I just see some fireworks going off over yonder.
Yeah.
Nice green ones. Down the wicket comes Sutherland, and can only push the ball back to Smith, who dives away to her right to stop.
The locals have gone Aussie green already.
Yeah.
Not even won the game yet.
Well, I think it's a fairly good prediction. Smith in again, and down the wicket and driven with great control by Sutherland up to long off. Capsey Fields take the run, 207 for 4. Sutherland to 84. It's a big game tomorrow. India playing against New Zealand. If India win, I just think that puts them through. I can't
It does.
see any other way. It just does, doesn't it? This is played off the back foot out towards deep extra cover for a single, and if they go through, they'll play against a side that finishes first. Now, of course, that doesn't have to be Australia if South Africa were to beat them in their last game.
Also, here's a spanner in the works. If India lose tomorrow to New Zealand, they would have to beat Bangladesh on Sunday, and there is rain about.
Is there in Mumbai?
Yes.
Rain in Mumbai. Worked off the back foot, and Smith half stops, but should have done a bit better with that. They're able to take the single. End of the over. 36 needed. 13 overs remain. Sutherland 85, Gardner 79. I'm going to make a bold prediction. I'm coming off commentary now.
You're going to say you're not coming
And
back?
I think Henry Moran is going to finish this game, I reckon, with 36 needed in 20 minutes, 5 overs. I think it could be on. Phil's got something to say, and then Henry's going to come back in.
Yeah, this partnership now worth 141 off 129 balls. That means in terms of Australia in World Cups, it's their highest partnership ever outside the first 2 wickets. So other than the opening partnership and the second wicket partnership, this is now the highest partnership Australia have ever had at a World Cup.
Well, there you go. Says something as well, and a partnership that was needed when England picked up those early wickets in the power play and were on top of this game. But again, Australia showing their strength and depth.
Well, they've been brilliant, these two, and sometimes you hold your hands up and say, fantastic, just absolutely brilliant. And today is one of those days. 141 of 129 is not just a match-winning partnership, it is a match-defining, tournament-defining, statement-making. Does it, works, doesn't it? 36 needed from 78 deliveries. Sutherland is on 85, Gardner on 79. Sutherland waits. Here comes Lauren Bell from the far end of the ground, and slower ball first up is defended into the offside. have England done much wrong?
No, I don't think so. I think Australia have shown what they're about. Potentially maybe had 4 fielders out slightly too early. A little bit too easy maybe to go down the ground for Australia. But they've not had many passages of play where they've not bowled well or not fielded well or not taken their catches.
Here is Lauren Bell, and pace on delivery is dropped into the offside towards Lindsay Smith. 1 run is taken, 35 from 76 required.
But it was that 10 over period where they went at 7 and over where they really got hold of this game, wasn't it?
And it was such a difference, as you pointed out, Alex. The difference in those middle overs, 20 to 30, where England were going at 2.6 and Australia were going at 7.5, is just where the game's won and lost, isn't it? 210 for 4, Australia chasing 245. Here is Bell. And this is launched in the air, down the ground. Can an England fielder get there? I think the ball will land between 2 of them, and it does. And a couple of runs are taken as Gardner tried to hit it somewhere out of the Holcar Stadium.
Back of the hand slow ball from Lauren Bell, so the pace wasn't on the ball as Gardner tries to go down the ground, up and over mid-off. It's a really nice delivery from Lauren Bell.
Smack down the ground. Extraordinary attempt at a shot from Ash Gardner. Australia need 34 from 75. Here comes Bell, and this has been pulled away out towards the deep, but will be fielded by Dunkley. That felt like it was ripe to be put to the boundary for 4, but she couldn't quite find the gap. 212 for 4 with 2 balls left of the 38th over. Gardner has played some knock here, Alex, 80 off 62.
Yeah, she has. She's played really nicely, as has Annabelle Sutherland. They've weathered the storm, haven't they?
Bell again with a kick and a flick of the heels runs in towards us, and it's pulled in short. A very good take from Amy Jones. Standing up to the stumps to England's fast bowler, high up above her head, down the leg side. It really is some good work that from the England keeper, who has had now 37.4 overs out there in the heat. Not as hot as it has been at times in this tournament, but it's still a muggy, warm night. Lauren Bell with a hush around the ground will run in now. And that's nicely played out towards the deep from Gardner, who'll move to 81. Lindsay Smith fields out there on the boundary. Smith, who's bowled nicely again today, 2 for 43 from her 8. And with 1 ball left of the over, Australia require just 31 from 73. 4 down, partnership worth 146. Encouragement from Amy Jones. 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, 1 on the off. And Lauren Bell will try once more with Sutherland on 87 waiting. And smacking the ball away, standing, delivering through the offside for 4. It's a glorious shot. And she moves into the 90s. Back foot punch, 91 for Sutherland. And Australia need 27 from 72.
That was such a lovely shot from Annabelle Sutherland. Played with so much control. Totally in control, as you say, just slapping for a mid-off, and it brings up the 150 partnership between Sutherland and Gardner, and it's been potentially the best partnership of the World Cup so far. Under pressure, their team having lost early wickets, weathering the storm to perfection, and then putting pressure on England when needed, and both of them will be wanting to see their team home here.
They will, and if they can get to 3 figures as well, they'll be very happy about that. But at this point, with Sutherland on 91 and Gardner on 81, Australia 27 still needed. Now we're just concentrating on getting the victory that will continue this remarkable run of 8 years without a World Cup defeat in 50 over cricket.
8 years without a World Cup defeat in 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
They've not lost a game in 8 years in World Cups.
Not since Hartmanpreet Kaur at Derby. Eccleston bowls, slashed away. There's going to be runs here. It's going to be 4 of them. Ash Gardner cutting the ball away, and Sophie Eccleston can only stand there and think, well, that wasn't that bad a ball. What do you want me to do? 222 for 4.
You've blown my mind with that, Henry. I know they've been dominant, but I didn't realise just how dominant they had been.
Yeah, I'm beaten in the last World Cup. I'm beaten so far in this one.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, it's a slightly funny stat, isn't it? Because you don't get that many World Cups. It's in the air. Oh, it clears extra cover, and Heather Knight for 4 more. And Gardner is putting the foot down in this race for 3 figures between the two of them. Australia need 19 from 70 balls and are nearly home.
Who's going to get there first? That is the question. And are they both going to get there is the second question. But a lovely shot from Ash Gardner, putting pressure on the world's best bowler, up and over extra cover.
Next delivery is again going through that part of the ground. It goes out towards the deep. Chase on for Dunkley. Slides, stops, does very well. 2 runs are taken. I think one of them will get out myself. But we shall see. Australia needs 17 from 69.
Oh, she's so dominant, Ash Gardner. She's 91 off just 66 balls.
Here is Ecclestone. It's skewing away off the bat, and into the offside it goes for 1 more. So Gardner will say, I was just trying to get a boundary. Might end up with a strike next over. So Sutherland on 91, Gardner 92. Australia needs 16 off 68.
So it's sort of got to that stage of the game where they could farm the strike, either one of them, to get them both to 3 figures.
Be a flex, wouldn't it? Ecclestone to Sutherland, driving with authority down the ground for 1 more. She'll take the strike. 15 needed off 67.
However, you just want to win the game, surely.
Yeah.
I know they're going to win the game, but just want to get it done. Up that net run rate. That it'll come into it for Australia doesn't really matter, I suppose. They'll be top of the table.
There's a conversation between Ecclestone and Siva Brunt. I'm not quite sure what it'll be. Ecclestone has 1 ball left of her 9th over. Maybe just delaying things a little bit. Gardner waits on 92 off 67, and pace taken off it. And she can't believe it, Sophie Ecclestone, because the edge has been found again, and it's gone flashing past Amy Jones to the boundary for 4. Gardner and Sutherland come together to punch gloves, and Australia need just 11 from 66. Gardner on 96, Sutherland 92.
Well, frustration for Ecclestone, frustration for England. This ball just turning outside the off stump. Ash Gardner looking to slap it into the offside, takes a thick outside edge and races away for 4, and it's just been one of those days with the ball in hand for England. They are magnificent in the power play, and then Australia, Sutherland and Gardner have been magnificent since. 92 not out for Sutherland, and Ash Gardner 96 not out of just 68 balls. It's been good viewing.
Yeah, and the partnership now at 166 of 142. This is Australia's largest ever 5th wicket partnership in ODI cricket.
It's been spectacular. It really has. Lauren Bell at the far end. Ready to come into bowl to Sutherland on 92, and slower from Lauren Bell, back of her hand. It's not timed. He'll go out towards the deep with 2 taken. And it's now single figures, 9 needed from 65.
It's almost like they're toying with each other out there in the middle. So he creeps up 2 more. Then Ash Gardner's going to hit a boundary.
Lauren Bell at the far end. Long on is out, as is deep mid wicket, and deep square leg is a deep cover as well. Sutherland on 94. Waits and will drill the ball out to deep cover for 1. Lindsay Smith fumbles, but they won't get back for 2, so Sutherland will be on 95 and Gardner 96. Australia need 8 to win. England have given it a good go today, but they've been blown away by this 5th wicket partnership, which has been nothing short of remarkable. Lauren Bell at the far end. Runs in towards us, and that is going to fly off the outer half of the bat, down to the boundary, and there is Ash Gardner's 100. A slightly streaky way to get there, but as well she might have an enormous smile on her face, because Ash Gardner has scored 100 once again. What a player, what a team. You hold your hands up and say that Australia do things that no side can. Seemingly impossible situations, they find a way, and they don't just find a way, they obliterate opponents. Brilliant knock. 100 off 69 deliveries. Australia need 4 to win.
Yeah, 100 off 69 balls makes it the quickest 100 of this World Cup. It's Ash Gardner's third ODI 100, a second against England, and her second of this World Cup.
Australia need 4 to win from 63 balls. Here comes Lauren Bell and...
Wow. Here we go. She's just defended a full toss straight to mid-wicket. I'm going to get my 100 and my teammate's going to try and get hers.
Be careful, Mother Cricket. That's all
Well,
I'm saying.
no, are you joking? They need 4 off 62. Even if she gets out, she's got a century. It doesn't matter.
I'm thinking of India in 2023 when they messed about against the Netherlands and what happened in the final.
Nah, come on. Come on.
Here is Lauren Bell. Running into bowl, defended again. Gardner pushing into the offside. They've earned this. They have earned this. Well, Sutherland is on 95.
And do you know what? If Sutherland gets out at the other end, it doesn't matter. It's been a fantastic knock, a brilliant partnership, and as you say, Australia have earned the right. It's just frustrating as an England player, fan, spectator.
Here is Lauren Bell to conclude the over, and defending is Gardner. There was a little bit of extra heat and menace from Lauren Bell, and Australians are cackling in the dugout, enjoying every second of this, and why wouldn't they? Gardner's on 100 off 72. Australia need 4 to win.
Well, they're going to have to figure it out here, aren't they?
Well,
you can't smack a 4, she'll end up 99 red.
Yeah, she could smack a 2 and then a 4. Or she can smack a 6.
Oh, but if you go to hit a 6 and you accidentally hit a 4, it'd be like the West Indies not qualifying all over again, Henry.
Or Sophie Eccleston spears 5 wides.
Oh, no.
Well, it could happen. It has happened. Teams have done that before. They might say, we're not going to let you have your fun. I don't mind my figures taking a hit.
Nah, she wouldn't do that. Eccleston wouldn't do that.
No, most cricketers would have too much pride, but it has happened. Teams have bowled wise to stop players reaching milestones and thought, well, if you're going to mess me around, I'm just going to say to you, well, essentially. Eccleston bowls. Oh, it's been skewed in the air. This could be a chance of a catch, you know. Oh, no! Put down. I thought for a second that Heather Knight had taken a blinder and extra cover. Instead, there's a pat on the back from Dunkley to Knight, who rather nurses a sore left shoulder. And Sutherland moves to 97. Australia move to 2 from victory.
It would have been a great catch from Heather Knight, wouldn't it? The ball going over her left shoulder, her running back.
2 needed for victory. Forward comes Sutherland, drives down the ground. They'll get 1. Well, how's this going to play out then?
Dot.
Sutherland on 98.
Dot.
We're going to see 4 dots?
Yeah.
Do you reckon?
Absolutely are going to see 4 dots.
Well, I do think it's not impossible with scores now level.
An edge. That's what they won't want. They won't be running the singles.
Yeah, it's where cricket can be.
The field's still spread.
Can become a funny old game, eh? Australia need a
Here we go, the field's coming up.
Solitary run to win from 58 balls, but they got Sutherland at the non-strikers end on 98 and Gardner on a square 100. Eccleston bowls. Oh, it's been larruped away through the offside for 4. Gardner said, no, come on, let's get this done. And I think Annabelle Sutherland probably said to her, come on, you go for it. I don't mind, I'm happy with my 98 red. And indeed, she fully deserves that healthy boost to her average, because Australia have won a game so brilliantly by 6 wickets, chasing down 245 with close to 10 overs left. A quite brilliant partnership worth 180 of 151 between Ash Gardner and Annabelle Sutherland. Gardner finishes unbeaten on 104, Sutherland on 98. And Australia continue this incredible run. Unbeaten in this World Cup, unbeaten in the previous one. England and Australia are semi-final bound. They may yet meet again in this tournament. but this is a statement win from a side that can do incredible things on a cricket field. They're favourites for a reason. England gave it a go, but again have been reminded just quite where they need to get to. Australia brilliant. They've won by 6 wickets.
Yeah, they were fantastic. They were fantastic. England, they put them under the pump in the power play when they lost 3-4 early wickets. Lauren Bell with an absolute beauty to get rid of Phoebe Litchfield in the first over of the game, and then Georgia Voll trying to sweep Lindsay Smith. They were in a little bit of trouble, but that partnership absolutely deserved to be a match-winning partnership. 180 between the two of them, and Australia once again showing why and how they are the best team in the world. They've just got so much strength, so much depth, and Talia McGrath, the captain, wasn't even required with the bat.
So Australia have beaten England, a first defeat inflicted on Charlotte Edwards and Nat Sciver-Brunt's side at this World Cup. They'll still be in the semi-finals, England, but what a performance from Australia. Set a target of 245. England felt perhaps that they were in the game early on. 3 early wickets certainly made it seem that way, as Australia fell to 24 for 3 and then 68 for 4. But a partnership worth 180 from 151 deliveries between Annabelle Sutherland, 98 not out, and Ash Gardner, 104 not out. Enough to get Australia home with almost 10 wickets to spare. A brilliant performance. 10 overs to spare. A brilliant performance from Australia, who have underlined their credentials as the favourites for this World Cup, once again showing just how good a side they are. They remain unbeaten. England's first defeat. Alongside me to go through all of the action, and we'll get reaction as well from the boundary edge. But I've got World Cup winner Alex Hartley alongside me. Phil Long, our statistician, is here too. And Alex, as we reflect on what we've seen, it has been just startling from Australia.
Yeah, it has again, just showing why they are the best team in the world. Even when they're under pressure, they manage to weather the storm and absorb that pressure and find ways of being on top of the game. It was that partnership of 180. I mean, it just, neither of them ever looked like getting out. It wasn't until the very last over of the game that Sutherland was dropped by Heather Knight, but until then pretty much chanceless. Both of them out in the middle. It was absolutely brilliant from Australia, and England put up a decent fight, as I say, taking those wickets in the power play, but it just wasn't enough.
Well, Annabelle Sutherland took 3 wickets with the ball, tournament's leading wicket taker. She struggled with the bat in the competition till today, but finishes on 98. Unbeaten, player of the match today, quite rightly too as well, sharing that partnership with Ash Gardner. And it has been some performance. Here she is with Nasser Hussain.
Complete all-round performance. Annabelle Sutherland is our player of the match. Carlos Brathwaite is going to give her medal. Annabelle, well played. That was some innings and some partnership. You must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It's always good batting with Ashy. She keeps the game moving, and to be honest, just had a pretty good seat up the other end.
Let us tell us about that innings, because at the start it looked like hard work for the top 3. What were you thinking when you went out there?
To be honest, just trying to have some time in the middle. I feel like once you got in, it was actually really nice. We get to battle on fast outfield and you get value for runs. So, trying to get myself in and stay busy with partner up the other end.
You said you've had a quiet World Cup with the bat so far. Are you someone that frets, or you just know when you get in, you'll cash in?
I know when I'll get in, I'll cash in, and just trying to trust my game, to be honest. Tinkering with a few things mentally and just trying to give myself the best chance early on in my innings.
And in Ash Gardner, she's not someone that puts you under pressure. She's also looking to hit boundaries, and you never have to worry too much.
Yeah, exactly, and we knew the game was going to keep moving, such a hard ground to defend on, and we just had to keep batting, really.
And with the ball, what was the secret? Almost 2 different roles today. You had to break that partnership up front. What were you thinking when you came on then?
Still felt like there was a little bit in the wicket when I hit the right length, it was nice to get rewarded. I think the spinners did a fantastic job, particularly Alana King through the middle. Really stalled their momentum and picked up wickets throughout.
You picked up wickets throughout the tournament. Personally, yourself, you're the leading wicket taker. You're death bowling. Is there a gut feel, like with that Tammy Beaumont dismissal? Did you have a gut feel she was coming and you changed to that slower ball?
Yeah, a little bit of just trusting your instincts. I feel like I've got the skills to kind of go with any batter that I need and change the tempo where I need to. But I think you got to kind of hit your stock ball, and I feel like that's been working for me.
And that final bit just out there, was there just the message to Ash, just finish this, I'm done?
Yeah, I was happy for Ash to get it done.
Well played, magnificent.
Thank you.
Thoughts there of Annabel Sutherland chatting to Nasser Hussain. She scored 98 not out, picked up 3 wickets as well in the first innings, and shared a stand of 180 alongside Ash Gardner. Phil Long, our scorer, is alongside numbers to reflect on the dominance.
Well, all about that partnership, really, wasn't it? It was Australia's highest 5th wicket partnership in ODIs, the second highest partnership in ODIs for the 5th wicket partnership across the history of ODIs. That Ash Gardner innings, 104 off 73 balls, 3rd ODI 100, a second against England, second at this World Cup. And let me just tell you, 98 not out for Annabel Sutherland. That's the second highest not out score, less than 100. Carol Ann James, West Indies versus Denmark in Delhi, 1997 World Cup. She was 99 not out at the end of the innings.
We still talk about that innings to this day. Alex Hartley, halfway stage, England having done a decent job, I think it's fair to say, with the bat, particularly at the start and end of the innings. It was the middle phase where they struggled.
Yeah, it was, and that's where they've struggled throughout, is the middle order, have struggled throughout. And, the platform that they built in the first 10, 15 overs, you almost thought, here we go, they're on. And then they slowed down, went at 2.7 and over from overs 20 to 30. And Australia really, really put the handbrake on England throughout that middle phase of the game. So it was one of those where at the halfway stage, to be completely honest, 244 for 9, I felt like England were probably about 20-25 shy. It would have proven to be not enough anyway, going into the second innings, and how Australia went about that. But it just felt like that absorbing pressure and slowing things down almost went a little bit too far for that 10 over period.
Yeah, and it was just a struggle to find a way to keep the scoreboard moving in the way that Australia were able to.
Yeah, and having said that, though, they didn't lose consistent wickets, and they did give themselves that platform to be able to accelerate towards the back end. In the past, against Australia and against the best teams, we have seen England collapse from those situations. So on the other hand, there was, okay, we're absorbing the pressure, and then on one hand, it was almost like maybe we've gone slightly too slow, Tammy Beaumont going really nicely for her 78, but then Sophia Dunkley maybe just putting the handbrake on a little bit too much and adding a bit of pressure to Tammy out there in the middle.
Yeah, and that's the problem, isn't it? When that pressure builds, it's quite hard to find a way then to keep the scoreboard moving. It's what that partnership did so well between Sutherland and Gardner, was that, as we just heard from Annabel Sutherland, both of them found a way to keep things moving. Daniel Norcross is here as well. Daniel, what did you make of what we saw today?
Well, I made of it yet again, whenever Australia find themselves in bother, a different person comes and gets them out of it. I mean, Ash Gardner has got previous in this tournament already, but Annabel Sutherland's been in woeful form with the bat, but she was brilliant today with both bat and ball, and just recovering from that start. 24 for 3, 68 for 4. Speaking to Tammy Beaumont, she kind of thought that there may have been, it got a bit easier to bat under the lights. There may have been a bit of that. There wasn't anything really in the way of dew. I think England were a little bit indisciplined if you compare the way that, for example, Sutherland bowling seam, and the way that Bell and Nat Sciver-Brunt bowled. They kind of lost their lines a bit. They weren't as accurate. They gave away wides. They were bowling in and around the leg stump. But you'd have to say that they're just very, very good players, aren't they? And England, I think, was stifled by 2 partnerships today. One with the ball, which was Sutherland and King, and one with the bat, which was Sutherland and Gardner. And we say that cricket's a game of partnerships. Well, those 2 partnerships did for England today.
We'll be hearing from Tammy Beaumont in due course. Also, the England captain, Nat Sciver-Brunt, who is preparing to chat also, so we'll bring you those interviews in just a moment. But yeah, you mentioned Alana King, 10 overs, 1 for 20.
Oh, she bowled fantastically, didn't she? She really put the pressure on England. She was getting the ball to turn sideways. There was actually a review taken where Tammy Bowen didn't get anything on it. The ball just turned so much. Then there was one a few balls later which spat past the outside edge, went away for 4 byes. So yeah, she was brilliant. And England, struggled against Alana King, not for the first time.
Indeed, and is certainly going to be something they're going to, if they play Australia again, find a way of combating, because she managed to really tie England down in this game and they just couldn't find a way in those middle overs, despite a really good start between Beaumont and also Amy Jones. Here's Nat Sciver-Brunt with
Where do you think that game got away from you?
I suppose we didn't have enough runs. Alana King bowled very well in the middle overs and really restricted us, and it made it very difficult to get a partnership together. Obviously, Tammy played very well for her score. But yeah, I suppose with the lights coming on, I think the conditions did change a little bit, although I guess we bowled well in patches. But it just showed the partnership that Ash and Belsley had there. It just took the game away from us. So I suppose we didn't have enough runs in the end.
Let's talk about that. What do you think was a par score on that pitch, batting first?
I think I don't really know because I'm very bad at numbers.
You got 244.
Yeah. I'd be happy with 280, I reckon.
And the other bit you mentioned there, the playing of Alana King, 10 overs, 1 for 20. What could you have done better when playing her? She's a quality bowler, but what could you have done?
I guess being really clear on what shots that you did want to play, so probably playing off the back foot would be more useful. So then working out how to get her to bowl the length that you want to play off the back foot, I suppose. So either using her feet or little paddles or something like that. That would be something that I would be reflecting on myself.
On a positive note, Tammy Beaumont finding some real intent and a bit of form with what lays ahead. That's very important to your team.
Absolutely, yeah. She's been battling really hard in the nets to put on a performance like that, and she was really focused today. Really pleased with her that she managed to get a score.
And that partnership there, anything you could have done differently? 2 quality players on a pitch that was getting better, but could you have done anything different?
We just couldn't control with the ball. I thought we'd had patches of, building pressure with dots and ones, but the full ball kept coming. So, we probably tried a few too many things, to be honest. Probably keeping it simple is probably the way to go.
Your first defeat in the tournament, is the confidence still there? You still got very positive vibes with what lies ahead? Yeah,
absolutely. I think we'll see a review very carefully on this game and make sure that we do take the positives from it and the learnings as well. Coming up against a quality side, you have to be really good for the whole game, and we weren't as good as Australia today.
I guess that's the final question, not just to you, but any team in this tournament. To win it, you're probably going to have to beat this Australian side. With what's happened to this England side of late, do you still firmly believe you can beat Australia?
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll see. We weren't at our best today, but I don't think we played our best game yet. So, we'll be ready for them if we do see them again.
Good luck rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
If I could just ask Tahlia McGrath to come up for a few words, please. Tahlia, many congratulations. Your side, when put under pressure, are digging deep and putting in some performances. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, very happy. Spinners did a fantastic job with the ball. A little bit of a shaky start with the bat, but then Bells and Ash just world class. So good to watch them. It was clinical, and I feel for Bells a bit, not getting 100. She thoroughly deserved it.
Well, let's start with the bowling. Alana King is an absolute gem for you. As a captain, how do you plan her overs? She comes on reasonably late, and today she bowled a long spell.
Yeah, I knew she was our key matchup. She's got a really good record against England and matches up really well to pretty much their whole batting lineup. So at one stage I was tossing up whether it was 10 straight because she was on fire, and we decided to pull her back for some new batters. But she was so good today, hit her length, relentless, and found a bit of turn.
As an Australian side and captain, I'm guessing you're always looking to improve. What did you think of the new ball spell before she came on and Annabelle Sutherland got that wicket before her?
Yeah, lengths a little bit early and got punished. So certainly a little bit to tidy up with the new ball. And then if we're being critical as well, I think they've probably got 20 too many at the end. We could have been a bit tidier at the death. But if you told me 244 at the start of the day, I would have been stoked.
And Annabelle Sutherland, she's some cricketer, leading wicket taker, a fifer in the tournament, and nearly 100. She is absolutely vital to you.
She is such a gun, and I think it's scary how young she still is. She's one of our hardest trainers. Her planning is meticulous, and whenever we're in trouble, you sort of just turn to Bells. She's that good.
Ash Gardner goes pretty well on this ground. Do you see any areas of concern as a team, or are you very happy with where you are going into your last group game?
Certainly lots to improve on from this game. We'll review it as any, but for us it's that belief from any position we're in that we can win. So fine-tune a few areas and still keeping that belief and that momentum going.
And Elisa Healy, where is she? Is it just a niggle? Is it something a bit more serious? She'll definitely be back.
Bit of a day by day. I'll leave that in the hands of the physio. I think she's tracking nicely, but a bit of a day by day progress.
Many congratulations, a superb win, well played.
Thank you.
Thoughts of the two captains there, chatting to Nasser Hussain. Alex Hartley alongside me, as is Daniel Norcross.
Would have been a little bit rogue if Tali McGrath went, yeah, she's out, I'm going to captain the rest of the tournament. That was always going to be the answer, wasn't it, a day by day. I think both captains spoke really well there. I think Siva Brunt was honest, where they didn't have enough runs on the board and there was too many 4 balls. And I think having a captain that comes out and speaks honest truths says a lot. They have got areas to improve on. They're still qualified for the semi-finals. It's not a panic stations. Going into today's game, England knew they would have had to have played their best to beat Australia, and they certainly didn't do that. They didn't have enough runs on the board with the bat, and it was always going to be tough defending that total.
I think my one disappointment is that in a way this was a free hit. There was no reason to sort of, go into your shell for England, and they got off to such a good start that I thought that might be what would kickstart them into being really dynamic. And yeah, look, if they end up collapsing in a heat and get bowled out for 180, they lose the game. But 9 times out of 10, people are losing games against Australia anyway. Once you've got that good start, I felt that because not a lot was really riding on this match, both sides had qualified, this was an opportunity to make a statement and to try things a bit different, and instead they kind of got becalmed against Alana King, who bowled brilliantly, but I didn't see a single reverse sweep attempt, didn't really see anybody coming down the wicket at her, didn't see anybody trying to disrupt her lengths, and it was about the runs. We knew at the halfway stage 244 wasn't enough, and part of the reason for that was because they just had to go slow in the third 10 overs. It was 26 runs they scored in those 10 overs. Australia scored 77, and there was no real reason for it except a bit of timorousness, and he kind of felt they could have just gone hard there and just see what happens, because we all know the only way you beat Australia is if you put them under a lot of pressure, and I didn't feel that England did. There are some positives for them today without a doubt, with the new ball definitely, Tammy Beaumont coming back into a bit of form, but I just felt that they lacked a bit of instinct there to just have a go.
Well, you mentioned Tammy Beaumont. She did come back into a little bit of form today. Her top score of the tournament, 78 off 105. And Daniel, you've been speaking to her on the boundary edge.
It looked like you've been struggling with your technique a little bit earlier in the tournament, but today you really got going, got that 6 early on. Tell me a little bit about the conditions out there.
Yeah, I think it was quite different to the other day here. Different soil apparently doesn't bounce as much, and it's probably what it felt like. Not too much swing early, which was obviously nice as an opener, and then I think it just kind of got slower and lower, and then when the lights came on, it looked like it got like it was coming on quite nicely and looked a bit easier to bat. So a big toss probably.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, because Nat said at the toss she was going to bowl first. Was that partly the effect of what happened against India? A bit of dew came in?
Not necessarily. I think we knew it was like a very different pitch because the soil's different, and all the feedback was that it doesn't bounce as much as the India game. We just kind of felt that it might be better to bat second, but a toss doesn't dictate a game. You've got to play well for 100 overs, and Australia played their 100 overs better than we did.
Are you guys getting a bit sick of Alana King? I mean, she bowled absolutely fantastically today, and I don't really know what the solution is.
Yeah, I mean, she's a brilliant bowler, and she showed her class again today. It was probably at that point where you didn't know whether to, try and go on the offensive and get her economy up, and maybe give your chance away and then, make someone else have to start. Probably why I went so aggressive when the seam did come back on, but that obviously didn't quite come off. So, fair play to them. I thought they bowled well. She found the perfect pace, I think, to make the ball turn and hold in the wicket, and it's what bowlers are allowed to do, isn't it?
So words for Sutherland and Gardner at the end there. I mean, it was a consummate performance, but as you said, it looked like it got a bit easier to bat by that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting them 68 for 4 was exactly what we wanted, with them chasing 240, and I thought that was a brilliant start from us. But I guess they showed their class. Someone like Annabelle Sutherland and Ash Gardner. The way they've put on 150 there in pretty much no time, just showed how much depth they've got and how much belief they've got in the way they play.
And lastly, it looks like you're going to be going to Guwahati for the semi-final. That's the most likely outcome. You've got some pretty fond memories of that. You've got some fond memories of thrashing South Africa there as well, who may very well be your opponents.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see, and the ICC will have to confirm who's playing where and whether it's 1v4 or what. We're just going to have to get on with it and get on the plane to wherever it is. But yeah, obviously got a good record up in Guwahati. The bowlers will certainly love the pitch up there, and we'll have to wait and see.
Commiserations on the result, but well done with the bat.
Cheers.
Tammy Beaumont chatting to you, Daniel, on the boundary edge. I thought there was some honesty there, wasn't there? And where do we think, Alex, having seen what we've seen tonight with Australia's dominance, where's your belief level in terms of England being able to win this tournament?
No, I think they can. I think they're going to have to play really well to win the tournament, and they're going to have to play better than they did today. But it's not, they've not put together their perfect performance yet. I think in stages they could have applied a little bit more pressure to Australia with the ball. Having 4 out almost straight away seemed a little bit too easy. I personally would much rather see Ash Gardner go over mid-on and mid-off for 4 and have a catching opportunity than just being able to hit the ball back down the ground for single after single, and apply a little bit of pressure that way. I think they did brilliantly up top with the ball. Lauren Bell, fantastic alongside Lindsay Smith. But if you're going to beat this Australia side and you're going to bat first, you have to get up and around that 280.
They've got to be more dynamic, and they've got to be braver, I'm afraid, because you've got to have a different attitude, and that attitude is here that Australia are the hot favourites to win. There's nothing to be lost by losing a game of cricket against Australia except the game, but there's something to be won if you do, which is utter glory. And I don't think that England really embraced those opportunities today in quite the way they needed to. I think Al's right about in the field, captaincy in the field could have been a little bit asking more questions. When Ash Gardner started her innings, she actually looked all at sea against off-spin, didn't she? It was quite strange. You thought she could be LBW at any minute, and perhaps if she'd been cramped a bit more and sort of forced to to play shots that she was uncomfortable with, that might have made the breakthrough. They're all ifs and buts, but fundamentally it comes down to just, I think England have got to be braver in what they do if they're going to beat the likes of Australia. It was all very well hanging in against India. That was the right thing to do, and it'll be similar again against South Africa if they find themselves in bother, if it's them that they're playing. But when you're playing Australia, I'm afraid you just have to come out swinging punches.
Well, Anisha Ghosh, the journalist, has tweeted, yes, that familiar Women's Cricket World Cup phase when Australia make everyone else look like they're playing a different sport. We've reached that sacred moment when collective timelines agree. Just hand them the trophy and save us the suspense.
Well, no. Let's not do that, because we've been at T20 tournaments and things have gone wrong, and it would have taken a ball to break that partnership early. I know there were other batters still to come, so that look, there are weaknesses there's still jeopardy, but the attitude has got to be really fierce when you play them.
Agree with that, Alex?
Yeah, totally agree with everything Dad said.
So England will pick themselves up, and they will try and, in the same way South Africa actually, try and park what's happened here, as South Africa did when they parked what happened against England.
Exactly.
They've gone on a brilliant run since.
Exactly, they've been a brilliant team since that defeat, haven't they? And one defeat doesn't define your World Cup. We've had teams lose games before and go on to win World Cups. Australia obviously unbeaten in the last one, could go unbeaten in this one with that washout against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka. But the top 3 teams that have qualified now have all been the top 3 teams in the competition.